driven, beats the fielder. They need 4 for victory, and that is the victory. Square on the offside, and England win to get this summer series of ODIs and T20s underway. And it's emphatic, really. It's emphatic. 9-wicket victory, and they've got there in no time at all, and they'll be delighted with that. And plenty to think about from a New Zealand point of view. And a very good morning to you. Welcome along Sunday, and it's the Visit Worcestershire New Road Ground, the home of Worcestershire County Cricket Club. Today the venue for the second Metro Bank Women's ODI between England and New Zealand. England 1 up, as we heard there. It was emphatic. There are 2 to go, though. 2 to go. We've got former internationals Ebony Rainford-Brent and Frankie Mackay alongside me. Catherine Sibber-Brunt is to join us just a little later on. Isabel Westbury will be here as part of the commentary team. Got Phil as well. He's all lined up with a stat or 2. Are you lined up with a stat or 2 this morning, Phil?
Or even 3 or 4.
3 or 4. Terrific. We'll be hearing from Phil in a few moments' time. First, though, the toss, which took place around 15 minutes ago. England won the toss the night. The captain, and on winning the toss, decided to bowl first against. No change from that just a few days ago up there at Durham. There are, though, changes to the team for both teams. So let me just run through the teams. For England, Tammy Beaumont, Maya Bouchier, Heather Knight, Nat Sibber-Brunt, Danny Wyatt, Amy Jones, Alice Capsey, Charlie Dean, Sophie Eccleston, Kate Cross, and Lauren Filer. So Kate Cross is fit again. She's back in the side. Alice Capsey also comes into the side. So there's no Lauren Bell and there's no Sarah Glenn. There's one change for New Zealand. The team is Susie Bates, Georgia Plimmer, Amelia Kerr, Sophie Devine, Maddie Green, Brooke Halliday, Lauren Down, Izzy Gaze, Jess Kerr, Molly Penfold and Fran Jonas. So just the one change there. And that change, of course, it's a wonderful story, terrific story for Lauren Down. Just 6 months after giving birth to baby Ruby, she's back in the side and she comes in for Hannah Rowe. So those are the main details out of the way. To you both, all 3 of you actually, looking on fairly tightly packed commentary box here.
It is a tight box here.
But I'm sure we'll all get on just perfectly well. As long as we're here for just a little bit longer than we were the other day. I'll look at you for that one, not to Frankie, because that would be a little bit harsh. Although I did those words of wisdom from that commentator the other day. Gosh, he knows what he's talking about. Plenty to think about for New Zealand. But in the meantime, before we talk about that, those changes. 2 changes for England.
Yeah, and look, Alice, I think first of all, one is quite clear. Kate Cross was going to come back in if she was fit. She was nursing a niggle, so she is kind of the senior bowler. You'd expect her to step back in. Alice Capsey again comes for Glenn, so they've got plenty of spinners. I think the fact that they've got Eccleston, Charlie Dean, they did so well. Capsey herself can kind of be that backup off spinner as well. So Capsey comes in as that sort of dynamic batter and really exciting player. So a really good side, and thinking about how it's going to line up as well towards the World Cup later on the year. They may play the 3 spinners, or maybe it might be this sort of lineup, but really good to see both players back in the lineup.
I guess to a greater extent, if not the entire extent, I shouldn't make too big a thing about Lauren Down being in this side. 6 months ago she gave birth to Ruby. I mean, that's the way of international cricket for women at this level. So it's great that she's back, great she gets a chance, but how important is that in terms of team change?
Oh, I also think you can make a big deal of it. To have given birth 6 months ago and to be back on the international stage, it's incredible. Like, that is superhuman to get back for that. So make a big deal of it. I think it's fantastic, and she's got baby Ruby here in England with her as well, which I think is fabulous. So great to see her back in the team. I'm a little intrigued with her slotting in at that number 7 spot. You usually see her up the top of the order. It is really a top order player. Can have her struggles starting against spin, so a little intrigued to see her down at number 7, but it's clearly just pointing towards, I think both teams, they want a little bit more batting in their lineup, so that's why she's come in at the expense of Hannah Rowe. And I mean, you're afforded that when you've got Amelia Kerr and Sophie Devine as genuine bowlers in your top order. You're afforded the use of an extra batter a little bit lower down.
Sophie Devine at the toss says what happened at Chester Street at Durham the other day does not define us as a team.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. I think that's a nice, easy way to sum that up. I think it can be written off to a certain extent as first game coming out of a New Zealand winter, coming up against a really good side as well. And it just looked like there was a little bit of rust, a little bit of tentativeness about the way that they played. They got themselves started really well, and then just got that middle order just kind of crumbled, and that horrible feeling. I mean, you know what it's like, Ebbs, in the middle order when wickets are falling quickly and everyone's rushing to get their pads on. it just kind of spirals on itself. So the batting doesn't concern me so much, but I want to see a little bit more impetus with the ball, something with a little bit of teeth to it. It was just all a bit too nice for me.
Yeah, look, there's a few things. I'm disappointed to see Hannah Rowe left out, because I actually think she could offer something. I was even talking to Catherine Brunt about this surface, because you can get a bit of extra bounce here. It's a hybrid one, so it'll hold well, it might carry through. It's been dry, which is rare to say at Worcester for about 2 weeks. So I did want to see her on the other side. I also was going to say, I do think this is a game that game at Chesterfield Street is one you just have to write off, because if you start making the notes of everything that goes wrong, that list is long. And actually sometimes it's like, let's just park that, we're better than that, let's come through. And also I think they should give credit to Halliday in the middle. I think she was excellent, considering wickets were going around, and she scored a 50. She held things together, left-hander, really stylish batter. For me, I wouldn't mind seeing her move up the order occasionally. Maybe it's something they'll think about, but if she puts in another performance against a big team like this, maybe she's someone could creep up the order.
And she loves playing against England as well. Gosh, her record is phenomenal. I think now 4 out of the 5 half-centuries she's scored all against England, so she'll be rearing to go again today, no doubt. And it was actually really good to see her back bowling too. I think she'd had the best part of 9 months without having the ball in hand with a little niggle, so good to see her back to that all-round role. And yeah, she was phenomenal in that middle order.
The other context for that, just a very short chat, of course, takes place at the toss, was this: what happened the other day doesn't define us as a team. Bearing in mind all the hard work, and not word for word quote here, but all the hard work and things we've looked to put right since these two teams met in New Zealand back in March and early April time. So the context there being, we've put a lot of things right, and there must have been huge disappointment that didn't necessarily show itself, well, virtually at all the other day.
Yeah, horrible way to start a series off as well. I think there's been a lot of talk about the training and the work that's gone in for this New Zealand side, but you want to turn up game one, you want to put a performance out there. You want to say, hey, we're here, we're going to challenge you, we're going to take it to you. Yes, you're ranked higher than us, you've probably had a bit more recent success than us as well, but as a New Zealand team, you want to turn up as the visitors, and you want to say, we're here to play, we're going to really challenge you this series. And we maybe saw little glimpses of it for an over or two here and there, but just not for long enough. So in that point of view, it's a little bit of a horror start, but you win 2 on the bounce and all of a sudden you've won a series, so it's definitely not doom and gloom yet.
Yeah, there were signs, Kevin. I was just going to say, I thought the way that they came out, specifically Bates when she opened up straight away, getting her hands through the ball, you could see there were, and even actually in the first 4, there was signs that they wanted to be aggressive. Almost sometimes you go too far trying to impose yourself, then get yourself in trouble with good bowlers. So maybe the goal is to kind of find that middle ground. It can happen as well in ODI cricket, finding that tempo, playing T20 back. There's time, but also that if they dial it back a fraction, just a little bit more conservative when the ball's straight, maybe they can post something meaningful today.
Phil Long promised us not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 stats.
Well, 4.
Well, he did. I mean, I can play the recording back if you like.
We're just talking there about intent, as you just mentioned there. New Zealand got a good start the other day, 27 without loss after 3 overs, 56 for 1 at the end of the power play. Across the whole innings, of course, they only made 156, 24 4s and 1 6. The intent was there. Match it alongside England's scored 24 4s and 2 6s. Obviously New Zealand lost the 10 wickets, England only lost the 1. So yeah, the intent was there for New Zealand. Good start for New Zealand. It's where their innings goes from there, I think, today.
I want to start about England, asking you, Frankie, what do you make of England right now? What do you make of that performance the other day, but just generally where England are right now?
I think they're a very good side. I think there is a lot to like at the moment in this English side. I think there's still some, I'd call them little teething problems around how exactly they want to play. I think they've spoken a lot about the intent they want to have, and they want to put teams under pressure, and they want to inspire and entertain, I think, is a little bit of the catchphrase. So I love that. I love the way they're trying to push the game forward. I think for a long time all the teams have been chasing Australia, and that's kind of been the mindset, but to now flip that a little bit and actually have that entertainment, that inspiring mindset, and wanting to put teams under pressure, I think suits them really well. And I like the fact that they've just got a nice mix. They've got some youth, they've got some experience, they've got some world beaters thrown in there, and it affords them the ability to mix and match their team to suit conditions, which we see a little bit today. So I think they're phenomenal. They're a team I really enjoy watching play the game of cricket. I think they've got a really nice style to them. Didn't quite so much enjoy playing against them, found that very hard work, but as much as I love watching them, I also wouldn't mind watching them lose today.
Lauren Filer.
That just came in a really strong there. Wouldn't mind that. Okay.
And I talk right over, and I'm so sorry. Do you want to say that again, just to make sure?
No, I've got all day to keep mentioning it, so I feel confident I'll have a few more chances to slip that in there throughout the day.
As long as you tell us about Edinburgh as well.
Oh, fantastic place.
Not so much now, but we're looking forward to it later,
place.
okay?
Yeah.
Terrific stuff.
Yeah, we've got all day. We're going to be here longer than we were game 1, so we've got all day.
Lauren Filer yesterday, in looking ahead to this game and did the media conference and everything, was talking about that, terrific economy, wonderful figures. First up, 5 overs of power play, went for only 18 runs, and she says, well, that's all well and good, but actually John Lewis, who's the head coach, says, I don't mind if you concede runs, I want you to take wickets. So she wasn't saying she did a bad job, she did a fantastic job, obviously she did, but interesting, as you say, looking for those areas and whatever. So if she goes for a few but takes the wickets, it's a difficult one sometimes when you're bowling first up, isn't it?
Look, I think this goes back to the Test match where I saw her sort of make her debut last year in the Ashes. Was it last year? Am I going crazy? Yeah. And it was really interesting. There was one phase where Heather Knight used her opening, and she was almost thinking and trying to put the ball in nice areas and almost over-controlled. And then when I saw her later on using her in the Test as an impact bowler, just said run in, charge in, and I remember she was banging it in, getting Elise Perry in awkward positions. And I remember at that moment, I just thought she's such a rarity in English cricket to have that pace, get that bounce. You want her to be a fired-up bowler, to be used in short, sharp, exciting spells. And I can understand it's difficult at the moment because there are times when she has sprayed it a little bit or got a bit wayward with line and length, but she's so young. You prefer to see her going down that route and work it out than trying to almost place it, losing her pace and not really being a threat. So she's someone you want to let loose, give her confidence, give her that, she will be confident that she was tidy, but I think it is about that really coming through. And that wicket of Bates, I think, would have really set her up nice. One of the best in the world. To get her bowled through the gate is just amazing. So I say have as much fun being expressive and learn, and they've just got to give her that room to do that.
Well, it's easier to teach accuracy, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can develop accuracy. There's not many people who can run in and bowl 75 miles an hour plus. So I think she is super exciting, and I love the fact that they can just, within this team and the experience around her, especially with Kate Cross coming back in, because she is almost metronomic how she does things. I think just to say, handbrake off, go nuts, try and bowl those balls like she did to Susie Bates. It's so exciting to see at the top.
Thank you, Frankie. I'll allow you to depart for a second. Ebbs, you're going to stay on around the start, and I shall move aside myself for Isabel Westbury to come in. Oh my God, can you feel that under your feet?
I can.
Base there. You know all about this. What I want to ask you, just a brief comment on, is that Tammy Beaumont, part of great response and reply there from England, getting the run she did the other day. She was talking about the fact that it's not the easiest when she's performing in ODIs, knowing she's not wanted or not needed, not picked in the T20s. Are England right by that? You carry on with that thought if you would, and then Isabel will come in.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question, isn't it? Look, I felt for Tammy Beaumont. She's a run machine in this format, but what I guess they want, and I can get Phil to verify, is just higher strike rate in this format. And I think when you look at what Dunkley goes at, you look at what Boucher goes at, you look at what Wyatt goes at, they are more explosive at the top of the order. So it's a really tricky one. There's no doubt she is an experienced player, but it is a really tough team, and that's always a good thing. But I feel strike weight wise, she's going to struggle to take those guys down at the moment in T20s.
I'm glad you put that caveat on there, Ebony, because 76 not out from
in
69.
ODI. She is a absolute gun.
And of course, last year it was unfortunate the way the women's Ashes was set up, in the fact she played in the Test match, got that double 100. Then it was the T20s, so she went away from that and then came back for the one day. So because it was the T20s were in the middle, she kind of left the group for some time in the middle of those women's Ashes.
The one thing I guess I would say to that is that I do feel that this England setup is very much of the guise of, age is just a number to an extent. They're not just, we're going to pick only youngsters and Tammy Beaumont, your time has gone, off you go, sail into the sunset. I don't think that's the case at all. So arguably, I'd just say to her, knowledgeable cricketer that I am, and beautiful international career that I've had, obviously, is just do what you're doing. Keep on doing what you're doing, because she's playing beautifully, and the door isn't shut. I don't think it's shut.
No, I don't think it is shut. And I think the way she's so consistent. Anything can happen in these formats where people lose form, injuries, etc. But it is frustrating. She's one of the legends of the game, but she's going to have to keep chipping away.
Well, enough about Tammy Beaumont. Love her as we do for the time being, as she's actually stood in front of us because England are bowling.
I'll just tease our listeners. I've got a very good Tammy Beaumont stat to come. I'll bring it to you at the start of the England innings.
Well, that will hopefully be a little way off, and we're going to see a good 50-over contest here, because it didn't quite materialise into a 50-50 over in the first ODI. I think New Zealand were bowled out within about 30-odd. But as the drum and bass is really getting down to it here at New Road, England are about to start their bowling innings. Kate Cross is back in the team. A little niggle down the side strain. I think it's a side strain she had. I think it was. That kept her out of that first ODI, but she's back and raring to go as the clock counts down. I'm Isabel Westbury, alongside me, Ebony Rainford Brent, and England have won the toss. They have put New Zealand into bat, having demolished them in the first ODI. And here comes Kate Cross, bowling right arm over the wicket, down the leg side, tumbling stop by Amy Jones, and that will be a wide to start things off. I'm not quite sure where the clapping's all coming from, but there you go.
First ball, the excitement. Also to have cricket here, I mean, it's it's a ground with so much rain. And
we can talk a lot about the travails facing Worcestershire County Cricket Club and whether cricket will continue here. For those listeners that aren't aware, perhaps we are on a floodplain, and Worcestershire bears the brunt of the glorious English weather more often than most county clubs, I think it's fair to say, as Cross is in once more, and this is fuller and nicer, but driven straight back down the ground. That might be four. It's running away from the mid-on fielder, and Nat Siver front. She does try all she can, but a lovely, glorious looking stroke, and this is slightly reminiscent of the first ODI where New Zealand did get off to a rather nice start.
Yeah, look, this is positive. Susie Bates likes to hit straight. She likes to hit down the ground. And that one was sort of, she just rolled her fingers across it, got too full. And Susie Bates does what she does so well. Oh, we got a new angle as well.
4 from the first ball at Chesterfield Street, 4 from the first legitimate ball today.
There you go.
So Susie Bates there, former New Zealand captain on strike, looking in fine fettle at the moment as Cross bears down upon her. And this one's defended into the offside. There is no run. Georgia Plimmer once again opening the batting at the other side. The only change for New Zealand is that Lauren Down is coming in to bolster the batting lineup, and Hannah Rowe, the tall New Zealand seamer, making way. It's probably about right. I think the batting was perhaps the aspect that let New Zealand down in the first ODI. Cross into Bates, and she's onto her back foot again, defending, stays low,
doesn't it? Noticeable there, which is something that Bates really had to sort of bend on that one, so it's worth taking note. Batting first actually might end up coming into play if the wicket does sort of stay low and maybe even get lower through the day.
New Zealand 5 without loss, 4 to Susie Bates with a glorious drive down the ground. England won the toss and decided to bowl to send New Zealand in. Heaven Knight, the captain, there at slip as Cross is in, and this one's wide of off stump, and a big leave, a statement leave from Bates there.
It was a statement leave. I think that's going to be the key today, isn't it? It's finding that balance between being positive, which they started, but also making sure they just give themselves a chance to just set that platform.
Yeah, just run you down that scorecard from the first ODI at Durham on Wednesday. The only person to make a half century was Brooke Halliday, 51, as Cross is in, and this is past the outside edge and taken low to the right by Amy Jones, and good ooh from the crowd there, good dot ball, and the applause follows it, as it might.
Yeah, beautiful delivery. She just struggled to find the length, but that was the one. Brings her forward, and then just a bit of away shape there. Excellent from Cross, gets a bit of nibble. Staying low though, really low. Amy Jones might have to come up a fraction more.
Yeah, she stood quite a few paces behind the stumps, as is Knight there at first slip, the solitary slip, as Cross, final ball of this over. It stays low once more outside off, left alone by Bates, and after 1 over, New Zealand are 5 for no wicket.
Yeah, Cross bowling, not the quickest, 60 miles an hour there, but the ball is dying into the surf. Might be worth then saying this game, just thinking about what a good score is, and we often talk about the 280s and all that in this modern day, but actually it might be a ground that you get 220 on it and you're thinking, you know what, low score, that's actually quite a lot on this, so we're going to have to just give themselves a chance to set a platform.
What
are you seeing, Phil?
They're both batters are at the same end, and there's a quick word with the umpires. It's some sort. Oh no, it's something for the umpire. But I noticed they were scuffing away at the wicket as if it was maybe playing. It's a bit low, isn't it, in the first over?
Well, we did have rain overnight, and it is damp and certainly sort of grey, cloudy outlook beyond us. And so Worcestershire, of course, yes, it's well known as being on a floodplain. It routinely gets flooded. Quite often their start of the season photograph is sort of them standing on an island amongst a puddle of a sort of lake on the outfield. And it is openly looking at solutions to this, and that includes moving grounds. But at the moment, it's glorious, and we've got a full house here at Worcestershire as England take on New Zealand in the second ODI. And Lauren Filer is going to take things up from the Diglis end. She starts her run-up. Curious run-up indeed. She starts on her heels. It's aborted, because I think she may have not quite measured it out the way she wanted to do. There's a broad grin across her face. She was the one that certainly ducked out of it. I don't think there was anything wrong with the batter, but she's smiling, so that's all right. Here she goes again. Take two. On her heels and away from us. Right arm over the wicket and pushing Plymouth back into her crease. A nice defensive shot, and there is no run.
Yeah, a bit more bounce here for her, and also slightly uphill, so she'll get that angle. Yeah, I bumped into Ashley Giles, the CEO now here.
Oh, a little name drop there.
Oh, I'm just giving you some insight from the CEO. No, he was just saying it's been completely dry baking for the last couple of weeks, which is really good to see. So maybe the wicket's had a chance to.
Filer in, and again pushing Plymouth onto her back foot. It actually hit her on the back pad, but I think it was outside the line, outside of off stump, but stayed awfully low. It's one of those where, as a batter, you jump back thinking, right, I'm going to play a nice back foot shot, and then it lands about 5 or 6 inches lower than you thought it would.
Yeah, and I think it's dangerous because the one before popped, and then this one really stayed low. So then it's going to be in your head: is it going to pop? Is it going to stay low? You're all over the place.
One slip in place, Knight there, Filer away from us into Plymouth, and this is a more fully fledged drive out to mid-off for no run.
Plymouth got her best score, did she, in that last game?
Yeah, that's right. She only averages less than 13 in women's ODIs. This is her 13th inning today, but her score of 29 up at Chesterley Street is her best in ODIs so far.
What's underneath that? She's not much.
Yeah, I mean, it's only the 4th time she's opened the batting for New Zealand.
Filer into Plymouth, and this one's a thick inside edge. And it's beaten the fielder at square leg. Tammy Beaumont having to race back. Maya Boucher is going to beat her down to the mid-wicket boundary, and they'll pick up a couple that haven't reached it. Good bit of fielding there by Boucher. She's quick in the outfield and restricts it to 2. New Zealand move to 7 without loss.
Yeah, just having a look here. Good pace here from Filer, bowling mid-70s. Again, just got the inside edge, so a fraction of movement off the surface even.
Well, it was 2 Laurens to open the bowling in the first ODI, Bell and Filer certainly got the better of the 2 as she's in once more, and this one brings Plymouth forward, and they're going for a quick single. There was going to be a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, so it's picked up by mid-off, but in the end decided not to release. They came through safely in the end, and it's 8 for no wicket. Lauren Filer's figures 1 for 18 from her 5. I thought she bowled really well.
Really well, impressive, isn't it? Economy was good. Got that wicket of Bates pushing it up there, getting a bit of movement off the surface, and good pace. Exciting.
Final ball then of this Filer over. Bates on strike, and she's pushed onto her back foot, guides it back at a point. Danny Wyatt's there, and there is no run. 8 for no wicket.
Noticeable as well, she's worked on her action a little bit. She's tightened it up from when we first saw her come on the scene against Australia in the international game, and that gather was a little bit wider. Now it looks a little bit tighter. She hits the surface really hard. It's one thing that I always think is really tough to do is just for players to learn and change their actions and their game whilst having so much cricket. International cricket keeps coming, so yeah, she's done some good work.
Yeah, it's interesting because I listened to, I think Maya Boucher was doing the press rounds a couple of days ago in between the 2 matches, and she was asked about the volume of cricket that these England women have these days, as Cross bowling into Plymouth, and she just defends it on the back foot, back to the bowler, and there is no run. And it did make me sort of think, it really is maybe the first or second season where it's year-round cricket now for England women, and you add on top of that the regional cricket that they're playing, the 100 of course in the back end of July and August. They're going straight into that into the World Cup in Bangladesh. You've got the South Africa series, got the Ashes after that. As crosses in, and this is a fully fledged drive from Plymouth, trying to be expansive, only get so far as Wyatt to backward a point, and there is no run. 8 for no wicket, and it is quite relentless. So
throw in WBPL and WBBL.
Course, yep. So the women's IPL, the women's Big Bash League out in Australia. So there is if you want it. And if you're, I guess, good enough and picking up the contracts, there was cricket relentlessly as cross is in, and this one just back of a length, and an attempted drive by Plymouth, and again a bit uppishly out to cover, and there is no run. So the room for manoeuvre, for that tweaking, for that refining, for that reflection perhaps is rather diminished from previous years.
Yeah.
And you're right, if you're Nat Siva-Brunt, there is a lot of cricket to be played, isn't there?
Absolutely there is. Although I like to think that Nat Siva-Brunt's pretty comfortable with her own game these days. No more tweaking. Always improving, of course. This cross in towards us and in towards Plymouth, and that again is played uppishly. For a minute it hung in the air and he thought about a return catch, but it was slightly wide of cross, so another dot ball. This is good bowling from the England seamer.
Yeah, there's some players don't have a huge amount to do now, but I think for the younger players and developing your game and trying to impress and keeping that form up, it's a really tough game, and you've got to learn really quickly while staying fit. I mean, it's a really tough job, international sport.
One slip in place. Here comes cross and the back of the leg turned into the onside by Plymouth. Mid wicket is there like a flash, and there is no run. 8 for no wicket, and this is something that someone like Lauren Bell, 23 years of age, tall seamer, has been playing county cricket, all the regional representative stuff as well. Now a sort of a mainstay of the England squad, certainly in the white ball format. She didn't bowl particularly well in the first game, and it's like, right, let's get back on it. You're going to be rested perhaps for this one, because she's looking at playing, I'd imagine, most of the T20 series with a view forwards then to the World Cup. But there's no real chance as cross is in, final ball of the over, and this is wide of off stump, left alone by Plymouth, and New Zealand 8 for no wicket.
And that was a maiden.
And a lovely maiden at that. Well bowled, certainly coming back into the fold after that injury. But it does mean that if you're not on top of your game and you know exactly what you're doing in the middle of a series like this, where do you go from there? And I think that's, someone so young, kind of feel for her. No doubt, I'm sure she'll be brilliant in the rest of the matches in the series. But it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it is. And look, she made an interesting decision, didn't she, around the WPL. Her and Heather Knight played in the New Zealand series rather than taking part. And it's a smart move for a young bowler like her.
Filer over the wicket and played into the onside by Bates, no run.
Because there was a danger she might have been on the bench, I guess, in the WPL, in the Women's Premier League in India, versus you play for your country, you get the time to like really lead the bowling, step up. And I think you've got to make those decisions, be around the captain, spend more time with the coach John Lewis. So yeah, she did good.
Filer away from us from the Diglis end. Bates onto her back foot, plays it underneath her, and there is no run. Of course, these aren't issues or challenges that are exclusive to the women's game. You could argue the men have been having to contend with this arguably since 2008-9, when the IPL really came into existence. But the tricky thing is, this is the first time that the women are having to contend with this. Before, it was a case of there's not enough cricket for us to play or to earn a living from, and now it's almost this plethora of cricket, which is wonderful in so many senses. As Filer away from us again, a streaky looking shot there from Bates into the offside, covers onto it, and again no run, 8 without loss.
21 balls gone today, just 3 scoring strokes.
Oh, there we go, lots of dots racking him up. That's what I'd be saying in the slips now if I was Heaven Arts.
Or would you be giving
join
it some
the
chat?
dots up, bit of Morse code
chat.
see that
is that your heavy line? Is it a bit Morse code?
Morse code, yeah, we went with that.
Dot. I did like a bit of a chat actually. Never stopped in it.
I did hear someone say more dots than a ladybird.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, I'd steal that one, I would, Phil. Filer into Bates, and that's another dot. So onto the back foot. It's just a shame that some of us have more chat and less substance, but
one of my favourite games ever. I'm going to stitch up my mate here, but Caroline Atkins. Do you remember Caroline?
Oh
Atkins?
yes.
I was playing Surrey Sussex. Sarah Taylor behind the stumps.
She was a sort of mainstay of the Sussex team for I'd say a decade almost, or probably more. And England, of course, batter.
Obviously, yeah.
There's Filer away from us. Into Bates, driving back to bowler, no run.
So I remember she was chirping away. So Sarah Taylor, Caroline Atkins, and bearing in mind we're good mates, but she's chirping away. So I snicked it to her. She drops it. So I'm like, mate, all that chat, you can't even hold it. So it turns into a war.
So you've got Surrey here, Ebony representing Surrey. You got Caroline Atkins and Sarah Taylor. Yeah. It's quite a good contest, that one is. I mean, in chat more than anything else, as Filer is in and forward defending his Bates, stick inside edge. And square legs onto it, so another dot, and that'll be another maiden, so consecutive maidens there for England. A really good start from their bowlers, very different in style actually to that first ODI where New Zealand got off to a bit of a flyer. 27 I think they were without loss in the first 3 overs, so 8 without loss, 3 overs gone, and Ebony's
just
going to round that
before I go, I was just saying there's no point giving all that chat if you're not going to catch it, if you get what I mean. Like, you can't be loud and then
what happened next, Ebony?
She dropped it again. Sorry Shaggy, I hope you're listening. It was so funny. One of my best moments. Gotta go.
Oh dear, I was hoping for a glorious Ebony Ray from Brent wicket there, but alas, you can't have everything. New Zealand 8 without loss. Ebony's going to depart, and Frankie Mackay is going to come and join us as Kate Cross is into her stride and forward. Nice looking drive there from Georgia Plimmer, but it's straight back at the bowler, and that's another dot to rack 'em up there. All the chat. Frankie, we were talking a minute ago about the best bit of chat from behind the stumps, a bit of light sledging perhaps when you got dots racking 'em up. Do you have any good lines in your career?
I've definitely heard a few. I'm not sure there's too many that are suitable for on air. That's me just trying to filter.
11:15 on a Sunday morning. We'll leave it at that. There's many a line that can be had as Cross is in. This has turned into the onside, and there was a chance there for a few runs, but it's gone on the bounce straight to square leg, and that'll be another dot. Georgia Plimmer is there on 3, Susie Bates on 4, and New Zealand just 8 on the board, but no wickets down.
It is a positive. we will take that. I honestly think possibly the worst I actually had was on my debut for Canterbury domestic match.
Cross is into Plimmer, and this is aerial, and it's been caught. Cover is there, took it low, it just hung in the air, and you kind of felt that was coming. Plimmer feeling as though she had to throw her hands at something. And she has at a wide one outside off. It was back of her length. It was rising on her. She didn't get all of it. There's a nice ring of fielders in the offside, and England have their first wicket. New Zealand 8 for 1.
Well, I think you did that. Just discussing how New Zealand had done well to still be none down. I mean, scoring quickly, but no wickets lost, and then straight away Georgia Plimmer goes and a loose shot, errant shot. She's someone who likes to be scoring quickly, likes to get on with the job, and had struggled through to 3 off the 13 deliveries in the 14th. That is where the error came.
And could we say perhaps that's reflective of a career that's only just really started opening? I mean, it's only opened for a few matches, Plimmer. She's got 16 ODIs behind her, but only a few that she's done in the opening slot. And there was pressure, and she felt it. And someone like Bates, I think, is somebody who could probably manage it a little bit more. With her 160 odd ODIs behind her, and you could almost see that pressure building on her shoulders, and she threw her hands at something she shouldn't have.
Absolutely, and that's one of those things when you get up to the top of the order that life is a little bit different. And a new ball at each end does a little bit more, gets off the straight. You often have catches in position, and not the same gaps, not the same fielders out on the boundary where you can just see space to be able to drop and run and hit the ball through the field to get your singles and get underway. So it's always a different proposition going from the middle to opening. It is a different skill set, and it's something that Georgia Plimmer is going to have to work really hard on, especially on surfaces that do just offer a little bit with the new ball.
Cross into Amelia Kerr, who is the new batter, and immediately she's forward and defending, and there is no run. She's going to have to play a slightly different game to her natural one. Amelia Kerr made 10 from 21 balls in the previous ODI, and it was a tricky time at the crease for her. You could see her wanting to open up. Of course, she's very well known for scoring very quickly in very many runs. But this is a role with more responsibility.
Yeah, and it's her favourite position to be batting number 3. She enjoys that responsibility.
Kerr facing cross, and this one's turned into the onside on the bounce to square leg. Another dot ball, but seeing it out. New Zealand 8 for 1.
And something that's really good about Amelia Kerr, she's very organised in her technique, so organised in the way she looks to score her runs, organised in her defence, which is really useful against the new ball, but she's also has a busyness about her. She's not just going to allow bowlers to run in and bowl to her. She's very proactive about how she goes about things. So your ideal number 3.
Kerr waits on cross as this one rises into her thigh pad, tries to turn it away, doesn't manage it. No runs, and New Zealand 8 for 1. Phil.
So we've gone maiden, wicket maiden.
She's getting better and better, really, as far as the England bowlers are concerned.
So Kate Cross today a wide, then she went for 4. Since then she's bowled dots and that 1 wicket in that over.
Yeah, it's a funny old game. You start the match off with a wide. You think, oh, got to get into my rhythm, but from there it's just been up and up and up as far as England are concerned. A few words from Frankie Young, and I'm going to make way for Kevin Howells.
Yeah, it was just a very un-Kate Cross-like. A couple of looseners to get her spell started, the wide, and then a long half volley, which was jumped on by Susie Bates, hit down the ground, but since then she has been back to her metronomic best.
Next over is begun and driven to mid-off, a misfield, bit of a fumble there, which will allow them to go through for 1. That's Eva Brunt, uncharacteristically fumbling the ball at mid-on, which allows New Zealand to go to 9 for 1. Lovely buzz of an atmosphere around the ground, isn't there, today? Here at the Visit Worcestershire New Road ground. New Road, of course, being its traditional name, but with a tie-in. We used to call it the tourist board. That's probably a very old-fashioned term nowadays, but the group charged with bringing people into the county, come and see its delights, which of course, right across the river from where we are now, you can see one of them, the magnificent Worcester Cathedral. So, second ball of this over, guided down, another single this time to third. And applause, is that just applause because it's off the mark? I'd like to think it's respectful. Good,
A nice smattering of applause throughout the ground.
The place I was staying at overnight, which was not too far away from here, just by the motorway, the M5, they had a lot of people there last night on the way to the ground today, which was great to see. Byler it is, bowling from the New Road end, in the air. Oh, this could be trouble. One for Amy Jones to try and run and gather, and she does. Oh my, that's Bates gone for only 5. Oh dear for New Zealand. 10 for 2. Midway through the 6th over. Looked to go big. Well, it went high. It went very high. And she had to get herself in position to Amy Jones. But once she'd got there, that was always going to be safely into the gloves. Well, just looking at that again, she didn't really know too much about it, did she? And Jones gratefully takes the catch. So, New Zealand again with early problems at 10 for 2.
Yeah, it seems that Filer has got Susie Bates' number so far this series. Just another misjudgment of length once again. I think not quite as short as Susie Bates thought it was, trying to get back onto the back foot and into the pull shot. It was only thigh high, so got herself halfway through the shot and almost stopping on it, trying to find that element of control, just led to the big top edge, and it was well held by Amy Jones. Had to turn and run back over her left shoulder. Got 2 hands to it and comfortably taken in the end, but once again just the pressure telling here from England.
Yeah, Susie Bates' poor run of form in England continues. Last 10 innings in ODIs over here in England, now got a top score of 28 overall in her career, an average of under 22 for someone who averages in 40s across her whole career.
There's a couple actually who have some struggles in England and against England. Amelia Kerr is the same. Her average I think is close to half in this part of the world from her career average.
So if you divide to face her first delivery of the day, it's going to come from Lauren Filo's once again right arm over in and bowls and worked away, but to no gap. You can hear the call, very firm and loud. The New Zealand captain. No run there. There's a slip. Got down at third as well. Square on the offside. And the covers, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Square leg and down at fine leg as well, as you might expect. Very conventional field setting early on in this ODI, as once again Philo is in and bowls 4, looking to cut the ball. You know, so easy, can get a nick on that, so easy. Oh, look, there was a little bit of width, but I mean, from a New Zealand point of view, I mean, this is not just from a New Zealand perspective here, but just generally in white ball cricket, attack. But 5.5 overs, 10 for 2, you're not going to be a little bit more circumspect?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a mix to it. I think Sophie Devine is someone who likes to take the game on, likes to be aggressive, and that's how she puts some pressure back on a bowling lineup.
Filer to Devine. No chance to be anything but solid in defence there. Goes back into a crease and pushes the ball out to Filer. Smiles all round, and why not? 10 for 2. Susie Bates out for only 5 off 15. So, just a little bit of a word about the venue we're at today. Sadly, we haven't got any sunshine. It is dry, okay? And believe me, there is part of me that thinks that we have normalised dry as being the best weather we have. It was actually delightful, wasn't it, up the other day at Chester Street, part of a 3 or 4 day period, 5 or 6 days of nice sunshine to go with it as well. But it's dry, okay, everybody? We take that as being the best. And a good crowd in. Good crowd is a sellout for what they can get in to this ground. Kerr is on 1, start of the next over, and it's cross. All this worked away to the onside, away to our right hand side, what's called the Graham Hick Pavilion, after the former England and Worcestershire batter, of course. No members of the public sitting there because the entire building has been given over to the players and staff there. The dining area as well as changing room area and everything, so that is where the members normally would sit in there. That would normally be rammed, absolutely packed in there. Cross in the bowls in defensive LBW appeal and given. Well, she's immediately going to go and have a word with her captain. From where we are at our angle, it's not at all easy to see.
New Zealand review.
Now I thought I heard bat on that, and clear bat, but the umpire was very quick equally in raising the finger.
And Amelia Kerr wasn't instant in, was she? So that was a strange one.
Yeah, you'd like to think if Amelia Kerr knows she's hit it, then you're just going upstairs, teeing it up straight away.
This is Anna Harris, who's the third umpire, the TV umpire. Take a look at this one, Frankie Mackay. Oh.
Okay, the bat's coming across the ball there. So I have some
Indeed.
ultra edge, please.
No, she needs. Yeah, exactly. She needs to take a look at that. Does it get in at that point? Yes, it does. Do you know?
Okay, there's a spike. As the ball is
There's a lot at my age that's gone, Phil, but I think my hearing might still be.
Absolutely.
Still hanging in there, boy.
Yeah,
I'm still hanging in there.
Superb call.
She's got a nick on that. So the umpire and the decision is overruled, and Kerr lives to fight another day.
I'm not even sure Amelia Kerr knew that she hit that one. I think she might have had that little worry of maybe it didn't feel quite right, but I'm confident she wasn't 100% sure.
Cross in again. Played onto the onside for no run, so it remains 10 for 2. Look, we're at an angle. Where are we? We're down here at third, aren't we, at the moment? And there was just something about it. I mean, so that wasn't the worst call in the world. It wasn't the worst decision by an umpire in the world. But there was just something about the entire shape of it all just didn't look right. And as I say, I just thought I heard something that sounded like a bit of wood on it, but that could have come second. Oh, yeah, look, Kate Cross, we're just seeing on the monitors now, she had an inkling that there was a little bit of wood on that. So, next ball comes down and finds a space. Nice space actually out through extra cover to push at it. Use of the feet there, that could be an answer to today. That's going to be 2 runs. Good running, though, from England to chase that down. Oh, I love this responsive crowd. Every little bit of something they're getting right behind, which is terrific engagement, isn't it, with the game. 12 for 2.
Yeah, it's great to see, and I like this from Amelia Kerr as well. As I think it's something when you've seen her play a lot, is she is very proactive. She's not one that'll just allow bowlers to run in and bowl to her. She will move about the crease to try and create scoring. scoring shots, scoring areas, and that's an indication of it. Had been trapped on the crease to a length ball a couple of deliveries before, and then prepared to use her feet to get down.
Crossing again to her, and that's again finds exactly the same gap. Again, it's going to be Charlie Dean. Won't have to run so hard and fast this time to get to it. Well, maybe as hard as fast, but not so far. But still round 2. 14 for 2.
And you'll see a lot of that from this pair if they bat together for any length of time, as they've spent a lot of time together playing for Wellington in New Zealand in the domestic competitions, spent a lot of time near the top of the order, and they are absolute whippets between the wickets. They love to get up and down, and that's just another way to try and put some pressure on bowling side, the fielding side, is to run well.
Cross bowls and more defensive than anything onto the onside. If I did an exit, end of the over, 7 overs, 14 for 2. Divine faced 3 balls, she had to get off the mark. Nearly occur on 5 from 10. Cross 1 for 9 from 4 overs. If I did exercises, as I should do, local before I start, that's not a bad one to try out. Can we run through it again? Whippets between the wickets.
That's it.
In Wellington.
In Wellington.
Yeah. Just throw all the W's in there. I'm not sure I could do it again, to be fair, so don't make me, but it came out good the first time.
I'm going to practice again, because at the moment, I fear to say I'm doing it quite slowly.
Go on.
Whippets between the wickets in Wellington. Well, that wasn't bad.
That
wasn't bad.
I like it. There's something to that.
Frankie, would Wellington women play at Basin Reserve?
Yes, that is their home ground. They would like to call it the home of cricket in New Zealand, and those in Christchurch would say they are incorrect.
Surely you'll give it to us people that quite like all grounds, and we're quite fond of it, the big roundabout thing and all that sort of stuff. To say it's quite a nice venue, a good venue.
It is. It's a fabulous venue. It's always windy, which is the one thing that detracts from it. But yeah, it is a fabulous cricket ground, and there is so much history there as well. So it is a really, really special place to play. And tell you what, Wellington get fabulous crowds, excellent crowds. So it is always packed.
Filer to Divine, goes back deep into the crease, turned onto the onside. Feel they're close in there. Is that Tommy Beaumont on the helmet? There it is, yeah. The thing that I loved about it, and this is obviously not on full playing day, but on non-playing days, is that the members of the public, because it is around, they walk around the outside, and for me, it's a bit like this ground here. It's part of the place, it's part of Wellington, for everybody. That's what I like about that ground. It's actually as much to do with the way it looks on non-match days as on match days. Filer, balls fall, and that's a good delivery, but it's also been played very well, maybe just slightly over pitch, but it's driven. So again, good response for Divine, coming off the mark. So she's on to 1 and 15 for 2 in the 8th over. I mean, it could be that this ground is packed with New Zealand supporters, but I'm just thinking there's cricket supporters. That's what they are, and that's brilliant stuff.
Yeah, I haven't seen any New Zealand flags waving yet, or any All Blacks jerseys in the crowd, so I might have to say that it is just a passionate cricket-loving crowd has come in.
A knowledgeable crowd, as they say. 2 balls into the 8th over, again goes back deep to a crease curve for no run.
My favourite memory of Wellington is being there as a punter, and amongst the list of things you couldn't take into the ground, the usual sort of thing, at the bottom of the list, no sofas. Because that used to be a bit of a thing, didn't it?
Yeah, that is very New Zealand, is that you would take your couch along to a sporting event, very much, especially Dunedin, a university town.
Filer in, bowls, and that's worked away onside. They'll go through for 1. Filer's ended up on the ground, but I think she's going to be okay. That's 1 more to the total. I actually wanted to stop play just for a few minutes here now at 16 for 2 in the 8th over. Say that again.
Yeah, so it was definitely a thing a little while ago. You don't see it so much now, but yeah, especially in the university towns, you'd get a group of you that'd all carry your couch down from your student flat. Especially Carisbrook was the home of rugby down in the south, down in Dunedin.
Letter to Divine, bowls now a little shorter. It's up-ish, and that's why you got the U's and R's down towards 3rd. Oh, and a fumble right in the deep. That's Alex Capsey, who hasn't got hold of that, and it's gone to the boundary sponge. That's going to be 4 runs. Shouldn't have been, but it is. 4 runs, New Zealand 17 for 2.
Yeah, a little bit of luck, a little bit of extra there for New Zealand captain. And that's what you get. Fast hands, flashes at the ball outside off stump, and it is a little bit of a horror misfield, unfortunately, for Alice Capsey down at deep 3rd.
How big were these couches?
Proper 2-3-seaters.
1 ball left of the 8th over. Back to the cricket. Driven. I like the sound of that, but it's just been driven to mid-off, and it completes that over. 8 overs gone. 20 for 2. Devine on 5. Kerr on 6. And Fowler has bowled 4 overs again, keeping it so tight. Just 1 for 11, which is what we should be talking about. But I'm fixated now on sofas.
Yeah.
You take them and put them at the top of the grass bank when it's where the grounds had a grass bank normally.
No, I can see how it would be quite nice once you've got it there.
At the top. Yeah.
And is this still a thing?
No, not so much
well,
now.
No, it's been banned.
You're not allowed to bring them in, and a little bit of that fun side of it's been taken away. But yeah, for a while that was the way to do it, and especially down in Dunedin, they really got into it. And couch burning was also a thing.
I think that's what got the ban, wasn't it?
Yeah. So you'd take your couch along, you'd sit there, and Spates is the drink of choice, and so the students would be on the Spates, which is locally brewed, would be on the couch, and then invariably Otago, the Dunedin home side, would lose, and that would lead to couch burning.
I probably really shouldn't say this, but I love it.
Yeah, it's
Cross. Balls now from the Diglis end, that's the far end of the ground, and pushed back up to mid-off, or close in rather, on the offside there. Do you know, I thought there's somebody that loves going to New Zealand to watch cricket. That's past me. But when did they put a stop to it, Phil? Because I can't remember.
I remember in sort of 20 years ago or so, it was there as a thing. No sofa. So it obviously was still a thing because they didn't need to take one in.
Cross bowls now to Kern, defended onto the onside this time for.
But as Frankie says, I don't think it was taking in the sofa that was a problem. It was how it was kind of disposed of.
Which it should have been, really, to be honest. I mean, God.
What better way to go and watch a sporting event?
No,
though?
I agree.
You think of either you've got your little deck chair, which no one wants to sit in that for a whole day's cricket.
Well, at my age, you can't get out. That's the problem. You can sit in it. It's the getting out. Next ball, cross. Balls again from the far end. And no comes the shout. Quite firm into the offside. Well, there's every day's a school day, and for me, I find that every hour is almost a school hour.
Yeah, well, I bet you didn't come to the ground today thinking, what are we going to talk about today? Burning couches, top of the list.
Well, I don't. When I come to the ground, I'm just not thinking.
Yeah, that's a nice way to go about it too, isn't it?
Apart from getting there, and what trouble will there be in getting the car in, all that. So that's what I'm thinking about generally, and there wasn't any. It was terrific. Defended again into the offside. Solid defence. Amelia Kerr, she remains on 6. But you see, this is I've come from relatively close to here, county nearby Shropshire, so this has always been one of my favourites to come and watch and enjoy the cricket at this. So I was thinking about how much I'm looking forward to the day here today.
Well, it is a gorgeous ground.
Yeah, one ground. Yeah. Where would you say does it compare with any in New Zealand? Maybe not. I mean, it's relatively small. It's pushed up to mid-off, and there will be no run. It doesn't really remind me of anywhere in New Zealand as such, this one, of the main ground. But of size?
No, we don't quite have the same impressive cathedral close by overlooking the ground. No,
I guess not.
But when you look at the view, you can see why the county are loathed to leave here, can't you?
Well, yes. 1 ball left of the 9th over, and uppish but safe towards square leg, and there'll be no run.
That sounded more like a no.
20 for 2 after 9 overs. It's more of a pragmatic approach to it, really. Devine on 5, Amelia Kerr on 6. Got 1 more over, and then I'll do a swap. It's the fact that all the information from the Environment Agency and people such as that are that it is bad, and it is getting worse, and it's going to carry on getting bad. So we've had 8 floods here, Frankie, 8 floods on this ground during this winter time. They couldn't start the season when they wanted to back in April time, and it's a major problem. Filer in and bowls and defended by Devine. But the message very much is at the moment that they are open for business, by the way, here at this ground. And coming up, a couple of concerts, Friday and Saturday. They were very quick to point out that Elton John is here on Friday, but it's not the real one. I said, no, blow me down. It's a tribute act. That's Friday. Still be very good, I'm sure. Filer in, goes back, does Divine, and again, not the sharpest of fielding. Need to be. I mean, that probably there was going to be a single there anyway, but it just needs to sharpen up a little bit. England on that. 2 balls into the 10th over. They moved to 21 for 2. Divine for 6. And then I was very impressed, although I did have to tell them the truth. They thought that the 90s and noughties night of music on Saturday would be right up my street. I had to put more of an 80s kid myself, but the 70s. I mean, I'm still open to all that sort of stuff, Phil. Some of the modern stuff, it's still
take that as a compliment.
Yeah, thank you. Filer in and angled down by Kerr to 3rd. And it's Capsey this time. Solid. Picking that one up and return throw. 22 for 2. All this, I have to say, all this clapping is sort of, it worries me, Phil, and I'm going to have to look to you for a little bit of help on this. When they clap, I'm looking to you as if to say, have I missed something there?
I keep looking at the score. What is it? And that was just for
that was for the throw. That was the throw. Quite right. Divine on 6. Next ball, and that beats the fielder. That's probably got out for the better will of Alice Capsey. Oh no! Does she get to it? Not quite. Oh, she threw herself in the deep there. I thought she was going to redeem herself there, but I mean, in fairness, how she got to it, I don't know. She had a lot of ground to cover, but it's going to be 4 runs. 4 runs, and this is better from New Zealand. They move to 26 for 2.
They used the pace well. That's Sophie Divine. Short and a little bit of width outside the off stump. Just coming through at waist height. Able to lay that off through the backward point region.
Turns again, this partner from the New Road end. It's the commentary box end, but they're playing well to our left-hand side. Goes back deep. There's Divine. Solid in defence once again, so runner ball 10. 26 for 2, 1 ball left of the 10th over, so we're near the end of the power play. I say that's the Douglas end, the far end. It's now the Basil D'Oliveira end, I think it's probably the name they give to it, of course, for one of the legendary cricketing figure who was here for many years, and his family still, and his grandson now captain of Worcestershire. As we see Divine on 10 facing, I tell you what, bounces into the chest. Nicely fielded actually from Kate Cross, because whilst hopefully looking after her teeth, nice smile, bounces, keeps plenty behind it, so therefore doesn't get past it. 26 for 2 after 10 overs. Divine on 10, Kerr on 7. So, a power play which 2 wickets have been lost. We know that actually the first 10 the other day went quite well, but what's your assessment from your point of view, Frankie, and then Isabel will come in and join you?
Well, it started well once again. Susie Bates 4 down the ground to get her scoring started. But from there, really, it's been all England. They have used the conditions well. There's been a little bit of nibble and a little bit of shape with the new ball, and both Kate Cross and Lauren Filer, they have been economic. They've been able to take wickets, and they've looked to put New Zealand under some real pressure. So for me, it's been all Team England this first 10.
Yeah, all this chat about floods and sofas. Kate Cross has sneaked in 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9.
Cross is continuing to bowl, and this will turn into the onside. A good-looking shot there, in fact, from Kerr. Just split between the mid-wicket fielders and mid-on, and there's a chase down to the boundary. There were 3 players on it. I think it's been kept in. We might have another look at that, but either way, they've come back for 3, so a good-looking shot there from the New Zealander. They moved to 29 for 2. I thought that had reached the boundary, but as we see Alice Capsey just rubbing her head. I'm not quite sure whether she bumped into something in her follow-through, having gone over. She went over the boundary rope, certainly. Whether the ball did is another question, but she's just rubbing her head. And actually, in fact, Maya Bouchier is calling for a bit of assistance, and I think the England physio is going to have to go quite a long way to the other side of the field, because all of the England bench and all the ancillary staff, I guess, are where you look at a sort of backward point area down at the boundary there, and poor old Alice Capsey has run over into the boundary at the cow corner end, so they're having to run, well, they're getting their steps in, I think that's fair to say. She's holding her head, she's not looking particularly happy. It doesn't look outwardly too serious, but certainly requiring a bit of assistance at the moment. So a little bit of a pause in proceedings. New Zealand are 29 for 2. We're into the 11th over. Ashley Giles, the Worcestershire CEO, just in front of us here. We talked to him earlier about the challenges and opportunities for Worcestershire Cricket Club in the years to come. But at the moment, ouch. Anyway, Anyway, Frankie, you were going to tell us about where New Zealand are after 10 overs, after the power play, and where we think they'll go.
Hopefully only upwards from here. That's what I'd like to say. I think it's been a very measured start, and I think England once again have been really good with ball in hand and have put New Zealand under some real pressure. So both Suzie Bates and Georgia Plimmer weren't able to get away to that flyer, and Georgia Plimmer in particular, she is someone who likes to play her shots, who likes to be scoring very freely, likes to free the arms up, and so they were very tight to her early, couldn't get underway, then goes at one that's not quite there, spoons a comfortable catch into the covers, and then Suzie Bates just seems cannot quite get the measure of Lauren Filer. Just seems that picking length accurately has been a real challenge. It was getting the stumps disturbed, got herself into a real tangle the first game of the series, and then this time it was going for the pull shot to a ball that was kind of thigh high, maybe waist high at best, and again an ungainly looking shot. So 29 for 2, they find themselves in a little spot of bother, but both Melly Kerr and Sophie Devine have started well. They've looked very organised in their techniques. They've run the ball well to the third region to pick up their singles, and a little boundary gifted as well for Sophie Devine. But it's been a start. It's been an interesting start, but I have to say it is advantage England so far.
Here's a little stat for the pair of you. I know you all like this. That's our first 3 of this series.
Oh, how glorious. We do like a good 3 at a nice traditional county ground, as is New Road. And good news for listeners, good news for England fans. Alice Capsey's back on, and Kate Cross is bowling. And this is guided nicely backward a point by Sophie Devine, just for the single, because Tammy Beaumont is down at the third boundary. But Alice Capsey, yes, having massaged her head and got a bit of physio treatment, is back in the field, and all seems to be well with the world. New Zealand 30 for 2. And I'm delighted to say that beside me we have Catherine Siver Brunt.
Hello.
Good morning. Hello. You always do that when I'm on.
I do, I love it.
Cross is in, and this is pushing Kerr into her crease. There is no run. How are you?
I'm good. The hello isn't a posh thing.
You say that.
No, I promise I do it with everyone.
All right.
I do it with the northerners and the commoners and myself. Don't you worry.
And how are you faring?
Yeah, not bad, thank you. Just pottering around the country, following Natalie, watching some cricket, liking some sunshine and now some cloud. I have been getting very, very hot.
Have you?
So it's nice to have a mild day.
Cross is into Kerr, and she's cutting only so far as Danny Wyatt at point, and it's a dot ball. Not quite to end the over, halfway through. We had that commotion there with Alice Capsey, which has rather put me off kilter there. But New Zealand 30 for 2. We're into the 11th over. And I saw you out in the outfield having a word with a couple of the bowlers as they were warming up. So very much in the mix still. Parting your words of wisdom as Cross, one of those bowlers, is in, and forward. Pushing the ball into the onside is Kerr, and there is no run.
Yeah, I can't help myself. I find myself going to look at the wicket and then also dropping in on the bowlers and just sort of like, I don't know, it's that coachy, mentory bit inside me that just wants to help, you know. I just mainly just stand there and then have a little, see if they want to join in on a bit of chat, and they always do, so it's nice.
Cross, final ball of this over into Kerr, just pulling this into the onside. That'll be 4. In between square leg and that fine leg fielder, one bounce into the hoarding, and that's a good way to end the over for New Zealand. They move to 34 for 2, and after 11 overs, that is. So New Zealand starting to get going, but good bowling to start things from England.
She's been sweating on that short ball, hasn't she? She had any opportunity to score a boundary, but we've been very disciplined thus far. Really good areas, using the most of this wicket with the new ball. Obviously it's a new ball from both ends, so the ability to keep the ball moving and bouncing for longer, so that's nice. And it's nice to see the Kiwis freezing on the bench. Many towels on display.
Yes, I saw the camera pan to them. They didn't look particularly happy. I mean, it was an absolute scorcher of a day up in Durham only a few days ago, but cloudy, overcast skies at the moment at New Road, and we're going to see a change of bowling because Sophie Eccleston is being brought into the attack. You said that you had a spy of the pitch earlier.
Yeah, we got a bit of a hybrid going on today. It looked quite tufty like the other day, so I think the other day was a little bit longer, so the ball would it came out slower of the pitch, because they like to leave a green top on for it to skid off the grass and come on quicker, but that's never the case.
Well, England winning the toss and putting New Zealand into bat as Eccleston is in, left arm around the wicket and purposefully driven back by Sophie Devine, straight to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, so there's some last wicket in Durham was slightly slower. This is a little bit more true, but I think the England bowlers have bowled very well on it this so far.
Eccleston into Devine, forward defending, pushed into the covers, fielders there, no run.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a used pitch also in Durham, so hence a little bit slower and a bit more spin. So I think this will be nicer for the two teams. So but Eccleston, you can't keep her out of the game, can you?
Heather Knight in slip, and Devine is onto her back foot, trying to cut it into the offside. There is no run.
We mentioned Susie Bates's poor form in England in ODIs. Amelia Kerr, she missed the last tour for personal reasons. Today's now her highest score against England in England.
Really? And she's on 14, so that probably tells you as much as you need to know. As Eccleston around the wicket and down the track comes Devine, pushing it back at the bowler, no run.
And she also has a highest ODI score of 232 not out, so that also tells you a bit more.
Nah, you can't count that game.
Oh, go away.
I tell her that all the time, because
Ireland are a very good
they
team.
were very depleted. They were missing like their top 5, and it was on a...
Eccleston floating it up towards Devine, and then appeal for LBW. A bit of pad first before bat, and it'll be interesting to see whether they go for the review.
I'm interested too. Are you interested?
I feel as though it was outside the line there, but
if they had one more review, they would have gone.
Heather Knight, little wry smile, a grimace. She's decided against it. Eccleston has got her hands on her hip. She's not looking particularly happy. She thought that merited a review, certainly, but she's in the bowl again, around the wicket, and this is forward, driving, no run.
We'll keep our eye on the balcony. As a bowler, as a bowler, you look, what's she doing? She just had a little look there. She'll be keen to see the outcome of this, and then she'll stew on it for a while.
Ooh,
I think the bat could be a bit further behind the pad there. It's how far back is the pad.
It'll be interesting to see if they do sort of show replay later.
Oh my days, that's out.
So pad first, bat second. England declined the review. It was given not out, and I'm sure that our TV cameras will do a bit of a Hawkeye and a line there. But England may have just missed out on a wicket. New Zealand are 34 for 2. 12 overs gone, and Sophie Eccleston's bowling rather nicely, Phil.
Oh, that was a maiden, so 12 overs gone. 5 of them have been maiden so far today.
Wicket maiden, Phil.
Well, it wasn't though, was it?
I'll put a little asterisk.
It wasn't though, was it?
What the umpire says stands. Nat Siver-Brunt is into the attack and immediately pushing Amelia Kerr onto her back foot.
I'm getting the ex-player vibes when, as a player, that makes you feel sick. She'll know now. She'll definitely know by now whether that was out or not, and it's definitely not outside the line, that's for sure.
Well, Sophie Eccleston is an expressive player, certainly is. Siver-Brunt is in full, driven only so far as mid-off, and we've just seen the replay confirming that was the
middle
wicket.
stump halfway up.
It was extremely out, and I'm a bit disappointed there, 'cause the decision for me is Sophie's, it's no one else's.
I wonder if there's a bit of context there in terms of the...
How many she's got wrong?
Now. Siver-Brunt is in, and this is cut only so far as wide at backward point, and there is no run because Amelia Kerr had been given out a few overs ago, and then it was New Zealand that went and referred that, and it was very clear that there was bat first before pad, and perhaps having seen that and having thought they got their wicket, Heather Knight certainly felt that didn't merit a review, and yes, Eccleston certainly knows. As Siver-Brunt is in, turning into the onside, and Amy Jones scuttling out from behind the stumps, and there is no run.
This is the thing for me though with that is that from that decision with Amelia, there's no damage. Had they lost a review through that, there's damage. That puts the doubt in your mind. But when you've got the review back, for me that wouldn't have taken out my choice if that had been me bowling.
Siver-Brunt in, and Amelia Kerr is pushed onto the back foot, no run, 34 for 2. England had a chance to review a not out decision. LBW was the appeal, and they thought that they had pad first before bat. Replays showed that was so, and poor old Sophie Eccleston remains wicketless.
If it was Sophie Devine though, you're looking. I think you're lucky.
Siva Brunt into Amelia Kerr, and this is cut nicely into the offside, but cover has fielded really beautifully. And she just can't get it through that inner circle. It means that another over gone, 13 overs. New Zealand 34 for 2, and a nice looking start there from Siva Brunt.
Another maiden.
Yeah, there's always a cricket for me when you play a team where you have to take a punt. There's just somebody, and especially this early on, because as you know, when we've played cricket before, there's just certain players that you get an opportunity and then they'll punish you. And there could only be one person punish you today, and it's likely one of these two. So that could be something they come to regret. I mean, yeah, for me it was too important, especially with all your referrals in hand. I think the one part of the doubt is that the Amelia Kerr thing, but the other part for me is that Sophie does get a lot of challenges wrong. If you look, I don't know what the stat is, Phil, but there are a lot missing leg, so that could be into
Eccleston, left arm round the wicket, and a flourishing drive there from Bates down the ground. Extra cover is out. Well, it is mid off or long off, but it's quite a wide one here. A very particular field for Susie Bates.
She's quite into out with her shot. She's very hockey-esque.
Backlift, yes. 35 for 2. Sophie Eccleston, left arm around the wicket. Kerr in two minds there, just turns it into the onside. Maya Bouchier at mid wicket, no run.
It does feel like there's a gear being changed just based on how she struck that drive. There's quite a lot of power and intent into it. I don't think she wants to sit there and poke around at someone like Sophie.
Long off has been brought into the ring for Kerr, who's just whipping it off her front foot into the onside. There's no square leg up inside the circle, so it's a short fine that's had to come into field. 36 for 2. At least that scoreboard is starting to tick over from a New Zealand perspective. Learning, I guess, the hard way how to bat out 50 overs. It's Eccleston floating this one up, tempting Sophie Devine, who's forward, driving down to that long off fielder. Ambles through for a single, 37 for 2.
Yeah, she's looking comfortable, and I do like this first slip actually. We often get that position wrong, but she's very tight in there, in a good position. Not sure there's much turn in it for Sophie, but I'm sure there'll be more as it goes on.
Eccleston into Kerr, and nicely cut into the offside, gives herself room, cover point on the boundary, hurls it back at the keeper. Another run, and this certainly, I mean, this has been the most active over really as far as New Zealand are concerned.
Another little look at that, and there's no turn there for Sophie. I think she'd have to bowl that another foot outside off stump to get anything from it and to lure Sophie into that kind of shot.
Final ball, dart-like delivery, and again Devine this time rocking onto her back, but they're going to push for 2 as Tammy Beaumont out at the cover point boundary, having to make a lot of ground, sliding to her left at backward of point, picks up the ball cleanly, hurls it back in. 2 more to the total, and after 14 overs, New Zealand find themselves 40 for 2.
Yeah, just looking through that over actually. Last game, Sophie didn't have to vary her pace much because the pitch very much did the work for her. As long as she put it on a good line, good length, the pitch very much did the work for Sophie. Today, she's just varied her pace. The difference between that one and the ball before was about 8 miles an hour, which is quite a big difference.
Well, it was a glorious spinning wicket, wasn't it? We saw 4 wickets to Charlie Dean, Sarah Glenn even was in on it, and 2 to Sophie Eccleston as Nat Siva Brunt is in.
And for sure,
forward, no run.
Some Amy Jones stunners, because there was
one of those caught behind was so good.
The edge, or what do you call it, deviation off the bat, off the edge was big. It was a great take.
I think that was the Eccleston Sophie Devine wicket, where at first you looked at it and you went, oh, it's a little feather and a good caught behind. And you look at the replay and it moved so much. Yeah. Siva Brunt is in, and slightly uppishly Amelia Kerr drives forward to mid-off, no run. The replay is there. I mean, just the angle at which it went, and such good hand-eye coordination, and the reaction time from Amy Jones was superb. And England actually really have been blessed, if I think about the last decade or so,
and the rest,
absolutely cracking wicket keepers. Siva Brunt is in.
We certainly churn out the best in the world, in my opinion.
Kerr pushed onto her back foot, no run to mid-wicket. So for years, of course, Sarah Taylor was behind the stumps and had that position locked down. And Amy Jones really
she just couldn't get in.
She couldn't get in for the her early 20s, and you're thinking, goodness, this woman is getting into a prime of her career.
Yeah.
Now and again, she'd sneak in as an out-and-out batter.
Yeah.
As Siva Brunt is in, and this is down the leg side and helped along its way by Kerr out to the fine leg boundary. Just the single because Beaumont is there patrolling it. 41 for 2.
She made a debut. Sarah set out a tour. Amy made her debut, scored 45 not out, and got us in a winning position in a certain game where we were having a nightmare, and she didn't get picked again for like 6 years.
Yeah.
She was like, what did I do wrong? And it was just that Sarah Taylor was that good.
Siva Brunt in, and this is an expansive drive.
Dear.
A misfield at cover point by Danny Wyatt, and that is a rare sight indeed. Normally so capable, so quick there. It's gone through her. She's humbled to her right, but really it was a regulation stopper. It should have been. And 4 more to the total. A welcome boundary to New Zealand. They moved to 45 for 2 and 1 ball left for the 15th over. Phil.
Yeah, welcome boundary. It's only their 5th 4 of the day. 2 of them have been down to what can only be described as howlers, really.
Yes, Wyatt
I would agree.
Just falling to her right and didn't take it cleanly. Final ball then of this 15th over, turned into the onside. Maya Bouchier there at mid-wicket has an underarm shy at the stumps, but batter is firmly in her crease, so it ends in a dot ball after a bit of commotion. 45 for 2, 15 overs gone. I think we might stop for drinks. Certainly thinking back to Wednesday and that scorcher of a day up in Durham, not so required as much today, but it is a pleasant day at least to watch some cricket, and I'm going to make way after a few words from Catherine Siva Brunt. Kevin Howe's going to join proceedings.
Well, from what I'm seeing a good batting surface. I think if there's not going to be a big score on the board, it's going to be through lack of execution or making some really bad decisions. So I think stops like that in the field are going to be really key, because building pressure is going to be difficult. I think rotating strike looks very easy. The ball's not spinning, it's not deviating off the seam, especially now the balls are slightly older each. It could be the fact that these two have now got themselves in. We missed that opportunity with Sophie, and we could be made to pay, but you never know. There's always a bad decision somewhere, isn't there? Hello.
Yeah, there is. I've not met before. Hello, my name's Kevin. I'm aware of your work. We share Yorkshire as a common denominator, but I'm on a blow-in. Up in Skipton, up in North Yorkshire. You're a native of those parts. You're still from there?
I only know Skipton through the fact that I got a mortgage once through Skipton Building Society.
Oh, see, I could have come from Coventry. Anyway, let's not go brag. Anyway, let's not go down those.
No, I'm not.
Nice to see you. And it gives me just briefly.
Yeah.
Because I should have done this a bit earlier. This break here for drinks, just to say, of course, that the men's squad for the first 2 tests of the 3 that was announced an hour or so ago. It's Ben Stokes, James Anderson will be his last test, of course, Jimmy. For the first test only, open bracket, close bracket, it says here. Gus Atkinson, Shoaib Bashir, who, of course, plays for Somerset, was actually on loan to Worcestershire and was taken for 38 runs in an over only a few days ago. Harry Brook, Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Dan Lawrence, who was the batter as part of that 38 runs the other day here. Dylan Pennington, formerly of this parish, Worcestershire, now Nottinghamshire, and a Shropshire lad. That's where I come from, Shropshire. We only had 1 player represent England from Shropshire previously, so Dylan Pennington makes it.
Who's that?
Andy Lloyd, way before your time. Anyway, many congratulations, Dylan Pennington. Ollie Pope, Matthew Potts, Joe Root, Jamie Smith, one of the headline stories, and Chris Wokes. Wokes only just back from injury.
Yes, love Chris Wokes. Any big names in there we should be shocked about? I don't think I heard Ollie Robinson.
Are you shocked?
About Ollie? Or?
Oh, you can be shocked if you want to be shocked.
No, I mean,
he went for
43
the other day. Well, I don't think I'll have any bearing on it. No. Well, no, the shock ones, well, I don't know if they're shocks as such, but the standout, Dylan Pennington.
Is Crawley in there?
Crawley's in there, yeah. He's in there.
I'm just trying to think if there's anybody I didn't hear from the usual. because there's a couple of new names in there, obviously, and sometimes that means
there are some
the usual
people who think
miss out.
that maybe Ollie Robinson, the other one up at Durham as the wicketkeeper, maybe should have got a nod ahead of who they've gone for, seemingly Jamie Smith. There's no Bairstow in there, you see. That's for some. That's a bit of a shock. But Ben Fox, of course, misses out. So that's what you're after. That's your shock.
That's my shock.
Yeah,
I knew there was someone.
These are things that are so widely talked about.
Did they release anything on that yet? As to why?
Well,
bit of a break or?
No, I don't think there's been anything officially said. I think they're just looking. Well, they're seemingly already looking ahead to Australia next year. Anyway, Eccleston in and bowls and turned away onto the onside. Munich on 17. Anyway, enough of this, because I think you'll be part of a discussion in the interval. So don't give away all your gems. And if you're gonna get angry or frustrated, just hold it back, okay? Just push back up to the bowler. No runs to New Zealand here. 45 for 2 in the 16th over.
Looks like she's just taking a little bit of pace off at the minute. Maybe you're trying to entice something.
And around the wicket, turned away onto the onside. They'll go through for 1. Ooh, exactly. That is it.
Bit of energy from Maya Boucher there. Yeah. Lovely. Things you love to see.
It was a real dive. I'm trying to think what sort of a. It's like almost like a dive of a swimmer.
Side swipe.
Yeah.
You're going that fast, you just fall over every time.
Divine facing on 19 round the wicket.
Back. Shot.
And that is a shot behind square on the offside, and there's nobody out there in the deep. That's going to be 4 runs. This is better from New Zealand. Much better. It needed to be, of course, from the first showing. But it also brings up the 50.
Yeah,
50 for 2.
The key to that was how fast she was onto it. Sophie Devine loves anything off the back foot with the spinners. She's got this shot where she pulls into the stand on the leg side, anything short that's running down, but that was very much short and wide.
50 for 2 in the 16th over. LBW appeal, big shouts, but I have to be honest, I think the bowler sort of made a noise, then decided not to, and then because everybody else did, she carried on making a big noise.
Right.
Gone DRS. What do you reckon on this? They're not going to call for it.
No, but do you know what? If it's out again, she's going to be sick, because this is the exact same scenario as last over, pad bat. But I think that this one was a bit more touch and go.
We have no way we can tell from our angle.
We'll let you know though.
Mind you, it doesn't stop fielders out here making that feeling. No, that's a good stop. Fine piece of fielding. Well, unless it passed her in the end, but I thought she'd done well just to dive, get across.
No, don't give her credit for that.
No, she fumbled it in the end.
-1.
Well, again, I'm probably, the end of the over, by the way, at 51 for 2, I'm probably more impressed by the fact she dived. There was an inside edge there, wasn't there? Clear inside edge.
It was near to the pad, but definitely... oh, wait there. No, it's pad bat again. Oh, no.
Here we go.
Was it?
Tracking.
So actually, guys, I think this is out.
Was it pad first?
Yeah.
It's out. Oh, it's over.
It's over the top, anyway.
I'm not wearing that height either.
Oh, don't you start questioning the technology. We've had enough of that with the Euros or the football. Never mind the cricket. We don't need any more of that.
DRS, VAR, just make their mind up. What they're doing.
It's gameplay, humans.
Cause violence.
Pushed up to the onside, and there'll be no runs. We're in the 17th over, 51 for 2. Divine on 24, Kerr on 18. So you two are both convinced that was definitely pad first.
Yeah, according to this, as you can see, the spike happens just before it hits the bat, so it's definitely brushing the outside of the pad first.
No.
And I don't think that's going over. It was the same scenario as last over, and yet it was hitting the middle. Can't make its mind up.
That's okay. Don't get me into trouble today, okay? I don't need any trouble today.
I'm fine with getting in trouble.
Yeah, fine. You get into trouble. Just
Send them my way.
Don't drag me into it. That one was a dot ball into the offside, and there'll be no run. 17th over. We are in. And this is Silverbrunt in bowling, turned away to the leg side towards square leg. And that's Tammy Beaumont doing the fielding there, no run.
I was going to ask Catherine a question, a bit of intel from has Nat got 10 overs in her now?
I don't think she's quite on to 10 in the day. If she bowls any more than 7, I'm going to be having a word. So, my thoughts, she was on 5 last time. 7,
This is her third, and this one has been cut square, and that beats the 2 fielders. That's going to be 4 runs, square offside, through cover point. And a boundary there takes New Zealand to 55 for 2 in the 17th over.
In fact, she can have a blow now. She's looking a bit tired.
This is the 3rd over, she said.
Yeah, she'll be spewing with that. That was a filthy short and wide ball that just had to be put away, and she put everything into that. That went to the boundary fast.
2 fielders there, one just behind square, one just in front, but found the gap perfectly, really, in between the pair of them.
There's not much...
Next ball into Devine, worked away square on the onside this time. Tammy Beaumont gets round quickly with the right arm throw, no run.
There's not much forgiveness in this wicket. This is a good wicket. You've got to be on it. Your lines and lengths have got to be on. Nat's been able to build quite some really good pressure here, but she's required her fielders. Danny obviously let her down last over, but as you can see, there's not much room for error there.
Next ball has to wait a little while for that one before eventually can use the wrist to turn a bit for no run onto the onside, and that is the over completed. 17 overs gone. New Zealand 55 for 2. Silver Brunt no wicket for 9 from 3 overs. So despite the boundary, I'm quite happy with only seeing 9 runs by 3 overs if I'm out there bowling.
There are, to answer your question, Phil, there are 10 overs spare today, obviously, because we don't have Sarah Glenn in the team, because they opted for the extra batter. But I did see Alice Capsey warming up quite a lot, and she does love to bowl, so I imagine there'll be a bit of a share there between herself and Nat, and unless Nat goes on a run where she's got 2-3 for and she's going well, it's not, from what I'm seeing, it's not that kind of pitch, to be honest, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Alice have a ball.
Around the wicket, driven to mid-on, no run by Kerr. Just need to point out, by the way, whilst we've been through the men's squad for the test matches, also men's and women's domestic cricket being played today. You've got championship cricket, but also today the return of the Rachel Hale-Flint Trophy as well. The Charlotte Edwards Cup having been completed last weekend. That one's pulled away on the onside for a single. So the score moves up to 56 for 2 in the 18th over. We will from time to time go through those scores, but there are so many of those matches. It will be impossible for us to update regularly, but I need to point out, of course, if you do want to follow other cricket other than this, you can do so on the BBC Cricket Sport website and the app, and there's every ball of every game from the men's county championship as well, which you can follow as well. Meantime, back here at New Road. Oh, lovely Anna Stumping comes forward to that one, Devine, and she's gone for 28. Sharp work, as you come to expect. We probably shouldn't do. That's great work from Jones again, and also from Eccleston. It's 3 wickets down. New Zealand 56 for 3 in the 18th over.
That was a lovely bit of bowling. We're only getting a side-on view right now, but I'd love to see if there was a little bit of turn there. I think Sophie, to her detriment, came out a bit too early. Sophie saw it, dragged it a little bit wider, a bit quicker, and put it on a good length according to how far she came out. So that was a top-notch bit of bowling from Sophie Eccleston there to get arguably their best batter in the best form right now. So we lose Devine, but we are greeted with Maddie Green.
Yeah, well, they were just starting to take a bit of a more of a firm look maybe about the New Zealand there, so not a great time to lose the wicket, because what they do need, no matter if they do say things and believe it, no doubt, that last week at Chester Street won't define them as a team, it shouldn't do and all that, but there'll just be those little voices every time they have a little bit of a wobble. Will it happen again? 56 for 3 in the 18th over. Phil, you've got things you need to share away. Very
quickly. Sophie Devine 28 from 34. As you say, they were putting that innings back together, that partnership worth 46.
She's one of those batters, right, where she absolutely has to be and stay aggressive, because that's her way and she can't play any other way, and I agree. It's just when you're up and challenging yourself against the number 1 bowler in the world.
Next delivery, and Maddie Green is the new batter and defended back up to the bowler.
Then there has to be a sort of limit to your aggression, and I think she's obviously sick that has turned. I did say actually earlier, if Sophie offers this up a bit wider,
comes around the wicket again and smothers this one into the leg side,
then that would be the only way she'd generate some turn, and as we just saw, she had to bowl that 4/5 stump and it did turn past the outside edge, so that was a really clever bit of bowling from Sophie. This is the beauty of playing so much T20 cricket. But Sophie expected it not to turn again and hence came down.
1 ball left to this over. Once again it's defended to see that one out, having lost the wicket.
Yeah. So I would still love. I can't fault Divine there because that's the first ball that's turned, and she is very aggressive. And I do want to see. I mean, to beat England on this wicket, from what we're seeing, they do need plus 200 at 250. So I don't blame her for wanting to try and get her team to that score, but the only thing I would question is Sophie Eccleston the one to do that against? I think I would literally choose everyone but her. So okay. I think that could, that might be something that she takes to the next game.
But as a player at this level, do you not always, because you're always playing the best, aren't you? Do you always? Let's give a score. 56 for 3 after 18 overs. Green, you had to get off the mark. Kerr's on 19. Siva Brunt going to continue a fourth over here. Come back to that in just a second. That's Siva Brunt in bowls, goes back. This Kerr here. You're always. It's not an ego thing. Sometimes it can be an ego thing, but you're no matter how good they are, you're going to back yourself. Because if you don't back yourself, why are you there? Is that
that's 100% true, and all of them have. That's a sort of thing in the mind that they have to get past every game. But every single game, no matter who you play, there's always one, isn't there? There's always the star of the show.
Next ball driven straight back past the bowler. It's gone straight. Actually, that could go to the boundary if they're not careful. In between two fielders, they're just going to pull it back in and go through for 2. Well, that ball was that sort of, you've seen it from time to time. As fielders, you're thinking, that's got the better of us. Oh, it's slowing up a bit. We kept every time they keep going.
The problem, Nat could have probably stopped this no, she couldn't.
Oh, no.
So that was a beautiful on drive from Amelia Kerr, by the way. But the problem was she couldn't dive on the Metro Bank. It's like a carpet on a. It's just a horrible, horrible thing to dive on. It screams injury.
Okay, fair enough. The next ball angled down here.
And she literally
fired a 1 run.
She literally waited for the ball to run all the way on the carpet onto the next bit of grass and then stopped it. And she did have a little laugh about it, but I don't blame her. I've seen the knee go on those ones about 6 out of 10 times.
Here, because it's relatively short, the straight boundaries, especially that matting, if you like, which is advertising one of the main sponsors, is very close to the boundary as well, isn't it? Perhaps on the larger ground you'd have a bit more land to work with, so to speak. Siva Brunt in, defended by Green, who still get off the mark. 59 for 3.
Yeah, the only shame about this is they've brought in somebody arguably slower than Amelia. Amelia's 22 or 45 at the minute, and obviously Divine creates that changing of strike. She's always on the ones, always boundary hunting, and Green is very much the opposite of that.
She's facing now Siva Brunt bowls, and we're seeing already 3 or 4 shots back that up, solid forward.
She's almost
defended.
through with the 4 defence before the ball's there, isn't it? That's the mindset right now. But I think Amelia will just go about her business, and she will never be disrupted in terms of how she goes about it. It's a bit like Tammy Beaumont. They have their way of building their innings. That's it. Cannot be disturbed.
Another name you need to think about for that discussion, that heated debate in the interval, is Jack Leach, of course, who doesn't get included. Shoaib Bashir gets included. Leach wasn't the one they sent out on loan. Bashir was the one they sent out on loan. Somerset worked away fine, runs very fine as well. What's the no-B signal? That come off the bat? No, leg by. 60 for 3 after 19 overs. Green still therefore it's on naught. Amelia Kerr on 22. Siva Brunt's bowled 4 overs, gone for 12 runs.
Tidy, going at 3s, nice.
Yeah.
Would have been 2s. Danny Wyatt didn't let that ball through, but we'll not talk about that. I never forget.
That worries me that you never forget. Even
I do, honestly. I hang on every ball like it's life and death, and thank God I'm not playing anymore, because it really used to stress me out.
Is life easier?
So much easier. Although I could do with exercising more.
Oh, don't.
I'm nearly 40 now, guys.
Gosh, that's so.
I'll pass you on to another unathletic person.
Oh, that's harsh. Eccleston round the wicket in and pushed for no run into the offside at the start of the 20th over. Can she get away with that?
No, she cannot get away with that. Catherine Brunt.
Unbelievable. You do a lot of exercise.
Exactly.
Round the wicket in bowls and driven to Boucher doing the fielding at shortish mid-wicket, no run. So 60 for 3 in the 20th over. Well, I'm now thinking about all the exercise you do, but I'm not going to do that.
I actually did some yesterday. I did a little weight session.
Defended into the offside. I think really I should be saying to you, we're now in the 20th over. It's 60 for 3.
Yeah.
What do you make of it also?
Well, look, I just thought that there was going to be a partnership there building between Sophie Devine and Amelia Kerr, and it felt actually like they're going to set themselves up for a decent platform, but the challenge for them is just that bowlers just keep coming at them, and so it's just tempered the flow. They do have batting to come. Halliday still hasn't come in yet. Maddie Green's due a score. They're taking their time here, and England are just chipping away.
Green facing, and Eccleston as ever. I say as ever, no matter what situation you're in the game, whatever, you just think with Eccleston there could be a wicket virtually every ball. She has that old body language, that fierce competitive nature that, I mean, often the figures do read like they do at the moment, 1 for 13 in the 5th over, but even when they're not quite as economical and looking so good, the threat, there's always a threat. This one's square on the offside, no run.
Yeah, she just never leaves that off stump, really. I think that's the problem, is you don't have room. You'd have to do something, either use your feet or try and open up your hands, and then you're in danger. That was the beauty of a stumping to Devine as well, she was just trying to find a way to just nudge her off her line.
Next ball bowled. Goes back. They can't get it away. Nice and tight. They say it's very difficult here to get this ball away. And not only that, in the blink of an eye, the over is completed. 60 for 3, 20 overs of the 50 gone. Green is still there on naught. She's faced 12 balls yet to get off the mark. Kerr is on 22 at the moment. Yeah, I mean, look, there'll be England supporters that don't care. As long as England win, and then maybe they don't care how long it takes. Just want to see better from New Zealand. Just want to see. And I think we are seeing better today, but of course there is still a lot of work to be done. I'm going to move aside. Yes, I've got time to do so, because Phil has got one of his stunning stats. He's going to read out, our statistician. Yeah, and then Isabel will come.
That stumping off Sophie Eccleston means it's 12 successive ODI innings that she's taken 1 wicket or more. So you say she takes wickets. She takes wickets every time she bowls, just about. So yeah, 12 successive innings for Sophie Eccleston in an England shirt in ODIs, and she's taken a wicket.
She just keeps coming at you.
Very rare that I've seen a match where he hasn't. As Cross is in and uppishly played forward by Kerr, only so far as mid-off, and there is no run. Kerr is 22 from 45. New Zealand find themselves 60 for 3. Maddie Green at the other end, having faced 12 deliveries and yet to get off the mark. Tricky prospect for England bowlers these days, especially Cross at the other end, coming down towards us, right arm over the wicket, forward, defending, no run. Slightly more spread out field. There's a fine leg down on the boundary. Also third is happily hovering around the boundary rope. Tightish ring on the cover side. Backward a point is Danny Wyatt. Squarish cover. Sophie Eccleston is at mid-off. Heather Knight having a chat with Cross. She's pretty straight there, tight in that extra cover where she enjoys fielding so much. My Boucher opposite her. Actually, Heather Knight at extra cover is really tight, just on the second strip by the actual pitch, so looking for that return catch as Cross right arm over the wicket, pushing Kerr onto her back foot, who in turn pushes it into the covers, and there is no run.
She bowls these long spells early up front, doesn't she?
Gets into a rhythm.
Yeah, and then I guess because she's not really used in the depth, so you can afford to just bring her back, and she did 6 up front, and then we'll maybe complete.
Well, you know what the other theory is, of course.
Go on.
Once you reach 30, once you start, you don't want to stop. Crosses in, and Kerr goes forward. There's a quick run between the wickets, a shy at the non-striker's end by Sophie Eccleston at extra cover. And if she'd hit, I think there would have been a bit of a gap between wicket and crease, between bat and crease even. She only had 1 stump to aim at, certainly perpendicular to the wicket. But that was a tight single, a risky single from New Zealand. That.
Yeah, very risky. They got in a little bit of a muddle, really. There was a bit of poor communication between the two. I think it's just the pressure. You can feel desperate to get off the mark, but got away with it.
Cross towards us, right arm over. Maddie Green defending. That's 13 balls she's faced for no run.
It's really painful to watch this though, because
oh, ouch.
No, but I just mean in the sense of you see Maddie Green be able to strike a good ball. What they're here, isn't it? Is it just even that ability to rotate the strike, just open up the face, and it's it's difficult when you know that she's someone who can let her hands go.
Final ball of this crossover, and the familiar sight of Maddie Green leaning forward, defending the ball, and there is no run. Crosses figures 1 for 18, 21 overs gone. New Zealand 61 for 3. Yes, it's a frustration, isn't it? Because you know what some of these batters, the likes of Kerr, Green, Devine, already out, so explosive and such exciting players, they're almost being cocooned at the moment.
Yeah, and I think they've gone from one to the other, haven't they? In the last game, I think they were trying to be really aggressive and, just put their foot down. And then this time,
slate, let's see what we can do.
It's just finding that tone. But the challenge for them as well is because they've got the spinners now going to be really charging in. Charlie Dean again does not leave that off stump. She's going to be honing in, and so they're going to have to find a way to not take risks, but just take the game to England rather than sort of hunker down and then you look up and the scoreboard hasn't moved. How good was Charlie Dean? What were her figures? 4 for something in that last game, Phil?
Charlie Dean took 4 for 38 from her 9 overs with 1 maiden up at Chesterley Street.
Yeah, really impressive.
Yeah, so the England off spinner is being brought on at the Diglis end. She's just arranging her field. We've got Nat Sciver-Brunt down at the mid-wicket boundary, and then backward square leg on the boundary as well as she's in. Right arm over, floating, full delivery, driven into the offside, and perhaps the batter would have felt she could have done a bit more with that because it raced along the ground only so far as Tammy Beaumont at cover point. So a dot ball to start, I think slightly over pitched from the spinner.
That's an excellent bit of fielding there.
It really was. Beaumont very quick on it as this one back of a length and carved backward of point, in fact backward of short third as well, and it's running down towards a boundary. Bit of a slope, but it's been caught up with before it reaches the boundary edge. They'll come back for 2, and the score moves to 61 for 3. So Charlie Dean just trying to find her length this time. Not as much in this pitch for the spinners as there was at Durham.
No. That was that last one, which Amelia Kerr played nicely, but it actually stayed a bit low. And I was just thinking, if you can get one of those on the stumps, get that line of length right, and then it does you.
So we did have backward a square on the boundary, but she's been put into a sort of fuller fine leg on the boundary, as this one's driven only so far as Eccleston at mid on, and there is no run. So your boundary riders are on the onside only. I think it is, only on the onside, and it's it's in between a sort of fine leg, very backward square leg out on the boundary rope, and then a mid wicket as Dean pushing Kerr onto her back foot, plays it into the offside, so she's bowling quite a wide line at the moment, looking for that swipe across the line perhaps, as you've got a very tight infield on the offside. Backward of point, cover, extra cover of Heather Knight as Dean is in. There's a scoop shot over the left shoulder of Amelia Kerr, over the wicketkeeper as well, but it didn't have enough legs on it to go all the way down to the boundary. Picked up by that backward of square on the boundary rope, and they'll come back for 2, but the crowd applauding this innovation from New Zealand. 65 for 3.
It's noticeable that Dean is giving it a little bit more flight than usual. I don't know if she's looking for it to turn a bit more, or she wants the New Zealanders to come at it, but noticeable.
Final ball of this Dean over, and this is carved into the offside. Cover point is onto it like a whippet, and there is no run. 65 for 3, 22 overs gone.
14 dot balls for Green and still on 0. There's going to be a stat in here somewhere, isn't there, if this keeps chipping away?
It's amazing, isn't it, how quickly attitudes and approaches can change, because I think you're right. In that Durham match, it felt like, right, even though New Zealand have on paper a much weaker team than England, they're going through a period of change, it's the start of a new series, it's a new dawn, anything can happen, blank slate, let's really go proactively, positively at it. And that approach kind of clattered down before them pretty quickly. In fact, 33.3 overs, I think it survived. So that was the sum total of New Zealand's innings, or number of overs that they faced, as Siva Brunt is in towards us. Right arm over, and again Kerr even Green forward defending, no run.
It's even interesting just with her backlift. So she's someone that normally weighs it up quite high and it stays high. She's just pretty much, as soon as the bowler's coming in, it's coming down. There's no intent to score.
Oh, she's got a lot of experience behind her. 31-year-old has played 70 ODIs, averages 26. She knows what she's doing. As Cross bears down upon her, turned into the onside, no run, Phil.
Oh, we mentioned about this New Zealand team being a team in transition. And, I was just looking at the last time these two sides met here at Worcester 3 years ago, 2021. 8 of the England 11 are the same, and 6 of the New Zealand 11 are the same. Would have been 7, but Hannah Rowe was left out today.
Who was in that? Oh, Satterthwaite. She was a player, wasn't she? Amy Satterthwaite. A lot of runs she scored.
Cross into Kerr, turns it into the onside, thinks about the single, starts off, is turned away, rightly so, by Kerr, the non-striker's end, and that will be 17 balls that she's now faced without scoring.
Yeah, those 5 New Zealand players who aren't playing today: Satterthwaite, as you mentioned, Katie Martin, Hannah Rowe, Lee Kasparek and Leah Tahuhu, who joins the party for the T20s.
Can you get us some Amy Satterthwaite stats? Because she was a gun, like a solid deliverer.
Cross into Green, thick outside edge, and that'll be the first runs that Green has on the board as it trickles down to the boundary edge at third. Filer does the fielding. She's there a bit wider, so managed a single. And Green moves to 1. New Zealand 66.
Yeah, Amy Satterthwaite's claim to fame in terms of women's ODIs, 400s in 4 successive innings.
That was it, yeah. She was
retired last year, I think. Is that right? Yes. So partner of Leah Tahuhu, who is coming to join the New Zealand tour once the T20 start, because I think they're expecting the birth of a second baby. As Cross is in, turned into the onside, and Amy Jones behind the stumps comes out to field, and there is no run. 66 for 3, yes. Oh, it's a wide. I thought that came off something, but evidently I think it came off Amy's gloves. That's my brain just slowly ticking over and realising what has happened for us. But we're commentating from quite a weird angle. So Lauren Filer, who's out down at the boundary rope at third, is basically our position as Cross is in, and this is full, and this is also straight, turned into the onside. Tammy Beaumont out at square leg boundary, flies in, ball is hurtled in for a single, and that means that after 23 overs, New Zealand find themselves 3 down and 69 on the board, although we're not quite there. There's another ball.
Because of the wide. Oh dear. Sunday morning, yeah.
I'll get there. It's not even Sunday morning, we've ticked into the afternoon as well. No excuses, really. Final ball then of this crossover. Right arm over the wicket, full. Turned into the onside by Green only so far as the mid-wicket fielder, and that is the end of the over. 23 overs gone. New Zealand 68 for 3. Ebony.
I don't think we celebrated the single for Green enough.
We did celebrate it.
Do you think we gave it enough energy?
Okay, well, I didn't go for the big ones.
Yeah.
And it's a single down from Maddie Green, a thick outside edge. It was runs.
It was runs.
Sorry, it was a run.
Run rate here 3.6. Unless I'm being crazy, they've only had 2 fielders out the whole time, but they are allowed more, isn't it? It's just the nature of the game is that they can be so aggressive, really, with the field at this stage. It's very rare you see that in
almost as a
in 50 over
if
cricket.
I think about my career as an off spinner, by default I would have that cover. Well, not even if you were going aggressive, I'd have 3 out and I'd have cover point certainly out on the boundary to provide that cover there, but they've gone everybody in on the offside and just that backward of square and then mid wicket out on the boundary on the onside. So Charlie Dean off the back of a 4-for and bowling brilliantly at Durham. Fair play to her. She said, I want to squeeze, and Heaven Knight has said, let's go. Here she is, right arm over, floaty delivery, and Kerr turns it to Maya Boucher standing at mid-wicket, no run, 68 for 3.
I mean, what are they looking at as a score at the moment? I mean, 150?
Dean to Kerr, dancing down the track, tries to steer it past Boucher again, doesn't manage it. She picks it up on the bounce, no run.
Yeah, run rate at the moment pushing 3, not even 3, 2.91. Yeah, 150 would be.
Jones close up behind the stumps, and this is a flatter delivery. Boucher having to move a few yards to her right at straight mid-wicket, but again gets to it early, and there is no run. 68 for 3, Phil.
5 and over from here is just over 200.
They've got work to do. That's a lot of work.
Dean into Kerr, thinks about it, turns it into the onside, and that'll be a run as square leg comes in from the boundary. 69 for 3. Yes, they're going to have to work at it, certainly. I think. And that's it. They seem to be caught between those two minds of that positivity they had in that first ODI. They got off to a very racing start before the wickets started to really clatter, and they still kept up the run rate. It was more just wickets were falling at such regular intervals, and now they've got that platform a little bit more. You've got an in batter in Kerr as Dean plays it to Maddie Green, who's trying to turn it around the corner, and she does. She helps it along as well. I think there's a bit of bat on that, unless the umpire's about to signal a leg by, which he might well do. It was very fine. No, it's a wide. So it wasn't very fine because it had turned into the leg side. Amy Jones behind the stumps couldn't get to it, and it made its way towards the boundary edge down the leg side, called a wide. So 3 more to the total, 72 for 3. There's a slip in place now. Knight there, standing to the left-hand side of Amy Jones, and this is swept down to the boundary, but the fine leg fielder is onto it. So just the single to the total, 73 for 3.
They seem to be a little bit more comfortable with the spinners now. They're just starting to find a way to tick things over. Amelia Kerr is doing really the lion's share of the work, but Maddie Green is she's looking like she's showing more intent. Slight field change now, with mid-on going back.
Dean into Kerr, dancing down the track on one leg and pushed it out to long off, who was pushed back just for that final ball of the over. But it means that Kerr retained the strike after that single, and New Zealand moved to 74 for 3 after 24 overs.
I'm surprised they did that. I was just thinking, wouldn't you want to keep Green on strike?
Yeah, that was a weird one. I'm not sure why they'd pushed out mid-on to long-on just for that one.
It's like they wanted to give her the single, but you'd think you'd want to pin down Maddie Green at the moment, try and keep her, under pressure as much as possible.
Hey, sometimes when we can't keep up, maybe they can't keep up either. We're all human.
We're all human. It does happen.
Yeah, so an interesting time then for New Zealand. It's the first time they've really been able to form a platform, because of course the next batter in is Brooke Halliday, who made that half century. It really was a superb knock, considering the context of the match. 51 she made before being the last wicket to fall, as crosses in, and Kerr rocks onto her back foot and carves it backward a point. They're looking for 2 here. I think they'll be restricted to the single as Filer comes in from the boundary at third. And yes, just the 1 then to the total, 75 for 3. Brooke Halliday, she was the only one to go past 30 in that last match, and it's almost unfortunate she was the last wicket to fall, because it was almost as if she deserved to be not out, having carried the side to a half respectable total of 155. So yes, they've got her in next as cross is in and down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Jones. It's going to be called wide, but she parried it and has chased after it, so there is no run. 75 for 3. So there's still, there's batting to come, there's something there, but they're going to have to keep abreast of that run rate. I guess for the first part they're thinking, right, let's keep these wickets, but now it's no, okay, you've got a few wickets in hand, but you want to put up a competitive total. Cross turns on her mark. She's in towards us and in towards Green, who punches us down into the turf and almost ricocheted back onto the stumps. You could hear that sort of gasp audibly from the crowd. No run, 76 for 3.
Yeah, good delivery there. Just saw it cut back, which is what Kate Cross can do. Yeah, look, they've got to get something meaningful. They get 150. It's just, get chased down with ease. I think they've got to at least get near that 200. And they've got to really up it to make something competitive.
Cross into Green, turns into the onside. Good diving stop there by Tammy Beaumont at square leg. Parries the ball to mid-wicket and saves the single. 76 for 3.
I'd really like to shake up this batting order, the ODI New Zealand batting lineup. I just want to do it completely differently to how they go about it.
The other thing I'd forgotten earlier, thinking about Brooke Halliday coming in, Lauren Down, of course, has been brought into the starting 11 as Cross pushes Green onto her back foot, plays it to Heather Knight at extra cover, no run. So Down, of course, made a lot of headlines before this tour. She's come back after having had a baby. She hasn't played since November 2022, and certainly another experienced player into the starting lineup. She usurped Hannah Rowe, who was playing in that first ODI, and Rowe very much an out-and-out seam bowler, so they've really sought to bolster that batting. As Cross is in, a more flourishing attempt at a drive from Green, but checks it in the end, doesn't hit it all too well into the covers. 76 for 3 score remains.
Yeah, they bolted the batting. I really think in ODIs I'd move Bates down and give someone like a Halliday or even Izzy Gaze, or one of the youngsters just a bit more freedom up top to express themselves, maybe a left-hand right-hand combination.
Cross into Green, outside off, and carves that nicely backward of point. Lauren Filer at the boundary at third, having to make a bit of ground. They come back for 2 easily enough, and the score after 25 overs, so the halfway mark, and overs at least. New Zealand a 76 for 3, and that run rate is pretty much at 3s. So a lot of ground to make up if they are going to post something of a competitive total. Now I think that the batting track isn't quite a Durham that we saw.
No.
I mean that was a good pitch. New Zealand really underfired there, but that was just because they lost wickets. The way in which Maya Bouchier and Tammy Beaumont batted on that track showed how good it was. I think it's not going to be quite a high 250, 300, but you're going to have to get over 200, I think, to be competitive here.
Yeah, completely. And I think it's the sort of ground where you need to punch those twos. The outfield's actually quite decent, so if you can get it into a gap, you can try and pick up a couple and just rotate that strike.
Dean into Kerr. Defends, pushes it into the offside, no run, 78 for 3.
Yeah, it's something you mostly just want to make sure you get on that front foot more because of the ball staying low, but you can still let your hands go through the line, drill the ball into the surface.
Dean again away from us and floated, and Kerr trying to manufacture it into a full toss, doesn't quite get there, and only manages to drive it to cover point. Dot ball. New Zealand 78 for 3. Kerr waits onto the back foot, tries to turn it into the onside, but Maya Bouchier at mid-wicket stops it. She intervenes. Kerr is 31 from 64. Maddie Green at the non-striker's end, 4 from 25. Dean from the Diglis end, and this one's a thrash into the onside. Half a sweep, half a pull. And a good bit of fielding by Natsila Brunt out at the mid-wicket boundary. It was an awkward sort of dive to her right, landing almost on the bounce of the ball. And good hands there means that New Zealand only pick up 2. Athletic fielder in the deep. New Zealand 80 for 3. Amelia Kerr moves to 33 as she waits, crouches down. Dean into her and moves her feet again, trying to thrash it this time into the offside. Heather Knight at extra cover, cuts it off, and there is no run. They're looking a little bit to try things up.
Just thinking, there's nothing more frustrating than you get a good one that you think that's going to be 4, cuts off for 2. You drill one into the offside, stop, dot ball.
So frustration building up perhaps as Kerr tries another expansive flash into the onside to end the over, but Maya Bouchier at mid-wicket prevents that happening. It's a dot ball to end it. 80 for 3, 26 overs gone, and a few words from Ebony Rainford-Brent, and Kevin Howes will join you.
Thanks, Izzy. Yeah, I think another frustration here that you can just see creeping in for Amelia Kerr is because Green is batting so slowly. I mean, I don't know what a strike rate is, but it's low. It's putting more pressure on Amelia Kerr, so she's having to now try and force it. You can see even there that the ball wasn't there for a sweep shot, it was too full, but she's still just now trying to force just to break the shackles, Kevin. So it's Maddie Green needs to catch up, give her teammate a little bit of support.
Yeah, may not be her way, but that's what she's got to do. 80 for 3 then, 26 overs gone. And taken down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. Kate Cross doing the bowling from the far end. The Diglis end, the Basildol, the Vera end, that's the stand. that end. Diglis being an area, part of Worcester, further on downriver, not very far down that area. The old River Severn, which causes the odd problem or two from time to time. Comes up from underground. It's ridiculous. The next ball worked away one side and no run. But the message is we're open for business.
Back.
And I think they put on a good show here today. A lovely atmosphere, terrific atmosphere, good crowd, fully engaged.
3,500, I think, which is especially this crowd.
I heard
tonight.
4.
Oh, did you?
I'm going 4 because
it's
bigger number.
You're swelling that number.
Well, there are a few empty seats.
Are you just plucking that, or do you think that's what you've heard? Is that...
no, full research.
Oh, research.
How simply dare you? Cross. Bowls. Can't get their way in the offside.
Wasn't sure if it was one of the lick the finger, put the hand in the air.
That's harsh coming from you.
Or did you?
That
you
really is.
So you got some insight, did you? Some intel.
Who's in charge? Who's the producer? I'm having no more working with this one. Do you hear that? Says I'm making it
He's
up.
plucking numbers out of the air here. Even Phil's nodding, going, "Yeah." I don't know where he got that from.
Well, no, I believed it, and then you claimed it was a pluck.
Cross to Green, who is on 4. And I'm going to remain on 4, so that's 4 from 28 balls now.
What speed did you think that was, Kev?
100 miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm just plucking it out the air.
I did a lot of research into that. I went to the trouble of asking. I said, I understand it's a sellout today. I said, how many is that, please? They said about 4,000.
All right. Maybe it's I don't know what your source was, but I'm going with mine. 81 for 3 midway through the 27th over, straight and firm. And that's, tell you what, if you've got shots like that, why are we talking about 29 balls for an 8? Lovely shot to the boundaries, firm and straight. There to be it, maybe, but played it well. 84 for 3 in the 27th.
4 off 28 becomes 8 off 29.
Oh, yeah, and if she hits a few more of these, this is what I think has been frustrating, Kevin, because I've watched Maddie Green play. She can hit a good ball, and that was a lovely straight, and that's again low risk. She's hit through the line.
I want to take up a bit more of your time on a discussion which it was all my fault the other day. As we see Cross, it always is, in bowls and defended back up to Cross for no run. It seems to got not much further than talking about take that and never forget.
Oh, yeah.
And you did talk a little bit more about it, but it was this idea, which I suppose also let you tell the story briefly from the start about things weren't going so well for the England team and got together, and Charles Edwards said things need to change, and you started seeing Take That song and other things. But it was more, what I wanted to expand on was that little period where you weren't getting the wins, but you felt as though you were making improvements. And this one is dabbed down here to Philo, who's doing the fielding at 3rd, and Green will move on to 9, and after 27 overs, New Zealand 86 for 3. Green on 9, English are on 33. Kate Cross has completed the 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 31. So before we talk about that, let's talk about Kate Cross. Back in the side, bit of an injury, meant she missed out the other day. Your assessment of those 10 overs from Kate Cross?
Yeah, she's done her business, came in, started with those 6 overs up front and really just probed and chipped away, which I think is what you need, and that's what you want from your senior bowler, to come in and do that. Got the wicket, sort of just, I think it was, who did she get? Forgive me. Plymmer, Georgia Plymmer, which was impressive. Just one that held up that she drilled into that cover. Yeah, doing her job as she does, I think, and obviously she bowls most of her overs up front, so she's now done her job.
Charlie Dean's going to continue. You're not going to continue. So this is lovely, beautifully struck that by Green. Well, now we're seeing more of what you were looking for earlier. Another boundary this time over long on. Ebbs, just a word on that at 90 for 3 in the 28th over before Frankie comes in, and we'll talk more about that England revamp that you were part of at one point later on. But just a word on that shot there.
Yeah, this is why we like Maddie Green, because she can hit such a good ball, and when she's got freedom or gets into this zone, it's fun to watch. So Frankie, more please.
90 for 3. Frankie Mackay, former New Zealand international, is going to come in and join. That was hit nice and firm. Good stop off her own bowling from Charlie Dean, though. That's what's going to get the applause, though. I like the shot again, the timing. It's got a good sound about it, and I myself find myself not wanting to just get ahead of things here, but how can you get ahead at 33 balls faced for the 13? But just 2 or 3 of those strokes that we've seen from Green, and the timing, the sound off the bat. 90 for 3, 2 balls into this 28th over. Next ball bowled and has to defend that. That's fine. Better ball from Dean. Hello again, Frankie. How are you seeing it? It's 90 for 3 in the 28th over.
Well, I feel a little bit more positive after the last over or so from Maddie Green. I think she's been extremely watchful early on, and it's looked a bit of a struggle, but just starting to release the shackles a little.
Next ball gone straight again. Beautiful. That's going to be 4 runs. It's the shape of the shot. It goes straight flying past the bowler. Not necessarily the longer of the boundaries, but for me that doesn't matter. It's a 4, but also it's the timing. All of a sudden the confidence she seems to be showing.
Well, she's got lovely long levers. That's the thing that has always stood out about Maddie Green, is she is such a good timer of the cricket ball down the ground, uses her height, holds the bat up nice and high, nice up the top of the handle.
2 4s already in this over, 2 balls remaining, and then she's happy to defend that one. I say happy, but doesn't get carried away. She's on 17 from 36 balls, Phil.
Yeah, Maddie Green 4 off 28, followed by 13 off 7.
94 for 3, 1 ball left to the 28th over. Many thanks, Phil Long, statistician, working with us today, and that's driven along the ground down to Eccleston, fielding at long on. So she moves up to 18, has that ticked over? Not quite, now it has, 18, that's right, that's the end of the over. Gosh, another quick over, 95 for 3 after 20 overs, and again he's got more.
9 runs off that over, the most productive over of the innings so far.
Wow.
That's what we like.
And in the context of the first game and where New Zealand are we happy with that? I mean, obviously you would like to see a lot more of it earlier, but for the fact that I know you want to see more from Green earlier, but in the context of trying to find their feet, trying to build some confidence, is that not understandable? It's not where they ideally would like to be, but more understandable or not?
Yeah, I think, and there's a little bit of a feeling out process, I think, as well, around what a good score is, what a par score is, where you find yourself needing to be. If they continue on at this current run rate, they'll get through to just 170, which is light. That's absolutely not close to being within the realm of a good score, but it's all about wickets in hand from here.
Filer's been brought back on now to replace Cross at the far end, the Diglis end, and that's driven to mid-off for no run. So interesting little section here. Kate Cross is now bowled out. Filer, it doesn't show me there. Phil, don't help me out. I need to do my own work on this, my friend. This is her 6th over.
It is.
Thank you very much.
She has 1 for 17 so far.
She does. An economy of 3.4, Phil. I think you're fine. And she's in now, bowling to Green on 18. That didn't get up as much as I think she thought he was going to, but still gets it away. Oh, they're going to come back for 2. They need to be very confident about that, and they are. For one moment I thought maybe that a little too much hesitation on the misfield out there, but they're okay. I'm look, as a spectator here right now, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from New Zealand. I don't necessarily want it to end. I know it doesn't work like that from a commentator's point of view, but I don't want to mess it up with a run out or anything like that. Green's on 20. Next ball bowled and dabbed down behind square on the offside. Again they'll have to be quick. Oh, that throw had been a little bit quicker, shall we say. That Danny Wyatt with that right arm throw, it is. I don't mind it, especially when it's successful, because that shows again more positivity, more confidence. Just need to be a bit mindful. But 98 for 3, because they know they need to get on with it. That score you just said at this rate, but if they can keep some wickets in hand here, give themselves a little bit to work with more towards the end of that 40-50 over period, there's every chance get around the 200 mark or something like that. But they're going along at 3.4 at the moment. They want more. No comes the call. Firm call from Amelia Kerr, who you tend to forget has been out there watching a few friends come and go. Her 33 not out from 68 balls. So whilst we're getting more excited and intrigued by this innings from Green, Kerr remains the glue at the moment for this innings.
Yeah, and it's coming up to an interesting stage. Historically, it's been a little bit of a blueprint for 50 over cricket for the New Zealand side, is to try and get through the first 30 overs as unscathed as possible.
Well, to Amelia Kerr, I like the way she just turns that around, flips it away for a single to square leg.
And so they know that if they can get through the first 30 and set a platform and be ideally it's only 2 or 3 down at that stage, and then it's looking at the next 20 overs of a 50 over match as being basically playing it like a T20. So thinking, if you're thinking, okay, 150, 160 is the score you think you could make in 20 overs in these kind of conditions, then that's how you apply it.
Next ball, maybe a little bit slower, pulled away through mid-wicket, scamper through for one. Green thinks of a second, thinks better of it. Brings up the 100 at the end of the 29th over. 100 for 3. Green on 21, Kerr on 34. That Green's 22 on that single. Slowly but surely it's getting closer to the number of balls faced for the runs as well. 22 off 41, Kerr's 34 off 70. Not so bothered, well, I am a little bit bothered by that from Kerr's point of view, but as I say, she's playing a really important role in this innings at the moment. And it's for Maddie Green to show us a few more of those beautiful strokes. As I say, really enjoyed watching those. 100 for 3, 29 overs gone.
And after the last game, Amelia Kerr was filthy at herself for missing out on a score on a flat wicket with such a fast outfield. Had a brief discussion, and she made multiple mentions of the fact that those are the days that you're meant to cash in. Those are the days that run scoring's easy, and you're meant to walk home with a big one after a day at cricket like that.
Charlie Dean went for a few last over, 21 runs from a 4 so far. That's worked away through mid-wicket by Green for 1, and they're always looking for that second, should it be there, but not there, just the 1. So it's 101 for 3 now. 30th over. If you are just joining us, a reminder, this is a 3-match ODI series to be followed by 5 T20s. So England emphatically after the first one are 1 up, but there are 2 more to go, and that's been drilled again straight to the fielder on the leg side. Getting down quickly, Maya Boucher. It's been very athletic in the field today. There have been quite a few impressive dives. Looking very athletic. On a couple of occasions she would have got more marks for performance than result, though, because she missed a couple, but this one's worked through square leg for a single. There were times when England weren't looking that sharp in the field, so they've sharpened up just a little bit. 102 for 3 midway through this 30th over. Green on 23, Kerr 35. And we saw a partnership build before, and that was brought to an end when Devine was out to a ball that turned from Eccleston, was stumped for 28. They're looking to build again here now. It's been slow, steady stuff, but just going through the gears a little bit more, driven to long on.
That's the benefit now for Maddie Green after taking the initiative and playing a couple of aggressive shots lofted down the ground, is now gets a long on in place. So the feeling of now she's got a single down the ground, she's also got a single option 2 square leg.
Dean to Kerr on 35. She uses the feet into the patch. She's a long way forward. Not necessarily means she's not out, but did use the feet, and makes it a little bit more difficult for the umpire to take a look at. It makes it more difficult for the captain and the players to work out whether or not to call for a review on that one. Impossible for us to tell, I think, from this distance. It was a half decent shout, but there was enough doubt certainly for the umpire not to be interested. 1 ball left to the 30th over. Dean in again, a little bit quicker, down on one knee, pulls. That's beautifully played, actually. That's going to go to the boundary. Nice placement as well. Nice swivel there from Kerr. Reasons to be encouraged here for New Zealand. Take the score to 107 for 3. Work to be done. Of course there's work to be done at 30 overs gone on the 50. But as I say, there's a definite feel here about things picking up. The runs are being picked up. Confident shots being played. Skills on show. Really like the look of that shot as well to the boundary. 107 for 3, 30 overs completed. Green on 24 from 43, Kerr 39 from 74. Frankie Mackay, former New Zealand international, part of our commentary team.
Just feels like New Zealand are just going through the gears now a little bit. There's been that feeling out process. They've had to work really hard against the new ball, lost a couple of wickets early, and it just feels now that with 2 batters who are in and set, brought up a 50-run partnership, they can go through the gears.
Next ball, sorry to interrupt, come back to it in a second. There's just going to be a run on the leg side. Carry on, Frankie.
Yeah, it just feels like there's that shift in momentum, that shift in intent, and I like to see it. It feels like they've had to graft really hard throughout the morning, and now as you get into the afternoon, it's batting looks a little bit easier. The field, you start getting a few more fielders out on the boundary, so there's more options for rotating the strike, and everything looking positive for New Zealand.
This is final bowling again to Kerr. Solid sound off the bat, but goes straight back to the bowler.
Yeah,
run.
That 50 partnership came up off 75 balls. It came with Amelia Kerr's boundary. That's just her second 4 though of the day.
108 for 3. 2 balls into this 31st over. More food being brought. I tell you, there's been no shortage of this ground for food today. And terrific stuff. Filer in and bowls. Nicely played. Away on the leg side. Leans into it. All the way along the ground. There's no danger there. It's a single though. 109 for 3. Midway through the 31st over. All sorts of drama and chaos next door when the coffee beans ran out. Hey? But Joe was very good here from Worcestershire. Just one little text message and he found more coffee beans. And all is well again. Can you imagine a press box without coffee? 109 for 3. Pulled away again and finds the gap. Brilliant. So, you know, there are fielders there on that leg side. There's 1-1 at 5, then square, and that's 2 shots from either end here now. They've just been placed perfectly to the boundary. And it's 113 for 3.
Yeah, the attempted short ball from Filer only getting up to bottom of the rib cage, and that is just easy pickings for Maddie Green. Swivels on the pull shot, the timing excellent.
29 of 45, 2 balls left this over. 113 for 3. Width offered this time, but can't get it past the fielder Charlie Dean on this occasion. That's a pretty packed offside. There are obviously gaps if you can find them, and there was enough width to maybe look for a bit of placement, but just found the fielder. 1 ball left of this over.
Yeah, a little lucky to get away with that one. Lauren Filer going to the off cutter, slower delivery with the offside, all up inside the circle, no protection out.
Filer again bowls and dab down here for Cross to do the fielding at third. You can see just these last few overs. It's 31 overs gone. 114 for 3. Those shots, it's time to move on again, but you carry on, and then Isabel be in. Those shots we saw from Green, almost like a trigger. There's a real energy from this pair out there now, isn't there? Everything they're doing, the whole body language. Green's on 30, Kerr on 40. 114 for 3, 31 overs. Maybe you'll talk about that or something else, Frankie, and then Isabel will come in.
Yeah, it feels like a complete change. For a long period it was very watchful from New Zealand, almost the feel that they were crawling along, and especially Maddie Green looking for something to get her innings underway. And it was firstly the shot down the ground from Kate Cross, prepared to loft her over the top with both mid-on and mid-off up inside the circle, and then that continued against Charlie Dean, and now it's actually put England under a little hint of pressure here with a growing partnership.
Yeah, 29 from the last 4 overs.
Can we say for the first time this series, England starting to feel the pressure? See how they react? Well, we shall see. Dean is in to Green in a big LBW call. The finger goes up, and as soon as we said pressure, Dean stepped up, and the finger went straight up straight away. There is a review from New Zealand, but from our rather peculiar spot here at long on, I think that was rather out. We're going to see a replay, but it looks as though England have got their 4th wicket. It will be that of Maddie Green. 30 she managed. Dean, off the back of her 4-wicket streak in the previous ODI, thinks that she has her trapped LBW. I guess there might be a question of lines, turning down leg. It doesn't appear as if bat is involved. We're looking at Snicko at the moment, and certainly the line is pretty clear as it goes into the pad that did not hit bat. So it's all going to be about line. We're just having a look as it goes back and forth, that little rock and roll. It is on the above the knee roll of the pad, so maybe height comes into it. Original decision was out, pitching outside off. It's in line, and it is hitting, not even umpire's call. So yes, confirmation then that England have their 4th wicket. It's that of Maddie Green. She falls for 30 from 47, and just when we thought that New Zealand were building that platform, getting that partnership between Kerr and Green, they lose a wicket to New Zealand at 114 for 4.
And it's a disappointing end for Maddie Green. A little bit similar to first game of the series, just getting stuck on the crease, front foot pointing towards cover, getting blocked off and having to play around the front pad, just looking for the single into the leg side. But she'll be frustrated if it's one of those innings where you feel like she's done all the hard work, Maddie Green. She's got through a really tough patch where everything looked difficult and looked hard, and then she just started to expand her game out, find some timing, find some momentum, and then a little error creeps in, and that's all it takes when you're up against the class of Charlie Dean.
Yeah, Maddie Green's innings 4 off 28 to begin it, and then followed by 26 off 20. So the tempo was going up until Charlie Dean struck.
It really was. Not only the tempo was going up, we had a partnership there of 58 between her and Green, and it felt like that rebuilding job had really worked. They were setting that platform. Even started talking about a bit of pressure on England, but it wasn't to last as the players now just congregate and take a bit of a drinks break that wicket has offered. And I say England are back on top, but maybe just cementing the foothold.
Yeah, it was a really good piece of bowling though from Charlie Dean. I actually thought the last 2 overs before this one, she'd got a little bit fast and quick through the air, and maybe that's because of Maddie Green looking to be a little bit more aggressive, looking to score down the ground, but she got very flat and very quick, and just this dismissal to Maddie Green took pace off once again, allowed the ball to get up above the eye line, gets the ball to drift, drop, and actually spin off the surface as well. So that's a really good off spinner's wicket, and maybe that came about from conversations with players out in the middle. She had a long chat with Heather Knight and Sophie Eccleston, and maybe that was just around the pace and the way they were looking to try and attack and bowl throughout this period. But a much needed wicket, it felt, for England, and just started to swing into New Zealand's favour ever so slightly, and then showing their class once again, the ability to pick up a wicket when it's needed and get a very dangerous now looking Maddie Green back in the sheds.
You're listening to the voice of former New Zealand international Frankie Mackay. I'm Isabel Westbury here on 5 Live Sports Extra. We've had 31 overs of this second ODI between England and New Zealand's women. England off the back of a resounding victory in that first ODI. 9-wicket win. They had 172 balls remaining. They chased down the target set by New Zealand in just 21.2 overs, and they're looking to carry on here in Worcester at New Road. At the moment, New Zealand 114 for 4 into the 32nd. England looking pretty dominant as Charlie Dean is going to bowl to the new batter. I want to say Lauren Down, but I think it might be Brooke Halliday who was the one batter to make a score of note in that first ODI. She scored 51. Only one to go beyond 30. In fact, yes, she was the last wicket to fall, 51 from 60. So all is not lost. There are 2 accomplished batters at the crease, but England's certainly on top, Frankie.
Yeah, they are, and that's come about from the ability to take wickets up top and then build some sustained pressure on New Zealand's middle order. And it's not all completely doom and gloom for New Zealand. Amelia Kerr in and set, and has looked in good touch. It looked as though she is getting closer to that finding perfect form. And now Brooke Halliday, the standout from game 1 in the middle.
Dean to Halliday into the onside, mid-wickets there, and there is no run. And not only was she the one batter of note perhaps in that first ODI, she's the one left-handed batter in this New Zealand lineup. So something that I think certainly as an off-spinner Charlie Dean will be welcoming as she is bowling around the wicket. And again, forward defending, Maya Bouchier at extra cover saves the single, 114 for 4.
And it might just keep Charlie Dean into the attack for another over or 2 as well.
Dean around the wicket, and a more expansive looking shot again into the offside. Again, Bouchier there at extra cover. No run. Score remains 114 for 4. Comes Dean once again. Figures of 1 for 28 so far, and pushing Halliday onto her back foot, turns it round the corner for her first runs of the game, as there is a vacant square leg area. Short fine having to run and collect, 115 for 4, a watchful start.
Yeah, it is, and Brooke Halliday is not known for perhaps flying out of the blocks, is a little bit of a nervy starter, and someone who definitely gets into her work as her innings goes on.
Dean into Kerr, dances down the wicket, tries to turn it beyond the fielders on the onside, but Kate Cross at mid-on intervenes, and there is no run. 116 for 4, 32 overs gone, and the wickets have been shared so far, one apiece to Cross, Filer, Eccleston and Dean. So a good run out for everyone here, which is certainly, England will welcome that, considering the volume of cricket they've got to come and trying to settle on teams in the various white ball formats. Share and share alike, because that, I guess, is perhaps the one criticism for England from that first ODI is only 3 batters really had a go at it, and the majority really, Maya Boucher and Tammy Beaumont. I mean, they steered the score to 137, so shy of under 20 runs of that New Zealand total. Heather Knight was there at the end, unbeaten on 9, but certainly England will want to see a few of their batters get some time in the middle. But Brooke Halliday is the woman in the middle at the moment, as Filer is bowling from the New Road end, and that was a rather tentative-looking prod into the onside in the end by Halliday. No run.
Yeah, poor old Danny Wyatt got one of those things a cricketer never wants, do they? A thanks for coming.
Yeah, but it wasn't her fault. It wasn't so much that she was pushed down the order; she just didn't get the opportunity. TFC, thanks for coming. It's a very good fielder though. Filer, right arm round the wicket to left-handed Halliday, and a dive from backward point has evaded her. The chase is on, but by Capsey down at long third and doesn't manage it, so that's clattered into the boundary. It almost rolled into the boundary really. It was one of those where you think it might just stop in the outfield, but it didn't. So 4 runs to the total, 4 runs to Halliday, who moves for 5, and New Zealand 119 for 4.
Yeah, that's just where you cannot bowl to Brooke Halliday. She is very quick onto the off drive. Any width, she loves to get her hands through, loves to stay leg side of the ball to enable her to feel like she's got some width. But this is a matchup she won't necessarily be relishing with the pace of Filer.
Filer around the wicket, and she ducks underneath the bounce, so that was an aggressive looking delivery. And indeed, Frankie there just talking about the pace of the young seamer. She's tall as well, a nice high release point. And if Halliday isn't relishing it, I think the crowd might.
Oh, it's always good to see, isn't it? Yeah, fast bowler with a head of steam banging the ball in. It won't be what Brooke Halliday is looking forward to. She will definitely be hoping for a little bit more front foot play.
Filer towards us, towards Halliday, who pushes the ball forward into the covers. Dot ball. Interesting seeing this change of ends for Filer. We saw her at the beginning of this innings bowling from the Diglis end. She's now taken up proceedings at the New Road end, bowling a little bit downhill, bit of an angle towards us in the commentary box, which is now down at fine leg, and this will be a wide delivery, as it is rather wide indeed. Jones tumbling to her right to stop, the arms outspread from the umpire. New Zealand now 120 for 4.
The rhythms looked pretty good from Lauren Filer, though. I think she has the ability, when she gets into that rhythm, to bowl rapid, to bowl really seriously skiddy quick.
Filer right arm round the wicket, fuller delivery, nice looking drive from Halliday, but doesn't beat extra cover. So another dot ball, a nice tight ring field in the offside. Mid off, extra cover, just backward of point, and then there's 3 fields out in the boundary. You've got long third, fine leg, and backward of square in the form of Danny Wyatt. Those are your boundary riders at the moment for England, as Filer again into Halliday, pushing it onto the back foot, turns it into the onside. Heather Knight having to make up a bit of ground from mid-wicket. She's rather straight there, she tumbles to her left, and she does just restrict it to the single. So 33 overs gone, end of the over. New Zealand 121 for 4.
they'll be happy with that. New Zealand, the way that Brooke Halliday's been able to settle into the start of her innings, 6 off 10, boundary in that early and getting through the over of pace, and is always the slight concern for Halliday when she first comes to the creases around how she plays the fast bowlers. Is generally very accomplished against the spinners, and perhaps that's why she's seen a lot of success against this English side, as she's faced predominantly spin through the middle. But if she can get through a little burst from the pace of Filer, then she'll be away and into her work.
Left-hander retains the strike, Knight at slip. Solid defensive shot, full face of the bat there, no run.
Yeah, you mentioned Brooke Halliday retaining the strike. Amelia Kerr's only faced 9 balls in the last 7 overs.
So Kerr there on 40 from 77. Being starved of the strike as Dean bowls to Halliday, who advances down the track, thinks about an expansive drive, but then shuts up shop at the last minute, and cover is onto it. Dot ball, 121 for 4. Dean in and trying to give herself some space there, Halliday, and cut it into the offside. It ricochets off Bouchier at cover. I think she sort of poked it with her foot, gave it a good scuff, and they thought about the single as a result of that, but decided against it in the end. 121 for 4. The score remains. Dean around the wicket, and this one is driven into the onside. Eccleston onto it, no run.
It's actually a really good stat about that, because Amelia Kerr will hate that. She will hate being camped down the non-striker's end. I think if she had the opportunity to go out and face every ball of 50 overs, then she'd take it. So definitely a little momentum sapper for her.
Dean to Halliday, again driving, and again no run. It's stopped by mid-off.
There might just be some itchy feet down the non-striker's end, especially if the last ball of the over, Brooke Halliday manages to pinch one once again.
Dean advances to bowl that final delivery, and once again Halliday looking to manufacture some space into the offside, and again cover is onto it. So another dot ball, and Amelia Kerr is going to face some deliveries in the next over.
Yeah, she will, because that's our 8th maiden of the day.
So 34 overs bowled, 8 of them maidens. There was a flurry of, I think it was 3 in succession at one point, and I think the final one ended in a wicket maiden, and that first wicket to fall in the 5th over. Georgia Plymouth for 3. So a clatter of wickets early on, and then there was a good partnership between Maddie Green and Amelia Kerr of 58. As Frankie Mackay departs, I'm delighted to say that Catherine Silverbrunt is next to me.
Hello again, sorry. You've got me again, apologies.
Oh, I can think of nothing better.
Oh, that's nice.
Sophie Eccleston is also going to return.
Oh, she had a spell when I was last on. It must be a thing.
They must have known.
They know.
You're here for the critique.
I'm here for
the assessment.
I'm bringing the wicket that they need.
Oh right, so England
to break this partnership. It's only a small one.
It's a small one, but it's building. Halliday, the half centurion from the last match, is there. Amelia Kerr now on 40 is around the wicket. Comes Eccleston, and this is turned into the onside by Kerr. No run.
She's having a little change of ends.
Yeah, we've seen that with Filer as well, as Eccleston around the wicket and played into the onside. Off the toes of Kerr. Square leg has some ground to make. They think about coming back for the 2. They decline it in the end. So just the single then to Kerr. Score moves to 122, and you can see that the crowd is appreciative of that fielding effort by Tammy Beaumont.
Yeah, she's a little whippet, isn't she? A little short character, but she don't fly around. I think she's earned her crust today.
She has been patrolling that boundary.
Oh,
Heather Knight's popped the lid on.
So she has, at the old leg slip.
And this is rather fun. So we've got the left-handed batter.
Very, very fine, mind.
Halliday. We've got a leg slip, Heather Knight under the lid, but also a conventional slip as Eccleston over the wicket to the left-hander, who's out defending into the offside.
I would argue that's a little bit fine, that, just because, she's not bowling like actual leg line and quick.
Eccleston to Halliday, and a missed dumping. She advanced down the track, had a thrash at it, missed it completely.
That is a rare sight, isn't it?
Jones could not take it cleanly, and it dropped beneath her feet. And that was a chance there.
Yeah, I think it just bounced slightly more than she expected.
Eccleston to Halliday, plays it into the onside, straight though, down the ground to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, we talk about, Amy's one of my best mates, and we talk about how hard it is to keep to certain people, and she says that she's the hardest person to keep to in the world.
Eccleston, left arm over the wicket, and she's bowled out. An attempted sweep across the line by Halliday. The bails have been removed, the stumps light up, and that was a tricky one for Halliday. She just couldn't hold on there. She got frustrated. She went for the big hack across the line, and her wicket has fallen. That's the 5th wicket down. New Zealand 122 for 5, and Halliday departs 6 from 20.
Yeah, that's interesting that between the two dismissals that she should have had that over Halliday. One was the extra bounce, is why she missed the ball coming down and trying to hit it over the top, and why then Amy missed the stumping. Followed by that I would say kept a little bit low and hit 3/4 of the way up off stump. So I think a little bit of inconsistent bounce. No demons. No. Not no demons at all. Any reason why you'd be worried about the batting surface, but yeah, just a slight bit of inconsistency, and that's all that it takes with someone like Sophie. I think they're wanting to. I mean, how many we're through 35 overs now, and that's generally always a signal to start, moving it on a bit, going up a gear, and so. Yeah, not wanting to get bogged down by somebody like Sophie. I'm sure there'll have been meetings where it said, look, you don't need to go crazy against her, but at the very least we need to rotate the strike against Eccleston. But it seems that's even proving quite difficult today as well.
Yeah, certainly you'd imagine some dismay in the New Zealand camp, having seen that half centurion from the previous game disappear now for single figures. Got Lauren Down on the board, but I'm pretty sure that's Izzy Gaze that's walked to the crease as Dean is starting a new over, and this is thrashed into the offside only so far as mid-off. Or is it Lauren? It is Lauren Down.
I think
they've changed it up a little bit.
Lauren Down? Yes, she's had a little bit of time off, hasn't she? She's had a baby.
She did indeed, as Dean is into Down, who's pushing forward.
Lovely high elbow.
So Lauren Down has been welcomed to the crease by the loudspeaker as Izzy Gaze.
Is it?
So welcome back to England, Lauren Down.
She's down as down on the screen.
She is indeed. Dean into Down and immediately sweeping across the line. It's on the bounce out to Danny Wyatt to deep backward square, just for the single, but immediately into the runs there is Down.
So between the time I went off back on, I'm starting to see a bit more turn, which is good signs for Amelia Kerr. I think if she's been watching this game as it's gone along, she's been pretty quiet in the wicket column, hasn't she, the last few series.
Dean over the wicket. Down is pushed into her crease, no run.
Yeah, I used to really be impressed by Lauren. She got a few opportunities in the WBBL out in Australia, and she was very good.
Dean in. Down is pushing forward only so far as the covers, and there is no runs. Of course, Down came into the non-striker's end, so actually she's now facing her first few deliveries, so she's yet to get off the mark. Amelia Kerr at the other end on 42. New Zealand 123 for 5. Dean in from the Diglis end. Big stride forward from Down, only so far as cover, pushing it into the field. A throw comes into the non-striker's end, no run, and that will be 36 overs gone. So New Zealand 123 for 5.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Lauren here because she's come into a situation where her team's not had the best best start or best 35 overs, and she's come into a situation where she actually needs to crack on from the get-go, and already proven a difficult situation for all the top 5, and she's just expected to come out against number 1 and 2 in the world.
Although I guess to aid her preparation, it's not all that surprising that she finds herself in this position.
No, if you come in generally throughout the whole of the middle period, you should expect to face these two bowlers for quite a long time.
Eccleston left arm round the wicket to Kerr, who turns it into the onside. My appreciate middle wicket having to make a bit of brown there, but it's Tammy Beaumont coming in from the boundary at square leg, cuts it off, so just the single then to the total, 124 for 5.
Yeah, I think Amelia Kerr, a little inside edge, for one into the mid-wicket area there, but if that had been Lauren down, it could have been danger. So I think this is a little bit of an important 5-ball period for Lauren and England here. I think it's looking she's certainly looking dangerous, and she's still got 4 overs to go.
Eccleston, 2 down, who has a big lunge forward, pushes it into the offside, no run. So she hasn't played any international cricket since December 2022 was her last ODI. She has had a child, as this is bowled out. Eccleston turns a beautiful delivery away from the outside edge of Lauren Down, and in her first bout back for over a year, she departs for a duck. She's faced 5 deliveries, and New Zealand now are 6 down with just 124 on the board.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I saw from the ball that Amelia just about managed to turn into the leg side after facing 780 balls. I didn't think that would be a situation for someone only having faced a couple of balls, and especially not having faced Eccleston for the last 2 years. It was a bit of an ask, especially as we've just seen it start turning. So I can't say I didn't see that coming, but yeah, I do feel sorry for Lauren there. She's come into a real bad situation.
Yeah, she's come into a bad situation, and she's had the baby. She's dreamt about this moment coming back. She's been announced as the wrong person and then scored 0 from 5.
She'd quite happily give that to Gaze. Could you put that down as Gaze, please?
And it is Gaze who does now, in fact, walk to the crease. So far, an unwelcome return to the international arena for Lauren Down. No runs on the board, and New Zealand once again rather struggling through the middle overs here. I guess bright spot is they've faced more overs than they did at Durham. They were bowled out in 33.3 overs, so we're now into the 37th. As Eccleston is into Gaze, lunging forward, uppish.
It wasn't
defence, no run.
Necessarily any massive turn there. It was the drift. It drifted lovely through the air and created her to sort of play that turning to the leg side.
Eccleston into Gaze, tries to turn it into the onside, no run, and that is the difference between with Eccleston and other mortal spin bowlers. Is even when the pitch isn't turning, she's got all these other attributes that can really make it difficult. Final ball of the over, she pushes Gaze into her crease, she defends the ball, there is no run. 37 overs have gone. New Zealand are 124 for 6. A few words from Catherine Silverbrunt, and I'll make way for Kevin Howes.
Yeah, I'm used to seeing someone like Charlie Dean create that drift when she bowls. That's the key to her. The way she bowls is she creates a lot of drift and lures people into playing leg side shots and sweep shots. And then the way that she varies her pace, Charlie Dean, is really good. But Sophie has sort of created herself from just being that quick left arm spinner that just sort of fires it into the stumps to actually being a bit more canny about it.
Dean continues to bowl into the pads, a long way forward, so that one though 124 for 6 in the 38th over. It's a funny old game, this, isn't it? I had a feeling, mind you, I was last on 20 minutes ago, the wickets have fallen since, but it's Kerr who's facing the moment on 43 off 84, punched into the offside. Just had a feeling this is better from New Zealand. Now I'm looking at the score, I'm thinking, are they even going to get to their score? I know they've batted a few more overs and everything, but oh dear.
I wouldn't say it was better.
No. Kerr 43, driven straight back, caught and bowled. Sharp work. That was travelling. It went straight to her, but boy, that was moving. Yeah,
she absolutely smacked that. I think she'd had enough. Amelia deciding to take the game into her own hands and just crack on a bit. She's almost at 50% strike rate, so she's wanting to get on with it. And to be honest to her, she was a good strike, but there's a really quick reaction from Charlie Dean, and she just pouched it nicely.
She did, got down into position, but that's the end of Amelia Kerr, 43, 124 for 7 in the 38th over. No, it's just a feeling I had. I thought maybe there's a bit more purpose, a bit more shape to what we've got from New Zealand today, and then in no time at all, I know they're going along really slowly, but what I was basically, Catherine, hoping was that they were building on it, and it's all fallen apart again, hasn't it?
Well, the difference from the game to that game, so Durham, they went off to a flyer, lovely, hitting boundaries everywhere, taking care of some loose bowling from a couple of seamers, and But then they made some really terrible decisions and were stuck on the playing spin. Seemed to be a bit of a difficulty. Couldn't decide whether to go all the way forward or back. A lot of playing across the front pad. Today they seem to have combated that a bit better. There's a lot of people taking a bit more time, but I'd argue too much time, putting too much pressure on themselves. The balls started turning, then the risks have come at cost.
Yeah, and so you're spot on. Of course you're spot on, Phil.
Yeah, the New Zealand collapsed. They've lost 3 wickets for 2 runs in 16 balls.
How quickly these things change, but you say your gut feeling was it's just taking them too long, they're being too circumspect. Izzy Gaze is out there at the moment. Well, that's into the... No, Bale's been whipped off.
Yeah, it's a funny game because a lot of these girls need to play their natural games, and it seems either there's a bit of scaredness going on among some of them, but also like between shall we wait until she's finished her spell, or will it be too late by then?
Sure. Dean to Jessica, and let's push back. 2 batters out there having just faced a few balls. Ended that over, neither of them off the mark yet. And Dean now has taken 2 for 30 from 9 overs. 127. Let's start again. 124 for 7 after 38 overs. And Charlie Dean. I tell you what, we saw that replay there a few times in slow motion. And I thought, well, this goes going. It's when you see it in real time, you see that ball was really moving quite quickly. So really good work on the corner ball.
Yeah.
Catherine.
Yeah, the different. I think the England bowlers have been absolutely spot on. They've been so disciplined with their lines and lengths and created all that pressure that we've seen.
Eccleston's got 3 wickets, looking for a 4th. Won't get it there. Pushed into the offside. No run.
They're not even giving people time to breathe playing defensively. People are getting out playing defensive shots also, so it's really good work from them.
Far end in the air, and another dismissal. This time it's Gaze who's gone without scoring. It's 8 down. It is a monumental collapse and failure again from New Zealand with the bat. 124 for 8 in the 39th over. Simple enough catch there out of mid-off. Well, the crowd are loving it. They've been, in fairness, they've been terrific for both sides actually in their support. But now they're right behind England because England are right on top.
I mean, it's good intent from Izzy Gaze, trying to get the boundary. I mean, England don't have to have anybody out at this stage, so everybody's in the ring, tries to take the opportunity, but there was no real force behind the shot. It was almost like, oh, I'll just chip this over, but you absolutely have to follow through with the shot and put an amount of power behind it, and she was basically hit it like somebody who's only been in 4 or 5 balls. So yeah, at a detriment, and a decent pouch from Natalie Siver at mid-off there.
We're only in the 39th over. There's a lot of overs still to go, Phil.
Yeah, a lot of overs still to go. The collapse now, 4 wickets for 2 runs off the last 21 balls.
Yeah.
It don't come much worse than that, really, unless you find yourself in a T20 World Cup final and you need 30 off 30 and you've got 6 wickets standing. That's pretty bad, isn't it? Can you believe
this is
happened
actually
yesterday?
A bit of a shock for me.
Next delivery, looking for another wicket. Doesn't get one there, just worked away onto the onside. Whose Penfold is the next out there?
That was a quicker ball to welcome her to the crease. I would like to say that was roughly about 58 miles per hour.
They even set the DRS timer off on there. I'm not too sure for what reason. Midway through the 39th, and well, defensively played. I'm not saying it's necessarily forward defensive. It's sort of holding the bat out there defensive.
Yeah, I think the coach has just said, can you please not give Sophie Eccleston any more wickets?
Well, let's have a look here now. Oh, they have. Straight through it. 9 down. Another wicket for Eccleston. And that is just terrific stuff. What a way to get your 5 for 15 in 7.5 overs. No wonder she's leading the world. She's leading the way here today as well. Terrific stuff from Sophie Eccleston. And well, there is absolutely no answer to this from New Zealand. Straight into the off stump there. Wonderful work.
Yeah, I think there's a few demons in a few Kiwis' heads here. That was just a defensive shot. Nothing more, nothing less. But she's varying her pace extremely well. She's basically, her pitch map is spot on. I reckon she's bowling 85% of her deliveries in the danger zone on a good length.
Listen to that crowd.
They literally just can't handle it, can they?
The players can't handle it, but the crowd are just terrific, aren't they, behind? I mean, I don't know if it's 3,500, 4,000. It's a sellout here. It's a small ground, but what a wonderful... I had a bit of a wander around as well. really terrific atmosphere. Even over at King's School, which is just the other side of the fence here, they've got a girls' tournament taking place there. I think it's all connected in with this event here today, of course, of the ODI. Delivery of width there just to finish off, but wonderful response, and why not? 5 wickets for Sophie Eccleston. Feel that I have all the context of those 5 wickets. It's a double wicket maiden as well. Well, what can you say that hasn't already been said about Sophie Eccleston? Maybe Phil is going to tell me things that haven't already been said about Sophie Eccleston. Where's that come? How many 5 has she had?
Well, that's she's got best wicket figures of 6 for 36, so that she's on for that if she can get the last wicket here. New Zealand have lost 4 wickets without scoring a run, and Sophie Eccleston has gone past Anya Shrubsole in the all-time wicket takers list for England.
What an achievement. She's in that bracket, Catherine, of people that it is far too easy during their playing career to maybe not fully appreciate, the wonders of what she's achieving for England. And this is hammered over the top on the leg side. There's going to be 4 runs for Kerr, Jess Kerr.
Some very welcome runs there for Jess. She is not by no means a tail-ender, Jess. I've seen her bat a few times. She is more than capable, but I mean the situation for her is not ideal. But she's more than capable of giving a little bit of a boost. I'll say that, and then there'll be a wicket this ball.
Charlie Dean, next ball bowled in the air. Oh, just out of the reach of Boucher on the leg side. Go through for one. Well, you called the last one, didn't you?
That was.
Well, what did you say before that 5th wicket went down for Sophie Eccleston? That the coach has sent them out saying, whatever you do not give Eccleston another wicket.
Oh, and I also said they're getting out to defensive shots. Nearly all Sophie's wickets are through a forward defence of some. It's honestly, it's a bit woeful. I'm not going to lie. The batting's been woeful. I'll just say it. I've put it there.
Well, you did.
We did see them struggle.
When the 40th over, just turned away onto the leg side, and there will be no run.
The game at Durham, there was a lot of talk and commentary around how they go about playing spin in the box of uncertainty, and how far they go forward or back or play around the front pad, and there's a lot of work to be done there.
Charlie Dean, who got player of the match at Durham, I rather feel already I know where that award's going this time.
And at Durham they made 156, of course, and as you mentioned, Kev, they're at the moment going to finish a long way short of that time.
Yeah, and it was turning more at Durham, so it was all about that start they got, I think, that gave them some runs.
5 for 8 runs in the last 40 balls.
Yeah, this is nothing like this New Zealand team. There's quite a lot of what we're seeing is mental, what's happening, and then there's obviously a lot of skill and discipline from England.
Oh, and a wonderful delivery, gets past the bat.
But you could argue, I don't know what you're seeing, but I'm seeing a really tentative New Zealand team who are quite scared.
129 for 9 after 40 overs. Carry on, Catherine. Quite scared, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you see, but what I'm seeing is a lot of fear. I'm seeing some movements that they're not sure about. When we see people, we watched the England men v India the other night, and there was a lot of, as soon as Bumrah came back on, that fear just sort of like overwhelmed them, and there was a few poking, wasn't there? There's a few like nothing. I would personally rather get out to Bumrah playing a big shot, edging it for 4, than getting bowled through a forward defence. Do you know what I mean?
So for your Bumrah, you're saying not only Sophie Eccleston, but your spin generally from
no, it's the bowler themselves and them getting in your head.
So you're out to the bowler, not the ball.
Yes.
This is worked away. Just uppish, a bit okay. They won't go through for a run.
I'm also not saying that the balls aren't good. The balls are very good. The line and length that she's bowling, the control, the drift. There's a little bit of turn. There's a lot of skill on show from Sophie as well.
Eccleston in again, looking for a 6.
Oh.
Drives that straight. She got any fingertips on that could have been trouble for the batter at the non-striker's end. Crashes straight into them. And what a lovely light show there was. The bails flew off.
But if they don't get a grip on their way they go about playing spin, or spinners like Sophie, the way that they'll go about that in Bangladesh will be very worrying.
How do you get a grip on these things during tour? Next ball, bowled and driven, half stop. They'll go through for 1. They'll have to be sharp, although in the end The throw to the wicketkeeper's end.
Yeah, it
wasn't bad, but it allowed them to go through.
Great diving stop from Alice Capsey there. She's not normally in that extra cover. She got full length. That was 4, easily
Yeah, sure,
4. So
sure.
yeah, save 3 there. That's lovely. Make her figures better. Nice.
Remind us, 6 for what was it?
6 for 36.
Okay, well she's well in that range. It's 5 for 16 at the moment, Eccleston. Around the wicket again.
Whoa.
Whipped away onto the onside, and there will be. See, 1 run. I'll finish off my sentence. I was just thinking to you, what do I see? This is where I got it wrong. But when I was watching earlier, before this monumental collapse, I thought I was seeing a side who was saying, okay, let's just take our time. Let's just try and feel our way into it. This has been hit. Oh, that's lovely. Every now and then we see shots like that. Don't think it's going to get to the boundary. Oh, it does. Kate Cross went straight past it. It went behind it. It's going to be 4 runs. We've seen a little bit of that. You know, when England perform like this, you're being really picky about what are the improvements. Some of the ground fielding hasn't actually been spot on today.
No, it's been disappointing, some of the field, and it's been like basic things too.
Eccleston in, low full toss away out there through mid wicket. That should be 4, and it is. There's nobody out there into the sponge again, so a couple of 4s, giving New Zealand, well, some hope. I don't know, something to cheer at least. And Sophie Eccleston's not best pleased with that. 5 for 21 after 9, 5 for 25 after 9 overs. The score is 139 for 9, 41 of the 50 gone. Jonas on 1, Kerr on 14, Jess Kerr.
And Sophie Eccleston's just served up the most expensive over of the innings.
Do you know what? She'll be spewing about
that. Has to be a change in the team, doesn't it?
If that was me, being a perfectionist, and she is too, I used to spew about it. Forget the 5 wickets. You know that you only have to pitch the ball and you'll get a dot or a wicket. So she's almost just like handed them a couple of gifts. So she'll be. If that would have been the end of her spell, that would have been the last thing she's left with, and she honestly would have gone off disappointed, which is ridiculous, but.
There's a reason why you're here doing what you're doing. The reason why I'm doing what I'm doing, and one of those is because I'm saying, come on, give yourself a break. You're humans, okay? You've been performing brilliantly. 139 for 9. Next delivery, Alice Capsey bowling here, driven to Bouchier, fielding on the leg side. No,
she's making sure the bowlers' backs are intact because they got to drive to Bristol straight after this game. So
Wednesday.
The next game,
Wednesday,
I believe
Wednesday,
so.
yeah.
Yes.
Alice Capsey's lost a run up there.
It's always nice when you get to a position where you can let somebody who's dying to bowl give them a.
Do you not just finish it off?
That would be.
Next ball bowled. Now and defended.
Saying that as if she's not a good bowler. She's certainly a good bowler. Certainly.
Okay, right.
So it's not. I mean, she's not going for.
No. It was just the fact you brought that subject up on. Yeah, fair enough. It was almost as if
Yeah, I mean, in an absolute put your foot on the throat kill situation, you might have your Lauren Filer back on right now. Do you know what I mean? In a kill situation where you're going for the kill.
Last week appeared. No ball, you see. That's disaster. Absolute disaster.
This goes for 6 now.
A no ball means the next
There'll be questions
is
asked.
a 3 hits.
Deary me. I always used to say the spinners bowling front foot no balls is just illegal. It's bad, innit?
So now that I'm in a chat about field settings and things like this, it's caused a right delay. They were quickly rushing out the food for the interval, and now I had to put it back in the oven. Just on a no ball.
Yeah, that's criminal, that, isn't it? Front foot no balls from a spinner.
Well, it is when it's affected my lunchtime.
I am Hank Marvin.
What, you play a guitar quite well?
Starving.
Oh, is that? No, that's not
Surely
a thing, is it?
Surely you knew that.
Next delivery, in and bowled, and worked away to Bouchier for no run. I'm not. Hey, before you say anything, he's not my hero. Okay, even he's before my era, but I never knew that. I've never heard that expression.
I don't believe you.
Honestly.
Surely
It's
not.
been out there a long time, Kev.
Hank Marvin Starving.
Yeah.
Capsey in bowls.
It's like when you're hangry as well. You're hangry?
No.
Hungry and angry. So being hungry makes you angry.
Okay. Oh, I've sort of heard of that one.
That's
before.
me.
Okay. Nothing happened with that free, by the way. It didn't go over. 140 for 9 midway through this 42nd over, and it's pulled out there through the onside. I'm still trying to get that line. I'm trying to think, what was it? That I had explained to me by one of your former colleagues. I can't remember. Life is a rodeo or something, or like it was something like that. Expression I've never heard of before. I do wonder whether.
Not my first rodeo.
Not my first rodeo. Yeah, that's the one. Around the wicket. In the air, this is out towards the fielder. Can they take the catch? Yes, they can. Out there at deep mid-wicket, Natsiva Brunt getting herself in position, just about. Into the fingers, never in doubt before you say any differently. All out for 141 after 41.5 overs. Alice Capsey with figures she'll be proud of, 1 for 2 after 0.5 overs. But New Zealand out for a lower score than they got the other day at Chestler Street. And that, of course, is a major frustration and disappointment for them. But what a performance from Sophie Ecclestone, what a performance from England again.
Yeah.
Just absolutely amazing from them, really, because, well, I mean, whatever we were saying about the introduction of Alex Capsey and everything, that was clinical again, absolutely clinical. They were all over them.
Yeah, it's not the proudest day for New Zealand thus far. We obviously have another half to go, so anything can happen, but yeah, they'll be extremely disappointed. In my opinion, they're about 100 short. I don't think this is a bad pitch to bat on. If you're going technically wise, I mean, you saw the way Amelia Kerr batted. Amelia Kerr will bat like that all the time, every game. If she's allowed to, she wants to bat with time. She wants to bat like Tammy. If the boundary presents itself, she'll take it. If it doesn't, well, she's very disciplined to just keep plodding on, keep going through. She knows the threat of Sophie Ecclestone. She got through that with good technique, forward, back, rotating the strike, taking the bad ball when it was there, which it wasn't there often. So you can, credit to England for bowling extremely well throughout the team, but you would argue there was a few minds lost within that.
I'm going to move aside very shortly because we've got the interval obviously coming up, 30 minutes. We've got to chat about all sorts of things. Isabel is going to lead that. But official 41.5 overs, 141 all out. So my card here hasn't quite updated, but Sophie Ecclestone standout figures of 5 for 25, 3 maidens, 9 overs. Kate Cross 10 overs, 1 for 31, 3 maidens. Lauren Filer 8 overs, 1 for 35. It's going off my screen before I finish. Natsiva Brunt 4 overs, no wicket for 12, 1 maiden. Charlie Dean 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 35. Alice Capsey 0.5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 2. I got there in the end. In terms of the batting, well, the standout, I guess, was Kerr's 43. Devine made a 28, but there was, again, not a lot to shout about from a New Zealand point of view. All out for 141. This is quickly, although this is only the second game, but I guess we can say quickly turning into a very difficult little tour for them. They'll be hopeful, of course, they can still somehow conjure something up from somewhere today before we get too ahead of ourselves. But I thought it was shaping up to be a little bit better than that. It certainly was at one point before that collapse.
Yeah, look, this was a tough first half for New Zealand there, and it's kind of almost looking a little bit similar to the first game, and it's not going to help that you've got Tammy Beaumont and Maya Bouchier walking out to the crease, who scored. I think their partnership was 130 odd in the last game. It was pretty impressive, and they got the ball running from ball one. So again, there's no scoreboard pressure, and they're going to want to be as dominant as last time. And so there's some work here to do. They're going to look to their seamers, Jess King, who can swing the ball. We haven't seen a huge amount of swing today, but maybe that will come into play, Kevin. So the countdown clock is on. New Zealand under pressure. 2, 1,
hey, go. Oh my God. There's no need for that. First ball, 142. Oh, straight into the pads. LBW appeal. First ball, not out.
Too much swing.
Yeah. You know, it's not just been you. But Siva Brunt was at it as well.
What's that?
Prediction. New Zealand as if you could see what was going to happen the very next ball. You're talking about the subject that will happen. She was predicting wickets. Well, she wasn't. It's sort of reverse psychology. They've gone for a review.
I think it's going down.
Well, forgive me for being quite surprised by this, but they have. Given not out. So this is Anna Harris again, the third umpire. Let's take a listen.
I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. So we'll start with front on, please.
Okay, Anna. Doesn't sound quite as if she's behind us like Russell did the other day. What about this? high up on the pad. You're happy with your original?
Yeah, I still think going down. The only thing that Tammy is quite short, so top of the pad for
Is
Tammy is
Flat line before the
maybe a little bit
line,
short of it.
thank you, Anna. Yeah.
I think it'll be hard to overturn.
Flat line, satisfied, no battle.
Well,
Off decision.
Right. Okay.
Tracking when ready, please.
Okay. So this is the ball tracking we're going to see now. We've got the map up nice and quickly, which is the way we like it. Swing
Pitching
back
outside
in
off, impact is in line.
and missing
Wickets are missing.
relatively by some distance.
The height was okay. I told you Tammy's not the tallest. But yeah, it was just moving. But that's good for Jess Kerr, though, isn't it? To see that swing early doors.
It is.
New Zealand's bad day continues. There I am. Yeah, they've burned a review of the first ball of the innings.
Oh, they have as well. You're not wrong. Welcome back. Did you get your roast?
I've got my roast. I've also got a very good Tammy Beaumont stat for you.
Oh my days! Next ball is bowled forward to that. Tammy Beaumont, and that's pushed up to mid-on. Do you want to go with it now, or do you want to keep them waiting? Because I think there's an air of anticipation.
I think you do it in the break, the over break. Yeah,
okay.
get stuck in.
Unless it could be ruined between now and then.
Can I just say there's a lot going on in this game, by the way. So Tammy Beaumont started coming out the crease because it's swinging so much, and the keeper has just decided, nah, get the helmet, I'm coming straight up. And so it's a bit of a game going on. There's a bit of cat and mouse.
And she was jumping about a bit there herself, was Tammy. Tammy to think again. Plays a nice shot actually out through the onside. Honours for a single. I'm loving this crowd today.
I'm excited by this stat.
Yeah, well, just hold back on that there, Phil. Hold back. It'll be a good one. Were you inspired by the Sunday roast dinner?
Yeah.
I was. It was because the innings finished after 40 overs. We had to wait till the back end of lunch. It was looking as if
I've still not got
live in time.
I've still not got mine.
Yeah, and I can't.
Have you left any?
I am good, but I can't score Annie a Sunday roast at the same time.
Oh, I see. So you haven't had yours yet?
No, I went very quick.
Oh, I thought you did.
Yeah, very quick.
Kerr. Bowls full, driven by Boucher to mid-off, and there will be no run.
It's hooping for her, Kev, isn't it? There's a good bit of swing out there for her.
Should be greatly encouraged. She's bowling from the far end, which is the Digless end. I see blue skies around as well. The cloud has lifted. Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. So, Boucher faces and defended that back up to Jessica, who came out and she hit a couple of decent shots, didn't she, in her little cameo towards the end. But it wasn't great. Was it 7 for how many? Phil, 7 for 27 off 63 balls or something at the end?
7 for 27 off 64, yeah.
64, yeah. Boucher on naught. Now she won't remain that way. She goes scampering through for 1. In the end, the throw wasn't going to hit the stump, so she makes her ground, and therefore will keep the strike as well. So an interesting first over. 2 for no wicket after 1 over. Tiger 1 foot. I know you want to leave. You can still hear this stat, but Frankie's going to come in. Frankie McKay.
I'll listen.
Okay.
Tammy Beaumont is opening the batting for England for the 52nd time today in a home ODI. Nobody in the history of women's ODIs has opened in home fixtures that many times.
No, that's good.
Susie Bates and Charlotte Edwards 51 times opening in home ODIs. Tammy Beaumont for the 52nd time today.
Hello. Now you know that's a good one, don't you? You know yourself. I mean, you don't have no false modesty and everything. You know that you've done well there, don't you?
I like that one today.
Yeah.
I was worried she was going to be out first ball, and I would have to
spoil it all.
Bring it up on her way back to the pavilion. But no, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, it was a close call on that first ball. That's why you were sweating up a bit. I understand that. Because it is all about you, Phil.
It is, exactly.
And all that hard work you put in. Target 142, England 2 for no wicket after the first over. Now we're going to see Molly Penfold open up the bowling from the New Road end. It's certainly got a lot brighter out there. This one's pushed square offside by Boucher. Fielded. Nice and sharp. By gum, there's going to have to be some sharp fielding going on here. Frankie, we've not spoken since the collapse. Do you want to speak now?
Not sure I'll ever speak again after that collapse.
We'll leave it at that. Thanks, Frankie. It's been lovely working with you today. I think you summed it up perfectly.
Oh yeah, that's a tough watch. That is not at all what you want to see from any side, let alone the side that you are supporting.
Penfold in and into the pads, maybe an inside edge, but that's nice and full. And okay, let's just concentrate on the moment. If we didn't know that this was just a 142 target, forget all that. This is some good opening deliveries we're seeing from both the opener bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like that they've made a little adjustment from game one. It's the same two opening bowlers, but love the fact that Jess Kerr has taken the first over today. I think she's a really good matchup, especially to Tammy Beaumont early, with the ability to swing the ball big back into the right-handed Beaumont. So I like the fact that she took the first over.
Penfold to Bouchier. Imagine that's a shorter ball which has been pulled out to deep square leg. There's a fielder out there. It'll just be the one run. So England move to 3 for no wicket midway through the second.
Because she is the type of player as well, Tammy Beaumont is once she gets in, as we saw game one, then she makes a lot of runs. You know, she is hard to get rid of. She's not one that's going to throw it away. She loves batting, to be fair, loves making big scores. So it's using those little advantages that you have got and using them early. Actually, right from ball one, you know that Tammy Beaumont doesn't like facing the right arm in swing bowler. So make her do it right from ball one. Don't give her a few sighters before she has to.
Penfold bowls full, driven, lovely flourishing drive. They'll go through for one. All misfield there on the edge of the circle. That'll allow them two. As I say, when you're dealing with this sort of target, you've got to be sharper than that. Sliding stop did well to get across. It could easily be in a 4, maybe put half a block on it, but it does allow them to get another single.
Yeah, and that's a lovely shot, and I think that speaks to what I was saying about Tammy Beaumont, is the pace of Molly Penfold's not going to worry her. She is your traditional opening batter, likes pace on the ball, likes being able to time the ball, especially through the offside, and so if you have got any chance to be nibbling the ball back in towards her, cramping her for room, then that's the opportunity you have to take.
Beaumont is on 3, facing now, reaching forward, defended. Yes, well, there's a lot of urgency about this, but you wouldn't know that they've only got 142. They're looking to pick up what they can. We're, of course, in the power play of 10 overs as well. But they went about that the same way the other day, didn't they? They wanted to be as clinical and as quick as possible.
Which I think is a great way to do it. Often those middling targets, smaller targets, you hear players talk about how they can be sometimes more difficult than a big chase, but actually to just come out and play your way, take the game on, it relieves any pressure.
Next ball defended back up to Penfold, and that completes that second over. 6 for no wicket, target just 142. Beaumont 4, Bouchier on 2. So there I was commentating on that first innings, and I could tell that, you know, it wasn't as New Zealand would have wanted, but I'm thinking, the context of where New Zealand are at the moment with their game, you know, fair enough, take your times, just see if you can build. But of course the flip side of that is when you do get a collapse, it really highlights just how things weren't going well probably in the first place. But what was your take on that? And I agree with you. It doesn't matter if you're an England supporter, New Zealand supporter. I'm here as a cricket supporter today. I wanted to see, for their sake as well, better from New Zealand, but it wasn't going to be. So maybe just during this over, more of your take on what happened in that first innings as you see Kerr in and bowling, clipped away for a single down towards 5.
Yeah, well, I thought with the ball, England started off with Filer and Cross, and they were really impressive. So, and I think sometimes you just have to be able to weather that storm early. You have to understand that with a new ball at each end, the ball is going to swing, it's going to nibble around, and you just have to be in a position to deal with that sometimes. Maybe just got a little bit timid with it, and then when presented with half a chance,
Bouchier facing into the pads, no run.
Then they were so eager to throw the hands at it. You think of a Georgia Plymmer trying to drive one that wasn't quite there, Susie Bates trying to pull one that was probably too full for the shot, and it's almost because of that pressure that was built up from a lack of scoring opportunities meant that they tried to force it, lost their wicket. Then of course you're scoring slowly and you're a couple of wickets down. There were some bright patches. I actually thought Sophie Devine again looked really well organised. I thought she hit the ball really cleanly, but an untimely dismissal.
Jessica bowls straight in the air, up and over the fielder. One bounce, that's going to be 4. Off the bat of Bouchier, she moves to 6 and takes England to 10 for no wicket in the third over.
And there just wasn't enough of that really from New Zealand. We saw little glimpses of it from Maddie Green when she tried to put the foot down in her innings after starting very slowly, but that's just a pitched up delivery from Jess Kerr. on the line of the stumps, but essentially a long half volley that Bushi is just able to lean into and launch over the top.
And past the umpire again, driven along the ground this time, beats one fielder, beats two fielders, that's going to be 4 again through extra cover. Lovely shot, tempting, teasing the fielding side, but actually it was hit far too well. It's beautiful and perfect placement. 15 for no wicket.
That is perfection. That is everything you want from a front foot drive. Just leans on the ball beautifully, and the gap between extra cover and mid-off is tiny, and she has picked it perfectly.
Once again, in and bowls, just dabbed down, maybe a slow ball, but just dabbed down to short third. So there will be no run. And just like the other day, there's so much to talk about. We can't take our eyes off the cricket because everything's happening so quickly, but I'm delighted you managed to get up to Edinburgh for a couple of days and enjoyed that part of the tour, even if you're not maybe enjoying the cricket necessarily at the moment. Hopefully that might pick up as well. Who knows? This game is not finished here today. Looking for wickets. Let's see if they can get them. New Zealand, this is played square on the offside, but they're only defending 142. So 15 for no wicket. Beaumont on 5. Boucher 10, but did Edinburgh give you everything you thought Edinburgh would give you for your 2 days?
Yeah, it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So yeah, haven't had the chance to get over there before, so first timer, and I lived very much the tourist life. I was with the headphones in, listening to the audio guides, I had the map out, I was on the hop on, hop off bus.
I shouldn't be advertising because I'm sure there are other bus tours around City, but they're good.
Oh, it was great. I had haggis for lunch, had an iron brew in the afternoon, sampled some of the local whiskey. I felt like I saw every possible weather condition as well. I got up to Arthur's Seat with, I felt like almost like a local doing that, but a lot of tourists up there too.
So the next over, Penfold, a lovely drive again. This time it's from Beaumont on the offside, through extra cover for 4. A real flourish of some of these shots. England, of course, boosted by the fact they're 1 up. They're looking to wrap up this part of the tour, this ODI part, and with a victory today, with a game to go, they'd win the series. So all the confidence behind them, but we're seeing that, aren't we?
Yes,
we see these shots.
The Edinburgh sites have got nothing on that cover drive from Tammy Beaumont. That is straight out of the textbook, that one.
Arthur Seat's a fine view up there as well, isn't it? Terrific. 19 for no wicket here, England. Going back to that one. Looks a little bit awkward, Beaumont, on that delivery, but manages to fend it away. So that's a good thing. I don't suppose you've got time to stay around this part of the world before you move off. Not too far down the road, so maybe you have, but then go down to Bristol for your next.
Yep, next game. Yep. Yeah, I'll have.
You've been to Bristol before?
I've never been to Bristol before, so
everybody goes to SS. It's SS Great Britain, I think, Phil, isn't it? In Bristol, which is fine. But my suggestion, I hope the weather's going to be okay for you. Beaumont here on 9. Next ball bowled again, real flourish, but straight to the field at mid-off. There'll be no run. Just walk around the streets on any day which is half decent, and you won't be as bad as me for your eating, of course you won't, but you just enjoy the sounds, the atmosphere of Bristol. It is one lively city.
Brilliant.
I think you'll have a lovely. That's Wednesday, isn't it? So you've got maybe a couple of days to enjoy Bristol before the day, but I love the place. Next delivery, bowled, played out into the offside. A bit of a bump ball. The crowd for a moment thought maybe that had carried out there, but no. But yeah, it's if you don't mind just sitting around in the odd cafes on the streets for the odd hour or two, I think you'll have a lovely time there.
Excellent. I'm sure I can manage that. I think so far my tourist life, I think I just end up walking everywhere. Becomes
that's the way to do it.
Yeah, it just
apart from the hop on off buses.
Correct. You just wander around and look up and see what there is to see.
Next ball is bowled and turned away onto the one side, and there'll be no run. Because of the BBC, I always have to say there will be other bus operators operating some cities. Okay, but buses or by walking. If you do get on the double deckers, I even see things I didn't realise. So it's always is that. I'll bet you'll be really good at this competitive nature when you get on one of those buses to grab one of the seats up on top.
It's
and not
key.
have one. It is
That is key.
For the next ball here. Worked away, but again for no run onto the onside. The disappointment of walking up the steps to get to the top to see that every seat is taken. I mean, it's one of the most upsetting, isn't it? 4 overs gone, 19 for no wicket, target of 142. Well, you'll be off to Bristol. You'll have a nice time down there. I'm sorry, maybe you've not had a chance just to walk around Worcester a little bit more and around the countryside. But you can't do it all.
No. Well, that's probably my plan for tonight, to be fair. I think
I wasn't going to say you'd maybe have an extra hour or two.
There might be a little extra smidgen of daylight that I can make use of. So I think I might, once we finish up here with a famous New Zealand victory, then I might have a little jaunt around Worcester and see what there is to see. Find a little nice spot for dinner before we head back out to Holiday Inn.
Next ball, and punched again, looking for perfect placement and finds it. Oh, she's playing that. Actually, that's different. That was more back foot. The other one was a front foot drive, but still the same place, still a 4. Boucher with that moves to 14. I mean, it's almost threading a needle the way she gets it in between those fielders. Terrific, isn't it? The way that she just gets it ideally placed. I mean, look, everything looks so correct about that.
There's actually nothing more satisfying, I don't think, than when you get extra cover dives and then mid-off dives and you still find the gap.
Good point. Looking again, this time a little bit more to the right of extra cover, but it's going to be the same effect. It's going to be 4 runs. Well, for all the fact we said we quite like what we saw from the opening bowlers, England are just running away here at 26 for no wicket now.
I like it less now, and I think there's just been a little bit of a confusion with plans here, getting hit for boundaries through the offside, and there's only 4 fielders on the offside, so they've gone 5 on the leg, 2 boundary riders out on that side, but looking to operate 2 mid-wickets, double mid-wickets, you'd think for Jessica to be bowling nice and straight, trying to get them playing aerially through there, but too much width on offer.
27 for no wicket in the 5th over, again looking for another boundary, won't find one this time to mid-off from Boucher.
And so it's easy to perhaps have those plans and ideas and theories about how you're going to get your wickets, but you've got to be able to match that with the execution, and we're just not seeing it so far from New Zealand bowlers. Have been too full, too wide, and given too many scoring opportunities early.
Just good again in bowls, defended into the offside, so better. But better isn't good enough, I'm afraid. It's up against I mean, let's be honest, this is a really strong looking England side, isn't it, as well? I mean, the narrative is we'd love to see improvements from New Zealand, of course, for the game, for the tour, and from their own perspective. We can't lose sight of how strong England actually are at the moment. This is in the air. It's going to be safe, is it? Yes, it is going to be safe. Out there through mid-wicket, off the knees of the field. In fact, there are 2 fielders out there now. They'll run 2. For one moment, I just thought maybe, I'm sure the fielder did, is that coming my way, but in the end falls short. Maddie Green, wasn't it? Who had been interested in that for a while.
Might have been the thoughts of Maya Boucher as well, that actually that little heart in the mouth feel of, have I actually timed that too well, and it's going to find the fielder, but a woman in form like herself just found space instead.
Last ball of the over, and pushed, but for no run to mid-on. End of that over. That's 5 overs gone, 29 for no wicket. Beaumont on 9, Boucher on 20. I know it's all part of the modern way of doing things, but what happened during the interval is something that I felt, and I'm glad it wasn't my commentary. It was being blurted out all around the ground. But as New Zealand getting ready to try and defend this 142, there's a bit of in-ground entertainment to start off with, and just to fill that little bit between the end of the competitions and all the games, fun and games for some of the youngsters here, they show the highlights. Well, some describe them as highlights of the first innings. So they were played out, and by gum, the commentators were laying into the New Zealand batting just a little bit. Oh, there's another wishy-washy shot, and I'm thinking, God, that's not going to do confidence much good, is it? Beaumont on 9 bowls, and that's past the off stump and through to the keeper. First ball of this 6th over. They'll be well aware that the batting isn't what they want it to be, but I'm thinking I still wouldn't like it.
It's almost a little bit of hometown advantage, isn't it? Hometown mind games going on. You've just been skittled, lost 6 for 10, and then we're going to get you out there warming up to field, and we're going to play it on the big screen with the commentary blaring about just how poor you were at some parts.
Yeah, exactly. The trouble is that when they just did all the wickets, it sounded like it was just a disaster. And this one is driven lovely. That's a glorious shot. God, we're seeing some fine stroke play here. This time it's Tammy Beaumont to the boundary for 4. On the offside of straight. Bit of use of the feet as well before coming down to that one, wasn't there? We saw it. It was, for me, it was Maddie Green, wasn't it, who I thought played some of the finest looking shots, and she did play 3 or 4, 5, 6, half a dozen of them. They're obviously not enough. She would have wanted more. New Zealand wanted more, but we're seeing the same here at the top from both Bouchier and from Tammy Beaumont, taking the score to 33 for no wicket. Next ball, makes her a bat and pad into the onside, screamed back in to her ground there. There was one quite famous, I think it was an Open, I'm talking about golf now, where, and I don't think this was supposed to have happened, but they were sort of playing highlights or whatever on some of the, you get screens around, major golf courses on some of the major golfing events, and they, I think wrongly on this occasion, were playing it out so that the players could hear the commentary as well. As this next ball is bowled and pushed into the offside, and I forget, it was a very famous golfer who had played a bit of an iffy shot, and all they could hear was this the commentary, and of course usually former players as well doing it, and he sort of threw whatever down. I'm not a golfer, but I'm tempted to say a golf stick, but threw the club down or whatever, and said, right, what, you come out here and play it then. But as we all know, those such yourself, former international cricketers, and I'm not obviously former international cricketer, just a spectator, it is far easier here than it is out there. Bowman on 13, but making it look quite easy at the moment. Nice shot just for 1. Moves to 14, and that's 34 for no wicket.
But you're right, Kev, because as you mentioned, it was all the wickets falling, wasn't it? If New Zealand had made 300 for 3, then we'd have seen 4s and 6s, and they'd have been...
Yeah, that's what made it seem just a little bit...
Yeah.
Well, cruel and unnecessary. That's a word I use quite often. It's all a little bit unnecessary, isn't it? So, it is Bouchier now on 20. And for bowls, outside edge, fielded behind square on the offside. So that is 6 overs now completed. 34 for no wicket, chasing just 142. But there was that. Is that the? I say the best. Is that the best way to describe that collapse? 7 for 27, or was there one that's even worse? 4 for none. 4 for none. That's not so good, is it?
Yeah, it's always a bad collapse when there's about 4 different ways of
describing it.
That, but
Yeah. But I mean, that pressure had been put upon. They hadn't been able to get away, New Zealand. So my hope that there was a bit of a platform being built to try and work on. But the game, as I say, is not yet over. However, England's start could not be much better. That's 34 for no wicket, 6 overs gone, 142 is the target.
Frankie mentioned going for a stroll around Worcester after this game. He's done celebrating this famous New Zealand victory, of course. Could be rather quiet between 5 and 7.
Well, you say that, it could actually be quite raucous and chaotic.
After 7.
After 7. Do you know why that is? Okay. There's every reason why you shouldn't. England are playing football in the Euros.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, it's football time. So that'll actually be the perfect time for me to...
Well, you've not been around Worcester, have you? it could go either way.
Okay.
Maybe back at the hotel by 7.
Yeah, okay. Keep my wits about me then.
So, yeah, you edge your bets on that one. Do you know when we say that Hamilton is a place that maybe goes quiet at a certain time? Worcester is exactly the opposite. Okay, spin being introduced here. Getting down on one knee and sweeping first away, that's 4. Well, she's played that sweep brilliantly. Jones it is who's come on to bowl, but Beaumont has dispatched that for 4.
Well, what I was going to say is that I really like this move from Sophie Devine to get Fran Jonas into the attack, to have spin in the first 10 overs. Didn't see it at all game 1, waited till outside the power play to bring spin on, and spin has been so damaging this series so far.
She'll try again from the far end and carve it straight to Devine, fielding at backward point.
But of course you can't be errant with it. Have to be able to come into the attack and be on the money right from ball 1, because in the first 10 overs, of course, you can only have 2 fielders out, and Fran Jonas starts with a loosener down leg.
And that one is driven to mid-wicket. I'm not too sure if Westbury's supposed to be on now, but I think there's every chance she'll still be tucking into the Sunday lunch. Every chance. I don't blame her. Jonas around the wicket, looks to work going a little bit quicker.
Yeah, 15 of the 20 wickets, New Zealand wickets, have fallen to spin. One of those, there was also a run out in there, so yeah, 15 of the 19 wickets that have fallen to bowlers have fallen to spinners.
My theory was correct then. Great to get the spin in.
2 balls left of this 7th over. Tries to create a bit of room for herself, Beaumont, but slams it straight at the fielder in the offside and covers.
The thing is with Fran Jonas, though, she almost just bowls arm balls, just angles, shapes the ball into the right hander.
In again, doing just that. Almost traps her in front there. Playing fairly deep, but going down. Well, she does, but they can be so very effective, especially in the shorter form, can't they? 4 runs coming from it, which was, of course, the first ball, the over. 38 for no wicket after 7, chasing 142.
Oh, absolutely they can, and it is a way to also try and shut down one side of the field if you've got the ability to just keep tracking the ball back in. And spoken a little bit earlier around Tammy Beaumont's a slight weakness to the ball coming back into her from the right arm seamer. So in having the left arm spin of Fran Jonas, she almost does operate with that same philosophy as the ball tracking back in towards the stumps from a wider outside off stump angle, so can definitely be effective. She's just not necessarily then going to have a lot of opportunity where she's going to bowl the ball that then spins and beats the outside half of the bat as well. So a little bit easier to play than someone like a Sophie Eccleston, who's got the skill to do both, but pleasing to see now that spin from both ends for New Zealand.
And this is the start of the next over, being bowled by Amelia Kerr, bowling to Bouchier.
I also think as well, when you think about bowlers that you're really concerned about in a lineup, then Amelia Kerr is one. She is one that is probably top of the list for New Zealand.
Again, runs fine. Wait, there is the call from Tammy Beaumont, who can see that better than Bouchier because it's gone behind. We had one of those for England in their semi-final, the men's, in the T20 World Cup.
I saw.
So there was Liam Livingstone and Jofra Archer. Next ball bowled and into the pads, but out into the leg side. And you could, Liam Livingstone trying to be the good teammate as he came storming past Joffrey. You could read from his lips. You could say, "That was my call, Joffrey.
My call.
That was my call." This ball goes deep and into the offside, so it's all gone a little bit quiet out there. As I say, the weather is probably at its best. I think the little bit of blues disappeared, but the clouds are quite high. And famous last words, no talk of any rain today, but not necessarily that much sunshine either. This ball goes back and just has to tend themselves at the moment, just thumping that ball into the offside straight at fielder. So 4 balls gone from Amelia Kerr, not a run being scored. 38 for no wicket, which remains at the moment. Going to the new road end, driven along the ground. Yak comes the quick call this time, and that's because it's Penfold doing the fielding down here at Long On, and completes another over. So 39 for no wicket, 142 the target after 8 overs. Isabel, by the way, was not tucking into Sunday lunch. She was actually hard at work doing an update for our other station, so I need to correct that before I get into trouble. Yeah, you look at me like that, Phil. You joined in, you agreed with me at the time.
Did, yeah.
Unbelievable from you. Okay, more from Frankie, and then the Isabel Westbrook.
Oh, we're all about the Sunday roast, to be fair. It is smelling very nice, so could be forgiven for missing an over here or there to make sure lunch is had.
Maya Bouchier has retained the strike. She's 21 not out, going nicely. Playing watchfully, turns us into the onside, and there is no run. Jonas is continuing from the new road end. Sunday lunches, yeah, it's rather delightful actually, as Jonas is in around the wicket, turned into the onside. Fine leg is there, so again, no run. Tell you what, normally you worry about sort of, breast box lunches, sort of mass produced, that it might be a bit dry, but mine was positively swimming in gravy. Glorious. Jonas in, and Bouchier rocking onto the back foot, beats the fielder extra cover, but finds mid-off, so no run once more. 39 for no wicket.
Has timed the ball beautifully once again. Has made it look very easy out in the middle. Has found a lot of space as well.
Jonas, left arm round the wicket. This is aerial, flicked into the air on the onside. That'll be 4. A vacant square leg position. Too much work to be done by the mid-wicket boundary fielder. 4 more to the total. England move to 43 for no wicket. And Bouchier to 25. Lovely.
Yeah, just timing once again. Slides into the pads from Fran Jonas, that leg stump line, and there's no protection in the square leg region, so just needed that timing to be there, and it would race away for 4 once again.
Jonas round the wicket to Bouchier, and that is an expansive drive into the offside. 1 bounce for the whole of that cover. Ringfield was inside the circle, and Bouchier saw that opportunity, slightly overpitched and went for it. That was an accomplished looking shot. Bouchier moved to 29, England to 47. Oh dear, Frankie.
Yeah, pitched up and pace on from Fran Jonas as well. Full outside the off stump, and that's just a free hit out there for Bouchier.
Final ball to Jonas down the leg side. That might be 4 wides because it's missed the keeper, or the keeper missed it, and she's lucky, Jonas, because it's just held up in front of the boundary rope, and it will be a couple to the total. I said it was the final ball, but because that's been called a wide, it won't be. And I think that might bring up England's 50, the wide and 2 runs. Yeah, it does. Well, that's one way to do it. The applause does come around the ground. That's as it should, as it should. But England very comfortable at the moment. Bouchier then to face this, I think, final delivery of the over. And this is round. Oh, just played into the onside. Now it just held up into the wicket. There was a mid-wicket fielder, and it looked for a moment as it was going to sail into their hand, but it went just over the top of them. I was ready there to call for the first England wicket. It didn't. Amelia Kerr couldn't get to it in time for mid-wicket, and it is a single. It means that Bouchier once again retained a strike. She's been rather hogging it, in fact, and I think she's quite enjoying it out there, because England are on 51. They have not lost a wicket, and they are only chasing, Frankie, 144.
Yeah, there's plenty of smiles out there going on, but it is from the opening pair. Not too many smiles going on from players in black shirts. It has been a rollicking start once again from the England pair. I just can't get over how easy they're making this batting look.
Amelia Kerr into Bouchier. Nice looking drive. Oh, it's beaten the fielder. That was a horrid misfield. It actually went pretty much straight to cover. The long barrier came out, and somehow or other it went through everything, and that was pretty horrid, and absolutely not what New Zealand want or need at this stage. But Bouchier once again is flying. She's 34 from 32.
And beware, Bouchier, each time she's hit a 4, has hit a 4 the next ball as well.
Oh, goodness me. Here she is once more. She crouches, she waits, and this one is full and driven only so far as extra cover, so that little statistic has done its day.
Yeah, 3 pairs of 4s up until that one, 7 4s now.
Well, she's the kind of player that once she gets going, my goodness, she gets going. Here she waits and decides to go forward and defend a ball outside off 55 for no wicket. Ominous pairing here.
Very, and they've got skills and abilities that actually complement each other really nicely. There's a bit more height from Bouchier. There's proficiency against the short ball from Beaumont.
Bouchier waits and goes aerial this time. Over mid-off, it's going to plug in the outfield and means that Long On can get to it just about, but they'll come back for a couple. And again, really good batting, and you can hear the applause around the ground to Bouchier, because she knows what her shots are, she knows what she's able to do, she can see whether the field's up or not. We saw that in the previous over, the lovely looking extra cover sort of drive over the top of the ring field. She's done it again, so another couple to her into the total. 57 without loss. She's pushed into her crease this time as she turns one into the onside along the ground. Mid wicket coming in from the boundary to field, and this is really good cricket from the England pairing. 58 for no wicket.
I think that's the perfect way to describe it. Really good cricket. It is just good batting. It's not going out there and trying to create shots out of nothing and trying to slog the ball all over the place. These have just been really good classical cricket shots. It's making the right decision about what ball is being bowled to you, and just a clinical aspect to it.
Kerr into Beaumont, and she's in on it this time because that was a delicious shot through the covers. Beat, well, it's spliced really, cover and extra cover. It was over pitched, she got to it, and Beaumont will have enjoyed that. She hasn't had much of the strike. She moved to 22, England moved to 62, and it just seems that they're judging the timing, the pacing. They don't need to go too fast, but equally they're not going to shut up shop when they don't need to. When there is a ball there to be hit, that's over pitched, that's slightly erring on line, then the England batters out there will certainly capitalise. So thank you very much to Frankie Mackay, former New Zealand international, for the time being. As Catherine Sciver-Brunt enters the box, and I think I will say you're surely enjoying this, apart from the fact that the frustration that your wife is not having a bat. She didn't get a bat the last time, Nat Sciver-Brunt, and to be honest, doesn't look as though she's going to get a go today either.
No, I think she's going to have to wait for the T20s, to be honest, to even lose 2 wickets. It's hard going.
Maya Boucher on strike. And it's Sophie Devine has been brought into the attack, or she brings herself into the attack, New Zealand skipper. This is defended into the offside, and there is no run. Now, when I came into the commentary box, I left it at a little bit of frustration that this means that this is another match that Nat will have played and hasn't had the opportunity to score another century. It's going to do
exactly.
mess up her.
I mean, I'm only here to watch her play, so this is, sad.
Devine into Boucher, and this is driven slightly aerially, and it's half stopped by extra cover. Mid-off is managing to sweep up after her, so it means that just no run there, 62 without wicket.
Of course, I want to see Nat mop up every game. That's it's great. I love it. Everybody loves watching that, but equally, I'm just loving watching England hammer New Zealand every week.
Devine into Boucher, happy to defend. And she hit that really well, even in the defensive stroke, 62 for no wicket.
Because even it's not normal. Like, New Zealand are not this bad. They're a very good outfit. They have got a few, little tweaks happening. And it's just all like, if you watch the way England are playing compared to the way New Zealand are back, the body language, the confidence, the shot selection is so different.
Devine to Boucher, carves this into the offside, extra cover on the bounce, no run.
It's not something that New Zealand can watch us do and go, we'll do that next time. Being confident and having timing is not something you can just watch and then do. It takes some practice, some confidence building. Like, it's hard.
Devine into Boucher down the leg side. It was too straight. She's turned it round the corner down to fine leg. She'll pick up just the 63 for no wicket.
What they definitely can do, though, is bowl first next time. I think that would be an ideal place to start.
To be fair, England won the toss and sent them and decided that they would have a bowl. So.
Well, I think they were in as much shock as I was last game. They would have definitely expected a hard one today.
Devine into Beaumont, happy to defend it into the offside, and that will end the over. So we've had 11 overs here at New Road, and England sitting pretty on 63, chasing the target of 141. Now, you say you were surprised at how easily New Zealand capitulated, but is it that surprising considering the amount of change they've had in terms of their lineup? They've really gone for the youngsters, giving out central contracts to sort of unproven players who realistically are having to prove themselves on the international stage, which is not ideal. And then they've got this core of 3 players, Amelia Kerr being one of them. She's into bowl, right arm over. And this is over pitched. Boucher just helping it into the onside. There'll be a chase on down to backward of square. They'll come back for a couple. It won't quite reach the boundary, and 2 it is. So 65 for no wicket. Sophie Devine and Susie Bates well into their 30s now, I guess, as well. They're relying very heavily on these 3 big names, and England, all they have to do is really target those, and they're away. So in effect, as Kerr, right arm over the wicket, floated this one, defended. While we're surprised in the context that New Zealand are a good cricketing nation and have been historically, is it surprising in the current situation that they're in?
It is for me, because if you look at the balance of ours and the balance of theirs,
Yeah. As Kerr begins to run up, running away from us, right arm over, and sees Maya Boucher advancing down the track, misses it, but pad first and no run.
you've got, I guess, 3 powerhouses in both teams. You've got people over 30 in both teams.
Yeah.
You've got the youngsters in both teams. You've got people with not many caps, and you've also got youngsters with a lot of caps.
Kerr into Boucher, high back lift. She turns the ball into the onside off her back foot. They'll just stay for the single, thinking about the 2 out to the cow corner boundary. 66
I
for the
think
wicket.
what you're seeing is a confident England team who have moved on, I'd say 50% from the Pakistan series. Already, yep.
Earlier this summer, as Kerr into Beaumont. This is wide of off stump. She looks for a fully fledged drive into the covers. Doesn't beat the fielder, no run.
You're also seeing an England team playing well in England, which is no surprise either. We often do play well in our conditions, and New Zealand often don't play well in these conditions. It blows my mind, Amelia's batting record here.
Kerr into Beaumont, full toss, and that's carved into the offside. Sweeper out on the boundary, just the single, 67 for no wicket.
I mean, I would be able to, those 3 powers you talk about, they have these huge weak points too. I used to want to line up to bowl at Susie and Sophie Devine, and they have this gait, and if you find that you're on a pitch a little bit like this, you always feel in it, and so England's confidence will be so high, and it's just striking to me how low New Zealand's confidence is. It's like they've got no belief in sort of their top 6, and they feel like they have to be reliant on 1 or 2, but it's just like not the case. I think if they can play, so what we've seen with England's batting and the way they've come out, they're playing proper cricket shots. They get into really good positions, and they're backing themselves to put their hands through it.
Sophie Devine starts a new over from the New Road end, and this is pulled into the onside. That'll be 4. It's too fine for square leg, but it beats the fielder a fine leg as well. And again, England just capitalising on anything errant. As Devine not really finding her line at the moment. 71 for no wicket into the 13th over, and I guess that's the issue, isn't it? Is that you've got those 3 big name players, Amelia Kerr, Sophie Devine, and Susie Bates. As Devine coming in, right arm over the wicket, and this is down the leg side, hits on the pads, no run. But their statistics in England are pretty poor. It's quite a shock actually if you look at some of their averages and what their returns are in England versus the rest of their international careers. So then you double whammy having to rely on them, and the gulf between them and the rest of the team is pretty big. Whereas England now, that may have been the case in the past. Devine, right arm over, pushing Beaumont into a crease, no run.
Our order's real good too, so we were 11 for 4. I know that's a T20, but regardless, situational, like, you don't expect to get more than 80 in that situation, but we had 2 people coming in over 30, bundles of experience, and put on a really good total and won the game. I think they bundle all their best players real high. There's not much spread there, and I get that, but it's not the way they're playing their cricket.
Devine into Beaumont, turns it into the onside. A good piece of fielding of middle wicket, who only manages to parry the ball though, so they'll come through for a quick single, and Maya Boucher flings her bat, drops her bat really at the striker's end, but it was okay. She was well into her crease without bat, but picks it up on her return. 73 for no wicket.
And I'll just give you an example based on that confidence thing again. So, and I'll do it based on Georgia Plimmer and Maya Boucher.
Devine into Boucher, pushes that back down the ground into the offside. Fielder there, no run.
So Plimmer, as we saw, not much confidence there, feeling at the ball. Her front foot barely moved. She's playing the ball on the up, didn't allow the ball to come to her. She played with an upward bat and just poked it straight to cover, I believe it was.
3 for 14. 3 from 14 was her return.
Yep, and then Maya Boucher in reply to that.
Boucher is on strike, Devine towards her, and a glorious stroke into the offside, out to that cover point boundary, and really the crowd just applauding the competency of that shot. It was absolutely lovely to watch. Nice crack off the bat. 73 for no wicket. End of the over, 13 overs gone.
Yeah, so Boucher's reply to that is to let the ball come to her and get her head right out to the ball and use her hands once the ball was within her grasp to then smack it hard and through the infield, and it's just basic. It's batting basics, and it's something. I know Plymouth's young and fresh to the team, and so is Bouchier, but it's also in the mind. It's the confidence to be able to stand and hit, but allow that ball to come to you.
Kerr bowling to Bouchier, who once again is on strike, and a big stride into the offside, just pushing it back. Got a point fielder there, no run.
Do you think, Catherine, this is almost where England were, 6-7 years ago, when there was that dependency on Charlotte Edwards and Sarah Taylor?
100%.
Did you feel that? Did you feel that back down the order?
That's a great point, that, Phil, because I'll tell you what the mindset was then, because it certainly isn't that now.
Kerr into Bouchier, full and driven into the offside. Good piece of fielding, and actually a mix-up possibility of a run out here at the non-striker's end, because there was a wonderful bit of fielding by Cover, diving to her right. She managed to get the ball back really quickly to Amelia Kerr at the non-striker's end. Both batters had started down the track. It looked as though it was going to be a run for everyone's money, but they had to both turn back. Beaumont came flying back into her crease. Now we know that she can cover ground very quickly. She is a bit short in stature, but she does make it very quickly indeed. So we're looking at the replay, and this is going to be close. This is going to be very close indeed, and oh goodness me, we're seeing the bails light up, but they're going to have to do a bit of rock and rolling, I think, here, because it's a good dive from Beaumont. She did everything she possibly could, but the ball, oh goodness me,
Do you know
I
what?
don't
That's
know.
a brilliant dive and a brilliant piece of fielding between Susie Bates and Amelia Kerr. She had to underarm it as well, Amelia, from the throw-in, and it needs another frame. They're a frame short.
They are going back and forth like you will never have seen, because honestly, Tammy Beaumont's back crosses the line, or is on the line as the stumps light up. So really, I mean, I wouldn't be. You can't blame an umpire for going either way at this stage, because it's just we cannot see which one hits first. Does Tammy Beaumont's bat cross that line before the stumps light up? And I just don't know. I think she's out.
I think she's out.
I think the bails have gone.
If I was the TV umpire, I would have to give that out.
I think she thinks she's out as
yeah,
well.
she knows the rules. You got to have something behind the line. And do you know what's interesting? Because obviously it used to just be if the bail is dislodged. The bail isn't dislodged on the first light, it's the light and then the bail's dislodged. So
that's true.
That's also a bit of a funny one.
Yep, so you could almost argue that actually what constitutes that bail dislodging and lighting up isn't necessarily it. But goodness me, that was incredibly close. But now we do have confirmation that on that big screen, just 3 letters and the word out. So disappointment for Tammy Beaumont. She departs for 28 from 31 deliveries after another superb start for England. They've got themselves to 73 in the 14th over, 73 for 1 now with the departure of Tammy Beaumont. Heather Knight, England captain, wanders to the crease in her usual position of number 3. She was there at the end of the previous match. She made 9, I think it was, not out. Yeah, absolutely, an unbeaten 9 of 11 deliveries, and really by that point it was done and dusted, with Bouchier and Beaumont having done the bulk of the work. Here too, they're already over halfway, but a little bit more work to do. We might, I'm not saying that we should, but we might see Nat Silverbrunt at some point.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Only if there's 300 today.
Well then, Heather Knight's not going to face the non-striker's end for the time being, as this one's driven beautifully into the offside, but straight to the fielder Ed Mid-off, who had to really parry that because it was hit with some force by Bouchier.
I can't remember a game where I've seen as many drives hit with such power. There's been a lot of fielding errors, but mainly down to the fact that the balls have been hit them so hard.
Kerr to Bouchier onto her back foot, and she misses that one, and a good take by the keeper.
Yeah, I think Mealy, she knows now that was quicker. She doesn't normally have it in her to bowl quicker, and that's what we've seen from our spinners, is their ability to change the pace is very good. It's arguably harder for a leg spinner, definitely, to bowl quicker, but she needs to at this point.
Kerr into Boucher. Again, this is back over length, and this one sees Boucher rocking onto her back foot and carving it in between, long off and extra cover. A really well placed stroke there from Boucher, who had to wait a little bit. She moves to 46.77 for 1.
That was a classic case of what I just said. She's tried to bowl quicker, and as I said, it's not easy for a leg spinner. It's gone into the wicket pretty much, you'd say halfway down. You'd call it a filthy drag down.
This one's a bit more floaty, and this one's gone aerial into the gap beyond mid-off. Long on is coming round. It really hung in the air for a while. Shouts of catch, but nobody there to take it. And it sees Boucher move to 48 from 53 deliveries. The score is 77 for 1 after 14 overs. A few words from Catherine Sibber-Brunt, and I'm going to make way for Kevin Howells.
Yeah, she's really latching on to anything given by the New Zealand bowlers. Anything up there, anything short. Her feet are moving brilliantly. She's jumping back, deep and back and across. But anything short and anything up there, she's just lofting into the gaps. Safe as houses that was. Didn't quite get the meat of it, but it didn't matter. She played it with such good technique that she got away with it. So there's some really, really positive signs about Maya Boucher here, because for me, she's one of those batters where if her mind's right and if she heads in the right spot, she's extremely dangerous.
Well, it's a good time to show it as well at the moment, with England being all over New Zealand, both last week on Wednesday, today here, another game coming from Bristol, of course, in this series. But they could wrap up the series win. They're certainly on course to do so. So that one is edged by Heather Knight safely down towards third, so she's off the mark. And the England score to 80 for 1, 15th over, Knight on 1, Boucher on 48. That 48 just 53 deliveries. Sophie Devine bowling her third over. I mean, she's kept it nice and tight, only 8 runs conceded. But of course, this target is just so modest. When was last time I said how much brighter and lighter it was getting? It's sort of clouded over a bit again now, and on a bit of a wander around the ground for a couple of reasons. It is not cold, okay? It's just gone a little bit chillier again. There are a few of their coats on. I see some of the snappers down there actually are pretty covered up as well. So, it's Devine from the far end, the Diglas end, hammered away. As you can hear, that's going to be a 50 brought up in great style by Boucher. Through the offside, power, precision. She's had it all today. And applause here from Catherine Sibber-Brunt. I'm not surprised. That 50 off just 54 deliveries. Some right hollering going on out there as well, as England moves to 84 for 1 in the 15th over.
There's a big smile on her face, isn't it? That was just basically a sign of what we've seen all day. Hitting the ball so crisp, right out the middle of the bat. The fielder could have stopped it had it been hit with less force, but this is the way Maya's going today. Everything out of the meat.
So dropped a fielder very deep extra cover and brought another closer in a sort of catching position there. They've got one behind square and 2 in front in catching positions in the covers. And this one is in the air and high and past them, and that's going to be 4 runs exactly through the cover point area. Well, that's rubbing it in, isn't it? Isn't it? It is.
To
56.
be honest, I saw that and I thought that's not a bad shout from Sophie Devine. I thought that's a good field placement. At first, when I saw the fielder go out, I thought, what are you doing? There's about 40 runs to play with. That's not what you do at this stage. But she put the in out to create that catching opportunity. So what's she doing again now?
She's pointing again, as if to say that wasn't my field placement. That was wrong there.
To be honest, I think Susie Bates could have made a better effort at that. I think because it was hit with quite good big force.
Okay.
It was sort of past her before she could think about really flying.
They've swapped her position. Is that what they've done?
Yeah, Maddie Green's normally a wicket keeper, so it's not a bad
that's
shout.
What's happened there. Yeah. This is aerial. It's going to be safe as out through mid-wicket. There's nobody out there. That should be another 4 runs. It's not racing along there, but it is going to get to the sponge now, just as the fielder got to it pretty much. The crowd have had a great day. I've got to say, I think there's been a tremendous atmosphere from word go, and they were cheering both England and New Zealand. I think that was good about the game and all that sort of stuff, but there's only one way and one place for their cheering right now and their support, and that's for England.
Yeah, they're enjoying their Sunday, aren't they? But this is always going to happen at this stage. When you're going with attacking field, you need wickets to win a game. There's boundaries everywhere available, so yeah, it's no surprise. I'm surprised she's gone away from that field though that she had.
So, width, not too much according to the umpire. I'd say I'd like to see that again from closer in, because it looked fairly wide to me. But Phil, you got...
Yeah, Maya Boucher, 60 from 57 deliveries. It's her third ODI 50. It's actually her slowest. The previous two were both made off 38 balls.
Wow.
Today off 54. And her ODI average is just ticked above 50.
50 from 211 balls.
There's
Make
a few
that
more.
46 from 210 balls. 96 for one.
Yeah, that's
Well, for every bit, so I was saying, for every bit that this is terrific from a really strong England performance. I'm grieving a bit here for New Zealand, because this is another torturous day for them, isn't it?
that is a very poor over from Sophie Devine. I wouldn't do myself justice if I didn't say, because although she had so there was a crisp shot at the beginning from Maya which set about that field placement. The field change was actually a good idea, very, very close to bringing about that wicket, but from that moment on, Maya just got in her head and then hit her basically in 3 different positions, which is the sign of the fact that you are basically bowling it to the left and the right.
Yeah, all over. And Boucher's moved to 64 of 58 deliveries. And
it almost feels like they just want to get to the end of the game now, the Kiwis. They just want this to be over as soon as possible.
Melia Kerr bowling, the spin, bowling from the New Road end. Sits back and carves away again. There is a fielder out there, should be able to cut it off before he gets to the boundary. And 1 run, move to 97.
We don't often see 45 needed off 209 balls
No.
against someone like New Zealand.
No.
Rare sight.
And dare I say, as a neutral, which I pretty much am, you don't want to see it either, do you?
No,
You
never.
don't want to see it.
No.
No. Whether you're neutral or not a neutral, you don't want to see
No,
that.
the
in an
crowd
international
deserve a good game, don't they?
game. Yeah. Each ball, reverse in the air. Oof. Ball's just short.
Do you know that was one
Behind
of
the
those
square.
classic cases of, right, Maya's getting bored now. Like,
Is that what happens?
Honestly,
Okay.
Charlotte Edwards, Maya Boucher's coach, would be spitting feathers at this moment in time. Tell you now.
Oh dear. 2 balls into the 16th in the air straight, but it's just going to reward them with a single.
I mean, you know when you start saying like, what you don't, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Mhm.
Everything she's doing is brilliant.
Mhm.
She could get not out, 100 not out with. Well, she can't. I'm not even sure. Well, she could if she hogs all the strike, but. But it's just one of them things, isn't it? You just want to show everyone everything you can do.
Next ball, leans back, carved away behind the square again. Should be easy enough to be cut off before the boundary. This time for the skipper. Heather Knight moves to 3, takes England up to 99 for 1. See, I mean, it's always looking for improvements right up to the end. You're always looking to improve. I totally get that, but it's part of the character, part of the personality that creates the initial
Can't resist.
65 of 60. Yeah.
Yeah.
And back in the air, safe enough through mid-wicket. Oh, it's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Heart-sinking stuff this for New Zealand.
England 100.
Yeah, it was
100 brought up.
It's good
103 for 1. 39 off 205. Knight on 3. Boucher on 69. Go for it.
a bit early, wasn't I?
Go on.
Yeah, the ball just stuck in the pitch a little bit. Amelia's bowling far too slow, and luckily Maya waited long enough just to help that into the gap.
Boucher facing and has to settle. It's almost an air of disappointment when he just fends it away into the leg side. 103 for 1, 39 off 204. On the Tammy Beaumont, I say the crowd have been so engaged in the match, but on the Tammy Beaumont, when that went to review, didn't it? And so the announcement's made, or the thing comes up on the big screen. There was a real sort of, they were enjoying it so much.
I know. I think that you always want to see if you're gonna win this big, you might as well do it non-down. It would, really stuff them. But there was nothing Tammy could do about that. She did it was an incredible bit of fielding where it really just stops you in your tracks as a batter, and you're not quite sure what to do. But Tammy got back. Like, that was the best dive any of our batters would be able to do to get back in. And well, as we saw, she was about 1.5 millimeters short, if that. So nothing she could do about that. It's great fielding between. Unfortunately for Tammy, the 2 best fielders on that pitch, so yeah, now this is what they did last game. They brought on the slow bowler to really mess with people's heads. They know this is exactly not what our girls want at this point. Slow, loopy bowling. But I feel like I can vouch that they'll try and go for it no matter what. Well, Maya certainly will.
Yeah. Even if it does upset Charlotte Edwards.
Yes.
But it's nice at the moment. The captain facing, she's on 3. Oh, and lovely delivery first up. Thought about leaning back and then carving the ball, and I think just threw the bat inside the line there. By the way, cricket will continue when this game finishes, which will not be too far off now, of course. Here on Sports Extra, we'll turn our attention to the Men's Vitality County Championship, but also we've not given scores in the Rachel Hale-Flynn Trophy either, so there's plenty still to go at this afternoon, even though this game's going to finish a lot earlier. That's a full toss, it's in the air, and it's going to be 6 over square leg. For one moment I thought it's just going to be a dip for the fielder. No, the crowd were on their feet for a 6 from the captain. Got hold of that, picked it up well. It's not always easy to do that on those sort of deliveries, but she did so.
I'm just wondering if Jessica out at deep square leg has just lost sight of that bit. Let me just want to watch the replay. It's falling below the waist, so no worries on no ball, but it might have just been slightly too high. I thought she could have had a grab.
Ball, slower and driven for no run to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I thought she might have been able to have a little leap at that, but I'll never know.
Was it one of those that, as a fielder, you thinking this is going way over me, and then it actually dips a little bit more than you might?
I always just jump no matter what.
Okay.
You just don't know what you could reach.
Next ball, hammered, but for no run onto the leg side. Well, she wants to get there quickly, just the captain. She's on to 9. 33 from 200 balls. 109 for 1. Ebbs will be joining us shortly, and you can also... Well, I guess, unfortunately, you can hear from us all. Well, I'm talking about myself, but definitely from Ebbs on the red button highlights a little later on tonight. But Ebbs will be doing all the introducing and all that sort of stuff. So that's to be caught, so you can see the highlights of this game.
Whoa.
Oh, Heather Knight could be in trouble. That's to turn around, get back into the ground. I think she's going to make it. Oh, that was mightily close.
I'm not sure if there's ever a planet where Heather could ever have got a 1 there. She's slightly delusional about that being a 1. She's lucky Maya sent her back, because, I mean, there's no way on God's earth that's a 1. And also her bat was in the air.
Yeah,
that should have been out if the keeper had taken that well.
Yeah, it came back down, but initially...
Very I think she's forgotten the Usain Bolt days are gone.
It's a long planet she's on, but it's called Planet 33 from 199 balls, I think, with 1 wicket standing planet. Not the catchiest title for a planet, but I think that's the planet she's on.
You do slow when you get to your 30s, so she needs to remember that.
Do you?
Yeah,
I'll try and remember that.
The gas pedal goes.
Okay. Thanks, Catherine. Catherine Silverbrandt. Moving aside, 109 for 133 from 198 balls, 9th on 9. Not to push here, it's just gone off the screen. 69 from 62 balls. So this one, seemingly, he says, heading towards an England victory, and a comfortable one at that. There is, of course, another game to come in this part of the tour at Bristol, so join the team for that one. This is my last one. Just done a couple, Ebbs.
What? I thought we'd just reconnected our commentary duo.
Yeah.
I thought we'd start a vibe.
I think it's good to end on a high, although we've not yet ended, so anything can happen.
True.
I thought you'd be, and we're off for the Men's Vitality County Championship later on, where of course the top 2 are meeting. Just happens to be Surrey and Essex. And Surrey is 71 for 3 after 27 overs. Was there some rain in London town? I think they might have had a late start. They've not got through very many overs. But lots of interesting names. Dan Lawrence, who's part of that England squad, he made only 6. And then Smith and Folkes. Smith, who's been included, is 15 not out. Folkes has just gone to join him. Won't speak to him, of course, for the entirety of the innings.
That will be a tricky one, won't it?
Well, will it?
Do you not? Well, obviously they're in the same squad, but I just mean it's a bit Orcs, isn't it?
No, it is Orcs.
I used to have that with a few players. They get picked, and you're like, yeah, well done, mate. Well done.
Because Folkes did not take it well when he was last left out, and there's every reason why.
Well, he's the best gloveman in the country.
I know you talked about this during the interval, but I was busy elsewhere.
In the country, isn't he?
Is it fair to say he can't get on with it when it's needed? of folks. But he's not Jamie Smith. I know he's not Jamie Smith.
He's a nice player, but he's not in the brand of what they're looking for.
Yeah.
This Bazball era doesn't really want.
But I do think he's capable of more acceleration than people give him credit for sometimes. But not in Smith's category.
Yeah, he's not there.
That's what I think from my very good friend. No, he isn't. But anyway.
He's a very good keeper, very, very good keeper. And quality batter.
One of the shock scores, though, is that Derbyshire were bowled out for only 76 in the second division by Yorkshire, who made a pretty dreadful start. Everybody thought Yorkshire in the second division would sail through and get promoted, and they still might, but they made a slow start. But they had a big win last week over Gloucestershire, and they made a good start there. They're 28 for no wicket in the sixth over. So all of that to come, and I want to go through all the scores from the Rachel Hale-Flint trophies, which I'm going to do, because I can do that if I want.
We've got time.
In a moment. Oh, well, we probably have. I've started the next over, and that's a little bit of width on to Boucher. So you keep an eye on because I can keep an eye on scores and the cricket all at the same time, you know me. So I will try and do both, but if I've missed something, and Isabel's coming in, so I will have to rush through them. Pressure on. Worked away, nicely struck by Boucher for 1 run. No comes the call, so 110 for 1. So this is the resumption of the Rachel Hale-Flint Trophy, Part 2, where the Southern Vipers are chasing 157 to beat Western Storm. They need 105 from 39 overs with 9 wickets standing. Sunrisers 253 all out against Lancashire Thunder. They've yet to begin their reply of the Thunder. South East Stars against the Blaze. The Blaze, of course, winners of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and outside edge along the ground on the offside, no run. But made an appalling start really to Rachel Hale-Flint. However, after 44 overs, 318 for 8, so that's a little bit better from them. And the Northern Diamonds taking on Central Sparks. I think that one's over in Scarborough. I better make sure, having said that. Next ball goes back. And again, no run, square on the offside. Tell me here, I hope it does, otherwise I could be forever looking at this. Yes, it is. Over there. And the more important thing is the score. Central Sparks made 239 for 8 off their 50 overs. The Diamonds 103 for 1 in the 24th over. On Winfield Hill, 46 off 48. She is out. Leaving Marlowe and Armitage, the not out pair. Again, a punch into the offside with no run. So we'll keep an eye on all those scores and bring you some more live commentary. It is available now, every ball of every game, of course. The men's county championship on the BBC Sport website. But more live cricket will follow this game, which will be finishing just a little bit earlier than advertised in the Radio Times. 110 for 1, and a dot ball to finish. It's all gone very quiet. They almost as if they knew I was needing to run through the scores, bless them. England 110 for 1, 32 from 192, Knight on 9, Boucher on 70, and I reckon probably to see it through, but who knows, Isabel? It could be yours to see it through. Words of wisdom, Ebbs, and then it'll be Isabel.
Oh, gutted this might be our last commentary stint for a little while, Kevin, but I've enjoyed it. And so far I'm also enjoying Maya Boucher's batting, backing up 50s, and she's playing so clean. Her shots are just so clean. She gets back, punches the gap. It's just a joy to watch, actually.
With our headphones on, there's a different noise off her bat, isn't there? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, really nice.
Doesn't feel as though she's misstruck a single ball so far. As I think we're going to see Halliday carrying on from the New Road and Maya Boucher on strike. A familiar figure, and this one's in aerial into the offside, but it's beaten the extra cover fielder, and in fact it's beaten the chase as well. One bounce for into the hoardings. Not actually cleanly and sweetly struck, as I was saying earlier, but enough on it and well placed. Again, she's an astute cricketer. For her to pick up 4 more runs, 4 more to the total, 114 for 1 England now. And she's nicely poised on 74. Halliday into her right arm over the wicket. She waits, plays this into the offside off the back foot. Devine is there, it covers. In fact, it's Bates actually. And there is no run. Halliday begins her run up. Boucher crouches, punches this down the ground, nicely out to long off just for the single. So another run to the total, 115 for 1.
Looking at Halliday's bowling, it feels, and I was going to maybe ask Phil, but I know you might be busy, but has she done anything of note as a bowler?
Halliday into Knight, trying to cut it. It's a bit wide for her. Not called a wide, no one.
It just feels weird, like seeing a seam bowler sort of 45 miles an hour, 50, not spinning it.
Well, I'll have you know, Ebony Rainford, that she was the only New Zealand bowler to pick up a wicket in the last match. I mean, it was only one, and they were absolutely cruising through, as this is defended by Knight, only so far as mid-off, no run.
It just feels in this modern era of cricket, and where bowling's going, spinners are going, everything's going, it doesn't feel like an option.
Not nagging line and length, not quite up there and having to wait for it as Halliday is in, and this one's hit straight to mid-wicket and caught. That is pretty unfortunate for the England skipper. There weren't many fielders standing in that onside ring, and she picked out the one at mid-wicket. She gave herself room. It hung in the pitch a little bit, didn't quite bounce as much as she thought it would. And Knight, having been unbeaten on 9 in the first ODI, has to depart on the same score. 9 from 15. New Zealand have their second, dare I say, a glimpse of hope, Ebony Rainford-Brent.
Well, there was a giggle there from Amelia Kerr to Brooke Halliday, because she'd known she'd bowled a half-tracker, poor delivery, and Heather Knight just smacked that straight into mid-wicket's hands, and she could have put that anywhere. She could have put it out the ground for 6. She did quite well, actually. She got a full toss from her a few overs ago and did put it away, but this time just nothing. Is there anything in there that...
Well, New Zealand have taken 3 wickets in this series. One of them was a run out, and Brooke Halliday's taken the other 2, so I don't know what more you want.
Yeah, but that kind of... let's be honest, that was a ball that...
Look in the scorebook.
All that we're saying here, Ebony, is that the moment you start to rubbish Brooke Halliday's bowling, she's the only one that's made any inroads for this touring side so far. So, just pipe down there.
No, I'm going to keep piping up. I'm allowed to have an opinion. That's the point of us being on the radio, eh?
What? She's played 30 ODIs.
As a
Ebony,
pundit.
have an opinion. Shouldn't be.
Never.
She's played 30 ODIs. She only bowled in 10 innings, and she's now taken 6 wickets.
That's going all right, but I want to see what kind of wickets we're talking. What type of... Are we talking bowled?
Kerr is starting things off from the digless end into Bouchier, gives herself room, punches it down to long on for a single, which means that Nat Silver-Brunt will be on strike to face her first few deliveries of this series, 116 for 2. I don't know. I'm just saying that she's deceptive, evidently, because you don't think much of Halliday. But also,
I didn't say it, no, I think she's a brilliant batter, by the way. I say get her up the order. So it's not me as taking her whole cricket career down.
Kerr is in, and this is dug out by Silver-Brunt into the offside, no run. But is she one of those bowlers that is just annoying? She's not quite got the pace on it.
Yeah, I hear that.
So you can't use the pace. But equally, if she's consistent, and you have to wait a little bit more than you think, a little bit slidey perhaps.
She's not consistent though. We've seen full tosses, half track, wickets coming from half tracker isn't consistency the captain's looking for. She wasn't looking for the 6 full toss. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's more...
No, I understand, but I guess at the moment the quandary that New Zealand find themselves in is they haven't got any other bowlers that are actually doing anything to get those wickets, as Kerr is in, and Silver-Brunt rocks onto her back foot, casts this into the offside out to the cover point sweeper for her first run.
Brooke Halliday has 6 ODI wickets. They are Natalie Silver-Brunt twice, Amy Jones, Heather Knight, Maya Bouchier, and Hayley Matthews. I mean, it's not a bad collection of names.
So I think we're right though with the deceptiveness. You don't maybe people underestimate her. That's the other thing. Kerr is in, and this is crushingly driven into the offside by Maya Bouchier. It beats extra cover, it beats long off running around to her left, it beats the cover point sweeper, and that was perfectly timed by Bouchier. She moves to 80, and England are 121, only having to chase 141.
That was such a good shot, wasn't it? It was actually a little bit too full, but she let it, opened up her hands really nicely.
Kerr into Boucher, and this one almost deceives backward pointers. It spun a lot to her left, but she got down there in the end. No run. Now England need 21 to win, and Maya Boucher needs 20 for a century. The race is on.
The race is on. That's a good race, that. Very good race.
Slightly unlikely, you'd imagine, with Nat Sciver-Brunt at the other end, as Kerr is in, and this is good cricket from Boucher as she advances down the wicket and manufactures a full toss out of that, out to deep mid-wicket for the single. Also means she retains her strike, so the heist is on. England needing 20 runs to win. Maya Boucher needing 19 for her century. She's 81 from 71 deliveries. And I guess we're having not a go, but we're picking apart some of the New Zealand bowlers. But to be absolutely honest, they haven't had all that much to play with.
No, well, Hannah Rowe obviously was dropped today, which I thought it was a. I understand that they're thinking I want more batting, but I don't think the problem was having an extra batter in the side. I think it was not clicking and building partnerships with what they had. And for me, Hannah Rowe is at least a threat. She could have given you a little bit of maybe what we saw from Lauren Filer, try and hit the pitch or do something. So I don't know, it's just one of those where I'd prefer to see a younger dynamic in terms of like bowling option for the future playing. I thought Jess Kerr bowled nicely up top, actually got a bit of swing.
3 overs she's bowled so far, 21, as she's in right arm over the wicket, and this is pulled away into the onside by Maya Boucher. She might get a 4 for it, I think she will. The ball once again beats the bounding fielder at long on. It was too straight, and that was hit too cleanly, too wide, and she moves to 85. England 126 for 2.
Yeah, she moves to 85, 16 fours.
That's a lot of fours. Yeah, she strikes the ball so clean and
really enjoying herself out here. She crouches down, Kerr in towards her, fuller delivery, struck back down the ground, very straight. Long on is there, just the single brings Sciver-Brunt on strike, 127 for 2.
The other point I'd make there with those 16 fours, this isn't a quick outfield either, is it?
Right, isn't, and it's a slightly tricky wicket. The ball's staying a fraction. I think that's what's really as well what I like is that she'll get back, she'll punch through the line, no going across it like we saw from the New Zealanders today.
Sciver-Brunt in her stance, she waits, Kerr upon her, passes the outside edge, not taken cleanly. But again, that just demonstrating there what Ebony was saying. It's not, it's not necessarily the easiest pitch to bat on, but Boucher has made it look like something else.
Really impressive. That ball just hit that sort of back of a length and a little bit of nibble. Sciver-Brunt went fishing.
Kerr towards Sciver-Brunt, and this one, all the shouts of catches, it's played just fleetingly into the air, into the onside, but it's too straight for the fielder crouching at mid-wicket and too short. Indeed, it bounces just in front of mid-on. No run. So again, another example of just hanging a little bit in the wicket, having to really wait for it. Those England batters, that's what Boucher has done so well, as Kerr into Sciver-Brunt, onto her back foot, tries to punch it back down the ground on the bounce, back into the bowler's hands.
How many balls left? 1 ball left in the over. Do you think Maya Boucher is thinking, come on Nat, dot it up and let me get stuck in?
Absolutely, she is. I would be. We're only human, and if you've got the chance to make 3 figures and win the match for your country, I mean, that's a pretty sweet day at work, eh?
Yeah, you'll take it.
Kerr, final ball of the 21st over, right arm over, and back at the bowler this goes, nicely driven by Sciver-Brunt. No run on the bounce, 127 for 2. England are chasing 141. We've had 21 overs gone. I quite enjoyed the last over. It said 30 overs left, 20 runs to get. The run rate required by England is 0.67 runs per over. Would you like to keep the kind of jeopardy in things? Entice the crowd, keep them here.
Keep everybody on the edge.
We've got a game on our hands.
We've got a game, and a game within a game, and a game.
If we want to sum up the series so far, England won the first game, 172 balls remaining. They need 15 now. There's still 174 balls left in this innings. Either way, this is going to be another heavy defeat for New Zealand.
It is indeed, and just for viewers as well, highlights of this game, of course, will be available on BBC iPlayer and Red Button from 11:15 this evening. If you want to watch the best bits of today's action, I'd imagine there'll be quite a few New Zealand wickets, many bowled by one Sophie Eccleston, as there's a new bowler in town. Penfold was brought into the attack, and this was punched back down the ground slightly aerially again, just hung a little bit off the pitch, but on the bounce to mid-off, and there is no run. So again, almost sort of just got to watch it, wait a little bit more than you might at first think.
I like the shot option though. She's thinking large here.
She is. She
Get
gave
this
herself
done.
room there, Bouchier, onto the back foot. Here comes Penfold in, right arm over the wicket, and this is turned into the onside by Bouchier, no run.
Smart ball there actually. She just dragged it back a fraction and just tried to just hit the pitch a bit harder. I like Penfold as a bowler. I think her and Rowe invested in with a bit of pace, maybe add back Leah Tahuhu in the T20s, and it's quite pace heavy, strong attack.
It is indeed, but yet to really penetrate as Penfold's right arm over. Bouchier waits, and this one has gone back over the bowler's head. One bounce, two bounce, four. That was gloriously struck in the arc, as you might say. Bouchier moves to 90, England to 131 for 2. And you know what? That triple figures and an England win is still very much on the cards.
Come on, give us a game within a game here, Bouchier. And you can tell she wants to free her arms. That is a glorious shot. I mean, there's no sort of sense of strain in her shot. It's just a free flow. The time is impeccable.
She just picked that up off her toes. It was glorious. It looks so effortless as well. We really are seeing Maya Bouchier at her absolute best at the moment. Much to the detriment of New Zealand. This one struck cleanly to mid-off along the ground, but the field is there. So a dot ball. 2 more balls left of this Penfold over.
Nat Siver needs to play this game. Nat Siver Brunt needs to play this game.
I think she's in.
Do you think she's in?
I think she's in for it.
Yeah.
She'd be encouraged to go, right, single mate now, bang bang.
I think so. I think seeing a maiden century from one of your younger players just trying to make their way, cement their top of the lineup batting spot, I think she's in on this. Bouchier then, she waits, crouches down, Penfold towards her, turned into the onside. A little bit streaky there from Bouchier. They're going to think about 2, and they're going to come back for the double. It's coming into the keeper's end, and in the end it was safe enough. But I think part of the crowd was thinking, no, stay where you are, because you want to retain the strike. As it is, she's come back for 2, so another 2 to her total.
Did you
92.
See the throw?
It was an awful throw.
Yeah, it went straight into the floor. It was one of those sort of, she had to laugh at herself, Lauren, down there.
Yeah, she just released, the ball must have stuck in her hand, just released it a little bit too late, but it meant that they came back incredibly easily. Bouchier moves to 92, England 133 for 2, bearing down on 141. Penfold into Bouchier, happy to just defend this out to point for the final ball of that over. 22 overs gone, and well, it's all academic from here, because it's single figures required from England to win this match.
Come on, Nat Siver Brunt, play the game. Is this her highest overall score? I know it was in T20s.
Cast your mind back to the ODI against Sri Lanka at Leicester last year. Nat Siver Brunt brought up the quickest 100 by an England one off 66 balls. At the other end, Maya Bouchier had a chance then to break it. She was out going for the 6. She was out for 95 off 65 balls. So these two have history.
That is 50 over, was it?
That was in a 50 over.
Yeah. I don't remember that game. Where was that?
That was at Leicester last year. It was a rain-affected game, and England rattled along at that 8 and over. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
No, it really would be a sight to see if Bouchier was able to reach that maiden century. She certainly seems on course at the moment. As England requiring just 9 runs to win, and Siver Brunt on strike, happy to pat it back at the bowler. No run. 133 for 2. New Zealand made 141 from their 42 overs, and it was quite the clatter of wickets toward the tail end. I think they were stuck on 124 for the fall of 4 wickets. Yes, that was wasn't the best of events for New Zealand as Sibber is pushed into her back foot, turns it into the onside. There was probably room for 2, but I think they've held back because it means that Maya Bouchier gets to be on strike. 134 for 2 England. Maya Bouchier is 92, so she's 8 away from her half century. England 8 away from the win. No, 7 away from the win.
Come on, Bouchier.
Bouchier waits. Floated delivery, and that struck cleanly, but oh my goodness, it's straight to extra cover, and they are rolling around because I think that might have hit a foot or a shin as well. That has got to hurt. We've talked about how cleanly Bouchier strikes the ball. It was a full toss in the end. And well, I mean, Susie Bates there at extra cover has been floored. She's got back up on her feet, and hence the applause from the crowd. So to get those facts right, those figures right, 8 to win for England, 8 to get to the century for Maya Bouchier. She waits, bat raised high, and tries to sweep this across the line into the leg side. There's an appeal for LBW. We were watching and waiting, New Zealand expectant perhaps, because they thought that was out. Are they going to go up for the review? I think they might be. Yeah, they have decided to go for review. I must say, of all the glorious batting that we've seen from Maya Bouchier so far this match, it was a pretty agricultural hoik across the line, Ebony.
This would be an inglorious way
This
to go
was
out.
a good old hoik. And she's going to be worried here because it stayed really low.
She's actually laughing a little bit, smiling into her partner, Nat Sibber-Brunt, who's come to just pat her on the back, because I think she knows that this is going to be pretty close. We're watching the replay. It looks as though it's hit the back leg, but I mean it's quite high. Now the on-field call was not out, so we're just seeing that sort of that rock and roll. There certainly was no bat involved. I think that was clear from the outset. But she might be in a little bit of trouble with the. We are going to look at the ultra edge. No, I can confirm that there was no bat. I mean, there was a lot of clean air involved there, but no bat. That is being confirmed now by the television umpire. It hits her back leg, it hits her thigh pad, but she's really has crouched down a little bit there. Height may save her. Line might save her down the leg side. We're looking now, pitching outside off. Impact is in line, and the wicket is umpire's call. And I tell you what, you can hear there the crowd as well, a kind of sigh of relief audible throughout the ground, because I think Maya Bouchier is pretty lucky there. So it remains. Bouchier needs 8 to reach her maiden century in ODI cricket. England need 8 to win.
There was the funniest look on Maya Bouchier and Nat Sibber-Brunt's faces. They were cackling, thinking, how have I got away with that? Sophie Devine, the captain, reviewed that from mid-on because it looked so plumb.
Long on. She said long on.
Long on, sorry.
Yeah,
long on. And she was like, that is plumb. I feel for her.
Yeah, you feel for the New Zealand cohort there, because I think that was, I mean, if it had been given out on field, it would have remained so. As Penfold is in, and Bouchier has hit this one airily into the offside. It's going to land safe before long off, and extra cover as well. And she comes back for 2. So we remain on target. England needing 6 to win. Maya Bouchier needing 6 for her century.
And she's still on strike.
Yep.
So she needs either a boundary, 6 would do it, or she needs to get up on strike for the next over.
She does. So maybe perhaps looking for the single here as she waits. Final ball of this over, turns into the onside. They come through for a quick single. Out to square leg. There's a fielder there back. We'll have to make a bit of room. The shy comes in to the non-strikers end where Bouchier was running towards. She got there cleanly. You can hear the crowd is now behind her as well. It means that she retains the strike. Bouchier on 95. And we talked about the game within the game. It has to be here because, of course, England are cruising towards the victory. There's only been 23 overs gone. They've got 27 overs in which to get 5 runs, and Bouchier there, 95 runs from 83 deliveries. And Ebony Rainford-Brent, this could be quite the moment.
It could be quite the moment. I mean, what is a defining moment for careers as well, things like this. You know, being able to register your first 100, go off unbeaten. We've seen her just gradually keep progressing and progressing. This is the next milestone. And what it would mean. Can she hold her nerve? Can Can New Zealand just unsettle and upset the party? They nearly did in that last over.
They're very, very, very close to it. Sophie Devine's going to do her utmost, the New Zealand skipper, to stop this becoming just a party of all parties. You know, the win, the three figures as well. She's pushed somebody out, a fielder out to the cover point boundary. There's one out at square leg as well, as Penfold is in, right arm over, and Bouchier is happily defending this into the offside. Fielder there, no run.
I think she wants the pitched up ball, mid on, mid off, up. She likes that sort of just chip up and over the top, which is low risk and also goes nicely with the pace.
It's really good to see the communication as well between Nat Sciver-Brunt and Bouchier. Sciver-Brunt is absolutely behind this. She's just here for the red inker and to help guide England through, but also to help this young batter get to her three figures. She's been giving her count. You can see them out in the middle chatting with each other as Penfold is in, right arm over the wicket. Bouchier pushes this into the offside. They're going to think about two here. The sweeper comes in from cover point boundary and they're going to have to settle for a single. So this may take a little bit longer than we had thought, because if Nat Sciver-Brunt is going to do this and help Bouchier get towards her century, she's going to have to farm the strike for the next 4 balls.
At 96, it's now her ODI best. So she's got that.
She's creeping up.
Yep.
Nat Sciver-Brunt here, play the game, max single, and then let Bouchier do it with the 4.
I think she'd be seen as a bit of a villain in this Worcester crowd's eyes if she was to hit this for 4, wouldn't she?
Oh, the whole of this Worcestershire crowd are certainly in on the game here. They know what they want to see, and that's 3 figures to Maya Bouchier. Nat Sciver-Brunt is on strike. Penfold tearing down towards her. She is very happy to rock onto her back foot and defend it back at the bowler, and you can hear that the crowd at New Road, they appreciate that little bit of gamesmanship from Nat Sciver-Brunt.
Yeah, come on, let her have her moment if she can. It might not go in her favour if any wides or all sorts come into play, but
ooh, yes, you think about that as well. Penfold running away from us from the Diggless end. Nat Sciver-Brunt on strike, and again that is a solid defence.
I don't think we've ever seen Nat Sciver-Brunt play that defence, because she likes to hit a cricket ball, that girl.
Hey, we all need to practice our defensive strokes at some point, and I think that Sciver-Brunt has chosen an opportune moment to do so.
How many balls left in this over?
Number 2. They ran a single with 4 left.
I think she's thinking, right, Bouchier, we need to get this done, because I don't like patting it back.
There's only so many times that Sciver-Brunt is going to happily defend for you, and this is one of them. Penfold into Sciver-Brunt, full toss and defended. Like at the bowler, out to Sophie Devine at mid-on, who makes a real show of it and running away from the ball and saying, come on, you've got the single here if you want it. And wry smiles all round, because we all know what the game is here. And Devine pushing out cover point to the boundary, mid-wicket goes out as well.
Penfold trying everything, the slower ball, the tempter, stay deep.
It's like a pantomime drama out here. Here comes Penfold, final ball then of the 24th over. Sciver-Brunt, she waits, and again it's pushing it into the offside, off her back foot. Very defensive stroke, no run, end of the over. 24 overs gone, which means that Maya Bouchier, who is on 96, unbeaten there at the crease, has a full over and not only get to 3 figures, but to win the match for England. They're on 138. They're chasing 141. This has got to be the over to do it, Ebony.
I think if you're Nat Sciver-Brunt right now, you've walked in and the words are, mate, get it done now.
Yeah.
I've done my bit. Come on, young pup. Get the job done.
You've got 1 over and then I start playing again.
I think it was that penultimate one where it was a full toss outside off, and I mean Nat Sciver-Brunt is the premier all-rounder in world cricket. She does not let those things go. She really doesn't. So yes, Maya Bouchier, over to you. You've got 6 balls in which to win it here for England and to get to your century. England needing 4 to win. Maya Bouchier needing 4 for the century. In comes Kerr, and this is turned into the onside by Bouchier. It's running down to the boundary at fine leg or backward of square. The chase was on, and the fielder has caught up the ball. I don't know what all the applause is about, because she's come back for 2. And so she's on 98.
And back on strike. That's all we want.
Was there applause at the back on strike? Oh, brilliant. Okay, that was it. Sorry, I was like, has she reached her century here without me even thinking about it? But no, she is on 98, so 2 away from 3 figures. England on 140. New Zealand scored 141, so England need to get to 142. Maya Bouchier has 5 balls in which to do this.
She's saying Usa. She's breathing heavy, you can see on the screen. She's calming those nerves. How big a moment this would be.
Heavy exhalation under the lid. She takes her time. She takes the crease, gets into her stance. Jess Kerr, right arm over the wicket and defended into the offside. That's all right as far as England and Bouchier are concerned. She's on 98, not out.
I'll have to double check this, but I've got a feeling that when she made her 95 last year, it was revealed she'd never made 100.
Oh wow!
So that probably makes this
in any cricket.
I think so.
Wow,
something along those lines.
That would be.
So I was a captain at Middlesex for a number of years. She was just about sort of forging her way as a batter at that point, because she was a demon left-arm bowler as well. So I wouldn't actually surprise me if that is the statistic. Bouchier, she waits, and this is full and turned into the onside. It's beaten the fielder at square leg. They're going to come back for a 2. There's a fielder out there at the mid-wicket boundary, but she's done it. And she punches the air, she throws her head to the heavens, and that is the first century in England colours for Maya Bouchier. Not only is she unbeaten with that century, 100 from 88 balls, but that is the match as well. To both win for your country and get to 3 figures in the same stroke, that is quite the moment from the young English batter. And the crowd, they were behind her from the very beginning. They knew what the equation was when England needed the same amount of runs that Bouchier needed to get to her 3 figures. It was about 20 out, so it looked unlikely at the time. But a courteous partnership really from Nat Sciver-Brunt to help her farm that strike, to turn it around. New Zealand played all the tricks that they possibly could to prevent it happening, but in the end it was in vain. And Ebony Rainford-Brent, what a wonderful moment for Maya Bouchier.
What an amazing moment and what an amazing talent. To be fair, we've been seeing her just get better and better and better, and I genuinely think she has that sort of that potential to lead this side like a Nat Sciver-Brunt can or Tammy Beaumont can. She's got such a great temperament, she's such a brilliant character. Anyone who's been around her, she's a very fun person to be around, but more importantly in terms of sport, she right now is showing her class. What a milestone. It'll give her a lot of belief, and I think we're going to see plenty more as she walks in. Also, well done to Nat Sciver-Brunt, as mostly someone who was best placed to be at the crease and guide her through. So very, very special.
Yeah, Nat Sciver-Brunt's 2 off 12 helped make the 100 off 88 for Maya Bouchier. 100 off 88 balls, 17 fours.
Well, then you can see we can see on the cameras there, hugs all round from the England camp. They were well behind the young batter in reaching that maiden century. She's done it there, Maya Bouchier, a glorious knock. 100 not out from 88 deliveries. England have won this match by 8 wickets. They had 153 balls remaining, so I'll just take you quickly through the scorecard, and indeed confirmation by a reliable source of statistics at _Hypercourse on Twitter. Bouchier's only century at any level before this is unbelievable, was for Middlesex under-13s against Sussex in 2012. What a way! So your maiden senior century is in an England ODI win at Worcestershire. I mean, Catherine Sciver-Brunt, how does that feel?
They don't produce as good a wickets in club and county as they do at international level. That's just one factor, but also Maya's she's a girl that's flourished over the last 5 years, especially the last year. She has this thing in her head where if she gets herself in a certain mindset, she gets those decent scores, but they don't go on because she can't maintain that level of concentration. It's a bit like the evolution of Danny Wyatt. She's a similar type of character, different people, but similar type of situation I'm talking about. There was a phase where Danny just suddenly started making a few hundreds, and it's the same situation here. And what's scary is Maya's, she's young, but that's the bit that we've got a lot of this to come.
Yeah, I'll give you a little anecdote there as well. So I mean, she played Middlesex for a number of years when I was there and as a captain, and she was this young gun, a little bit eager, not quite worked out what her best sort of cricket attributes were. She was a good left arm seamer, had a few issues with her action, and she wasn't really looked at as a batter at that time. We knew that she could really strike the ball, but she was quite gangly, didn't really have the technique necessarily. But over the last few years, she's not only got that technique down to a T, and obviously has the timing, the hand-eye coordination, but I think, as you were saying, Catherine, over the last year it seems to have clicked. She's really matured, and so on Friday I think there was a press conference where she was put up from the England camp and she was answering the questions, well batted in that last match, blah 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 blah, on to Worcestershire, and at one point somebody said her name a little bit wrong. They said Maya, right? And Sharp as actually went, oh, actually it's Maya, and that it's something quite small, but it was. She knows who she is. She knows what she wants to do. She's not going to take any rubbish from anybody, and she's in that mindset where she knows her game, and we're seeing that out here. I mean, it was really glorious to watch, and I hate to say this, Frankie, as the New Zealand a person in our commentary box, but that's quite a click for any batter, any player.
Oh, you don't need to apologise for it. I mean, as much as I love to see New Zealand win, I'm just a massive cricket fan, and I was sitting there as nervous as anyone sitting in the crowd, hoping she gets to 3 figures as well. So, yeah, I think it's been brilliant to see the evolution of her game. She came over and played a summer of domestic cricket in New Zealand when she was just a youngster, and there was... you could see that the potential there was evident. She struck the ball so crisply, but I guess, like you were saying, Catherine, there's that, not necessarily that exact knowledge of how she needed to best go about it. You could see that there was talent galore, and just seeing her over the last couple of years play, I mean, she was fantastic. The New Zealand tour in March and April, she was sensational, and that kind of felt a little bit like that was almost is this the start of something here? You saw this young player with this confidence just growing game on game. So to be able to watch the innings today, that's just something. That is so special.
Where were you saying about what she said back to the person that said her name wrong?
Yeah.
So on that, she is somebody when coaching, she will latch onto every word you say. So you have to be careful. As a coach, she's quite hard to coach. Danny was quite hard to coach. I keep using her as a comparison, but... And Charlotte Edwards has had the task of working, sort of mentoring Danny White through her career when she was playing alongside her, and then she's also coaching them both at the Vipers now. So, and she's so aware of how to speak and what works for Maya and what doesn't. And when you're out there batting with her, if you have the right people batting with her, she can flourish. And this might be why you see maybe her better here and not at those levels, because here she's batting with Nat, she's batting with Heather, she's batting with Tammy. Could you ask for any better batters to bat with and better experience? That's not the case at County.
Well, we've got a really exciting prospect on our hand who I think we'll see in England colours for many years to come. Maybe a few words, Catherine, if I may, on the restraint that we saw from your wife, Nat Silver-Brunt. Two not out from 12 deliveries. Yeah. How on earth did you manage that?
All I can say is that she will have hated every minute of that. She would have been the most hated person in Worcester for one. And for two, maybe the most hated person on our balcony also. So she saw the task at hand and obliged, but she will have hated every second of that. She would have wanted to come out here and finish it in 3 shots. I guarantee you that. But
some of the biggest cheers of the day, the old front foot defence.
She's got a few more fans now, I think, but she'll take the 2 off 12, which she honestly will hate.
Some chivalry displayed there by Nat Silver-Brunt. So I'll just wrap you through the scorecard. So thank you very much to Catherine Silver-Brunt, to Frankie Mackay for our commentary as well. Phil, did you have a few statistics?
Just a couple. Maya Boucher, she scored 58 of the last 69 runs to get to that 100, so she did well to get both hold of the strike and score those runs. Also, England won by 8 wickets, but more importantly by 153, with 153 balls remaining, which means that in terms of balls remaining, these 2 games in this series have been New Zealand's heaviest 2 defeats against England.
So that's the ODI series wrapped up for England. There is one more match that will come on Wednesday between these two sides before the T20 series start. I'll just take you quickly through that scorecard then. So Tammy Beaumont top of the order, 28 from 31 before she was run out. It was really fine margins there. Maya Boucher, of course, an unbeaten century. Heather Knight was out for 9, hitting a nice long hop to perhaps only fielder within the circle on the onside. She fell for 9. It was Natseva Brunt, a very disciplined display there, not out on 2 at the end, which meant that England reached their total of 142 for 2 in the 25th over. And it's easy to forget, actually, earlier with that century from Maya Boucher, that we also saw a 5 from an England bowler, Sophie Eccleston, 5 for 25. She really did pierce through that New Zealand batting lineup. Good bowling as well from Charlie Dean on the back of a 4-for in the previous match, 2 for 35. A wicket apiece to Kate Cross and Lauren Filer and Alice Capsey as well. The top score for New Zealand was 43 from number 3, Amelia Kerr. There was 28 to Sophie Devine. Maddie Green made 30 as well in that middle order, but they only managed 141, and it means the England women here win by 8 wickets with 153 balls remaining.